He poured his entire life into it, always saving other people's lives, never once begging for credit. Then his childhood friends stared him down and snapped, "You're useless." Left to die and nobody threw them a party. By now he should have vanished into the future. But somehow he survived and tamed it. Taming that dungeon boss made the whole party go wild, like it was a victory they'd never forget. His power surges because he trusts, fully fiercely. Bonds forged in blood and throwing himself beside others without hesitation. What happens when the one who gets left behind finally snaps? Could loyalty alone make his power skyrocket? This story kicks off with Rock stuck in thought about his job as a holy beast tamer, an absurdly rare calling, like finding a miracle with your own hands. A tamer can tap into monster and beast power familiars, like it's their own superpower. He called the village of Greyla home, tucked out on the outskirts where the world felt far away. In the village, the moment a kid hits 12, the priest steps in and decides what their future will be. Each kid gets a rundown on the jobs they could choose. Then when his turn finally lands, they slap a specific profession in his hands, and the protagonist blurts out his shock, repeating it over and over. Amy, a holy beast tamer who'd once earned the title of mage, was a childhood friend, and she burst out, overflowing with excitement. That's awesome, he's about to train into a total beast-taming monster, and this calling is as wild as it gets. MC struck back, but the priests didn't even understand what was happening, and Isaac still held those childhood memories close. Kara's childhood friend, destined for the gladiator life, told him, "You're gonna be fine, you'll do it." And Kara, a member of their crew who'd grown up to become a priest, nodded along with her comrades like, "Yeah, this is gonna be awesome." What? Rock shot his comrades a warm grin and thanked them from the bottom of his heart. Isaac shot his fist out and blurted, "He's going to rise up and become the best gladiator in the whole world." Amy clenched her fist and roared that she'd become the most powerful mage in the world. No doubt about it. Kara clenched her fist beside her comrades and shouted, "Yes," and swore she'd become a priest who can seal any wound. The protagonist shot his fist forward too and declared, "Just watch, I'll become a tamer of holy beef as well." Beasts then they smashed their fists together in unison, chanting in perfect sync, They team up and form an S-rank squad together. Then everyone erupted into laughter, and even if they all chased different callings, he still wanted them to experience their journey together. From that day on, he vowed to support everyone relentlessly, so their dreams could finally ignite and come true. 3 years later, on one rainy day, the protagonist, the villain, came back from his mission to his crew and he eavesdropped on their whole conversation from the other side of the door. Isaac told the girls to boot MC out of the team, then shrugged like, "Yeah, I did say I'd become a beast." Tamer, he didn't have one single beast worth a damn, just one weakling after another, and now he could do only one thing. They hauled their stuff around and took on chores anyone could handle. Amy snapped furious, "We've always done everything together." Isaac shot back that they'd already climbed into an S-rank party, so admired and coveted that everyone couldn't stop staring. They were done dragging in tiny useless Fry to fight, period. While Kara didn't step in at all, just sat there and stared at her new outfit like it was the coolest thing she'd ever seen. Amy hesitated, and Isaac stayed right beside her as a brave hero named Kid stepped forward. Because there's more to this story than they realize. If you want in on their team, this is your moment. Because once he steps into their party, they're about to rise and rule as kings. They can't resist grabbing him, because he's about to shake their whole village to the core and bring them one giant step closer to the dreams they've been chasing. Amy hesitated, then murmured, "Maybe." The protagonist suddenly felt as if, like ice water had been thrown on his soul. Isaac was totally offended. Then he concluded, "Tomorrow they'll meet the kid at once, and the two of them will charge straight into the dungeon of extinction." Amy, racked with guilt for the protagonist, hesitated and darted a worried look at Isaac. The boy pressed on so they'd finally say goodbye to the protagonist. Amy tried to protest, but the words died in her throat and she went still, staring. Isaac peered down, then snapped at Kara, asking way too irritably if she'd carry the dress to the dungeon tomorrow. She grinned and said, "Yeah, it's true." Then she leaned in like, "But don't steal it from me," and they shouldn't whine about her extra bag. Isaac groaned loud and resigned, then stormed over to, strode up to the door and blurted it out. Right there, their argument was finally done, and Amy could tell MC about his exile in person. Rock's eyes snapped up the second the door swung open. He huddled behind the wall so his allies wouldn't get caught in the crossfire. Amy didn't spot him, so she sprinted after Isaac and snapped, "Stop." She had something she had to tell him. The protagonist still couldn't wrap his head around what he'd just heard, and resentment flared up. Because yeah, Isaac was right, he still hadn't met a single holy beast. Man, how many holy beast tamers spend their whole lives hunting companions and still never find one? The lucky ones, they stumbled into a whole new calling. Then he poured his divine power into his friend's gear, boosting the stats and pumping up the support magic to another level. He dashed through chores, cooked meals, hauled heavy bags, kept sneaking glances and bargained non-stop with the guilds. yet. He couldn't figure out what he'd done wrong, so the protagonist slumped to the floor, buried his face in his knees, and sobbed like his heart was breaking. Then the next day. Even then, the MC didn't so much as glance at his friend's words. They hooked up with Kid, who swaggered in, introduced himself as a brave man, and practically said, "I'm thrilled to meet you." Then he leaned in and added he felt honored to join the dungeon expedition. The protagonist locked eyes with Isaac and blurted, "Can you believe it? This amazing guy is joining them." Isaac glance shifted sideways but said nothing while Kid. He spun around and with flattering charm, bowed to God, and credited him for blessing these stunning women with those incredible gifts. The protagonist laughed, saying it was the biggest compliment, and then flashed his impeccable manners like it was no big deal. Right then, Kid shot him a look and tossed out a casual, "Hey, henchman," like it was nothing. She warned him to guard his bags with his life, because inside were treasures he'd never be able to afford in his whole lifetime. Grimmest leans in, snarls at the MC to take it back now. Amy told Kid that Rock isn't a henchman, then the new team member blurted it out, shocked he even thought otherwise. Honestly, he's stuck hauling all their bags while he stares at the. With that luggage thumping over the protagonist's back, the kid's eyes went wide as he blurted, "Whoa." The prize was so enticing, the address to Kara didn't even get finished. He instantly dodged the topic and shot Amy a question like, "Do you even care?" Then urged them to move fast. Faster, Isaac barked before they even set off. Then he demanded the kid show him the weapon he had. When the boy yanked his sword from its sheath, Rock snapped into realization with a wild, maze-like rush of thoughts. They stared in pure awe at the dragon-slaying sword. One rumor claims the king himself personally handed it down. And it can even take down a dragon. Yeah, that sword is legendary, brutal to forge, and almost impossible to craft. All his allies stared, stunned by the blade their comrade had just revealed, while Kid grinned, loving every second of the shock he'd caused. Suddenly, the protagonist spotted something terrifying and snapped, "There's a crack in the blade." His friends froze, staring at him like he'd lost his mind. And the kid snapped, "That's not true, they wouldn't let him speak at all, like he was nothing but a servant." MC. See, getting zero help from his allies, stayed silent. Isaac spoke. He told everyone to back off and give him space, because they'd need to regroup and then hit the road for good. The kid spun around and told them to look out for themselves. "If you add anything, they'll team up and clear this dungeon together." Kara promised she'd fix everything, she'd heal them all, so they'd better trust her and let her handle it. The allies slammed steel against steel and crossed their blades. And the protagonist shot them a sideways look. Totally perplexed, completely lost, like my brain hit a wall. Remember that childhood gesture, those clasped fists, like they meant business, and now he'd been left in the dust, and through every storm and hardship, they'd always stayed side by side. He chased the dream of making it all real, but it looked like his hope was slipping, snapping, like the string on a dream couldn't hold much longer. Sustain them when the allies finally burst into the dungeon. The protagonist yanked the area map open and studied it, and Isaac snapped that he was walking like a turtle dragging its feet. He slows them down, yet the protagonist barrels past him anyway. With his terrain sensing skill, he figured he could spot the monsters' rough locations and count them. In the dungeon, they followed the map like a lifeline, slipping to their destination without running into a single monster. That shortest route isn't always the smartest move, Isaac snapped, furious. "Didn't you hear me? Lead them faster." The MC tried to spill the real reason, but the group leader slammed the moment to a stop and yelled, "No excuses." Then he demanded the boy lead them faster, so the kid whipped around and turned. He tried to butter up Kid, apologized, and promised they'd bring him to the boss ASAP. So Kid flung his arms out, tapped his chin, and said, "Still, this dungeon has way fewer monsters than last time, so they've got nothing to fear. Even a henchman can grab the lead in seconds." Isaac. Wide-eyed, he blurted to his new ally, "Have you been here before?" And the boy answered, "Yeah, when this dungeon first showed up." He went in with a self-proclaimed adventurer and got so close to dying it felt unreal. The girls stared at him, totally baffled, and from that moment on the boy kept trying to dodge dungeons, like he couldn't stand the thought. With the losers, Isaac agreed, playing nice, "Yeah, they're tough, no joke." Then he snapped his focus back to MC and shoved him forward again, because while they were still hearing Kid's story, the protagonist, Magnus, spotted the caterpillar-shaped monsters, and before the silence even had time to settle, everything went quiet. He took them all out in total silence, then wiped the sweat from his brow and let out a shaky breath. Isaac snapped with pure irritation. What was he even doing? I told him to pump his legs faster, not slow down. He wasn't trying to make things complicated at all. He just grabbed his attention and told him to speed up a little. "Come on, what's the big deal?" This kid just snatched a map of the whole area. The moment the scene snapped into place, it caught Isaac's attention and confusion hit him like, "Wait, what is this? This dude isn't even taking them the shortest way. He's steering them down the wrong path on purpose." Amy and Kara stared speechless. "Wait, are you actually serious?" Are you serious? The protagonist told his allies, yeah, absolutely. It has to be safer this way. The crew's leader shot a nasty glare at MC, hinting that maybe he was doing it on purpose. So Isaac's rage flared and he glared back, demanding if Isaac was intentionally circling them out of revenge. He twanged back at them, threw down the rock, and then, confused, he totally denied it. That's not true at all. He just wanted to step closer and spill every last detail right there and then. Amy snapped her hand out and blocked his path. Grabbing him mid-step, she snapped, can't he understand? They didn't drag themselves here to mess around, they came for something real. That's why she's furious with him right now. Now the protagonist finally got it, everything clicked in his mind. Even Amy stood against him. He used to march them into the dungeons, leading the way like a legend. They debated which road was easier, and somehow everyone still believed the long way wouldn't matter. He guided them straight toward safety, steering them away from a monster horde. So when did everyone start doubting him? Isaac snapped, fine, let him take the shortest route, and MC shot back, yeah, then we'll just get hit with even more monsters. The leader shot off a sarcastic laugh, what a nightmare of a job. He snapped, who even in their right mind thought this was a good idea, then he threw it back, let him handle them. And the other guy answered, all right. He steeled himself for more bat-shaped monsters, but the panic wouldn't let go. When did they turn on him like that? And right as everything shifted, his childhood friends showed up. Then the monsters hit, and Amy screamed at Isaac to snap his focus on the enemies in front of him. Kit yelps that he tugged his leg and starts limping off, and Kara fires off a healing spell right after. Kids rolled their eyes and said, wow, he's really useless, even cracking jokes that Rock should have been thrown out of the guild. The protagonist tried to speak up, but swallowed the words and stayed silent. Silence swallowed the room, and after a while he guided them straight to the massive doors. He barges in and yells that the boss is in the building, then he starts pitching his plan. Push the allies to catch a quick rest after the grueling journey. Isaac blurted out, baffled, what did he mean? Then the protagonist repeated the idea and added that they had to yank their bags off and unload them right away, and his friend snapped with pure rage, seething over whose fault it was they showed up so late. Amy had ripped into him too, so did he finally get it that every passing moment made staying here more and more dangerous? The kid cackled, shouted that the henchman was a total idiot, and then he froze still. I still can't figure out that tone they used on him. Was he just pretending he didn't notice, or did he mean for it to sound that way? Still not getting it, the protagonist let out a heavy sigh, muttered, idiot, and that only made Isaac's fury explode even harder. Why was he talking to him like that, so smug, so condescending? The guy spun and turned. He spun to the girls and blurted, can we go now? Kara looked iron-solid with determination, but Amy kept her gaze averted, turning her head away like she didn't want to meet the protagonist's eyes. Isaac told him, we don't know when to tell you. Then he snapped, but I'm telling you right now. Because they couldn't stand watching it 1 second more, right as they slipped out of the dungeon. And after that, he'd be kicked out of their party for good. MC looked at the kids he'd picked out, and that's where they'd end up going with one of them. They were all his childhood friends, yet when they faced him, the whole crowd stared back with defiance, and only Amy looked down, dodging his eyes. Rock let out a heavy sigh and told the leader he finally understood everything. Then the others nodded along too, without even needing him to say it twice. It was painfully clear he needed to ask. And with everything finally going his way, Isaac threw his fist up and shouted, all right, they're charging off to take down the boss. Then they smashed their fists together again, shouting that they're the best team and nobody can stop them. Amy still wouldn't meet the protagonist's eyes, and the protagonist kept staring right back. Their unity hit them like a flashback. Right then, they relived their childhood ritual and smashed fists for that fist bump. Right after, Isaac started handing out roles. MC heard he'd been told to watch Kara and that this might be his final role. Isaac and Kid burst through the first doorway, right ahead of everyone else, followed by. Chasing right behind them, the girls sprinted on and Rock hung back last. The second they stepped in, their eyes snapped to a massive freaking. Fenrir is curled up asleep right now. The allies were totally thrown off, *a gray wolf, The moment it hit, the protagonist knew, E-class or not, this still mattered. The last adventurers still managed to beat a gray wolf, but this boss was on a whole different level, way higher in the ranks. And nope, it wasn't gray at all, it gleamed silver. And it wasn't just any wolf, it was a Fenrir. No way, that can't be true. This is a legendary rank monster. Even an S-class adventurer would have a brutal time trying to take it down. It looked like the only way out was to not attack at all. Just turn around and walk away, pretending it didn't matter, and Isaac let out a bitter, disappointed sigh. It's just a wolf, put it down fast and hurry back to the village. He blurted, no, it's not a monster. But it was already too late, his allies blew him off and suddenly attacked Lucky. The MC and the girls clamped down their nerves, staring hard at that towering column of dust and thick, suffocating magical aura. Aura hung in the air, then once it all cleared, Kid stared at his cracked sword and the shattered Suddenly, Isaac spotted the risen Fenrir and blurted out, pure shock on his face. Didn't it work on him? Lucky's glare snapped into them. Then he jerked his head up and unleashed a bone-chilling howl, blasting out. A magical roar ripped through the air and blasted out a brutal shockwave, making the girls freeze mid-motion as the roar swallowed everything. Fear slammed into Kara, her legs buckled and she dropped to her knees, while Amy, stepping aside, let out a shocked, bewildered breath. The protagonist blared at Isaac and Kid to stop, arm shooting up like a warning. Isaac's heart slammed as the kid panicked and froze, then screamed that they had to retreat. Even with that kid so tough he should have been unbreakable, his sword still shattered in his hands. It fell apart so he couldn't even fight the wolf. Then the leader sneered like it was the funniest thing in the world. Seriously, did you notice they haven't even started fighting him yet? Kid just kept. To press his point, you can't mess with the wolf, not even while it's asleep, so they'd better start running, Isaac. Isaac spat out a furious curse, but he still followed his allies' order. He roared for everyone to sprint. And the allies bolted for the exit, while the protagonist sprinted ahead, hauling the unconscious Kara over his shoulder. Lucky kept chasing Isaac, and Isaac snapped in fury. They're just running away. Because apparently that got under Lucky's skin so badly it was infuriating. Rock eyed them suspiciously, sure they were creeping up on his heels. Kid blurted, relax, he's not here to hurt anyone. That's literally his job. He bolted past the protagonist and drove the blade in, stabbing. Kara drove her fist into his chest with everything she had, and the protagonist froze mid-step, totally baffled. Then Kara shot into the sky and vanished. It tore away from his shoulder, and he froze in confusion, because the boy staring back had eyes burning with something inhuman. Kara was sprawled on the ground, completely knocked out. MC crumpled to the ground, gripping his bleeding wound with both hands. The kid tore through the bags, grabbed a sword, then blurted out, "This one's the spare royal sword." He could stash the rest of the clothes as a real gift, something he'd carry straight into the next world. The kid shot up from his knees, slid his sword back into its sheath, spun to Isaac and demanded, "So you're in our party now, right?" The leader flashed a nasty grin and snapped back, "Of course he was." The protagonist stared at his friend, stunned out of his mind. Refusing to accept that he could have betrayed him like that, they spun around and bolted for the exit, and the protagonist watched them vanish in. Stunned and totally confused, wait, is this really true? How did everything spiral into this disaster? Fenrir's roar slammed in behind him. MC saw Amy sprint past him, begging and pleading as she ran, begging her to forgive him as she walked away. Rock just watched her walk away. Remember how not long ago they'd sworn loyalty to each other and vowed to grow stronger, no matter what. They all threw themselves into becoming stronger together, Kara said. She told him she trusted him with her life and begged him to protect her. Amy told them their whole team only exists because he made it happen. She thanked him and then boom, what happened to them after that? Why did it all fall apart like this? And why didn't he even see the tears streaming down his face? Streaming down his face, the protagonist suddenly clocked that a Fenrir crept up behind him, yanked its jaws open, and unleashed a roar so terrifying it made his blood run cold. Even with everything going on right now, the protagonist said he just couldn't bring himself to stay mad at them. Suddenly, Lucky burst into a human voice and slammed the truth. How cruel people really are. Sacrificing one of them just to save his own skin is downright vile, and when he goes down, he'll be gone in a blink. No pain, no suffering. MC stood there frozen, because Fenrir just spoke those words and the impact hit like a punch. With mortal danger breathing down his neck, he snapped his gaze to his opponent and blurted out in stunned amazement. Fenrir can talk like a human, and it's terrifyingly real. With his mouth already set to swallow his prey, he froze, gaping in stunned disbelief. Then, still baffled, he snapped at MC, "Do you even understand what I'm saying?" "Why what?" The protagonist shot back like he already knew the question would bite, and somehow that answer felt right even if he couldn't explain why. He couldn't help but wonder, was this happening because he'd somehow unlocked one of his holy beast-tamer skills? Lucky clocked that was true, and instead of backing down, he surged forward, because now he was free and the fight was still his. Ducking a fight might have helped him burn time, so the protagonist threw back a counter. No way, not in the slightest. He would. Fenrir kicked off the moment he realized he'd only beg for his freedom. Started persuading him, begging him to come play with him, because staying stuck on this floor was unbearably boring. He can't even break free. Just for a second, the MC flashes through what their messed up game would do to them. He figured he wouldn't want to die before the fun even started, and honestly, that made his next move clear. He yanked out a thing he had for Fenrir, like a prize he couldn't hold back any longer. Isaac yanked his breastplate out of his bag and offered it up like a lucky charm. Lucky enough to get to use it, he ripped the item up, hurled it into the air, and Lucky stared at the breastplate in shock, but pure instincts kicked in. Then it cut off as he froze mid-breath. He seized control, then he sprang forward and snatched it right out of the air. He spat it back into the protagonist's mouth, then right after, Then he demanded to know what he was up to, and the protagonist just sat there, dead silent, retossing the breastplate all over again. Lucky sprang after it and snagged it out of the air, then thrust the item into MC's hands, right on cue. Then he blurted, "I've got no idea what's happening, but this is seriously hilarious." Rock burst out laughing and shouted, "This is way too cool." And honestly, it paid off because when he was a kid, he learned how to properly take care of a dog. Kid, then it hit him. He blurted out Lucky's words and asked, "Wait, did you really say you couldn't get out?" Fenrir snapped his head and confirmed it. Then he pointed toward the stairs, nodding like, "This floor's entrance is sealed behind a brutal, impenetrable barrier." Floor, he couldn't crack it either. The protagonist muttered, "I see," then he collapsed. He slammed into crushing sadness and instant relief, then immediately wilted after he thought it through for himself. For a second, the protagonist leaned in and told him, "It's just a suggestion." But if he escaped this prison, would he really jump into an adventure with him? Fenrir stared at him, utterly shocked. Then he cackled the way only he could and said, "Man, that was a killer joke." But he wasn't against it at all. MC's jaw dropped at the thought. Wait, was he seriously saying that? Lucky shot back stunned because Fenrir didn't actually lie. Rock couldn't wrap his mind around it. Then out of nowhere, a voice slammed into his head. Fenrir told him he didn't want an enemy, he wanted a friend. Would he really befriend him? The protagonist froze in total shock because what he just heard it, and then mid-read about his own profession, it hit him. There was a line back then about a voice living in his head. And it warned that once this happened, whoever heard that voice would be forced to change. So that's what's going down right now. He wants to befriend Fenrir. Wait, Lucky's face suddenly lit up with. A blinding light flashed, and a voice roared that Fenrir had finally become his friend, because he'd nailed every single condition. He was about to get a key to the mini monster garden, and his monsters could finally transform. MC grinned as he thought it. Then he heard a whole storm of voices. A storm of questions raged in his head, like what would happen if this profession even had a real effect. Nobody really knows, so he had no clue what was happening, and then he thought maybe you should. Just wait, you're going to see what happens next. Rock glanced over, and there was Lucky grinning like he was bursting with power. Then the protagonist stepped in, introduced himself, and said it was awesome to finally meet him. Lucky shot back that it was great meeting him too, but he warned him not to keep calling him Fenrir, because that's the name of his. Then the species reveal hit hard. Our protagonist froze in shock and blurted, "I need a name, Fenrir Wing." She winked at him and flashed a smile. Yeah, now she'd let him pick a seriously cool name for him. MC paused for a beat, then slammed the name Lucky right into the conversation. Lucky, grinning from ear to ear, snatched the offer up without hesitation. Fenrir looked just as thrilled. With a triumphant hop, he blurted out, "What a cool name." Pure joy surged through him. Fenrir was jumping for pure joy when boom, a chest dropped from above, right as Rock stared in shock with this name. Gasping, you spotted an actual treasure chest, of course befriending a. Rending offenders like they were bosses, he went in swinging and asked. Curious about what's inside, the protagonist tears open the box. What he finds shocks him. The villain froze when he spotted a bracelet and collar so huge they looked unreal. Lucky stood there, and he just started to say luck. He blurted out, bursting with excitement, "This is so cool. That red collar is pure badass. Let him slap that collar on him and make it count." He complied at once and slipped the cover out of his grip, quick as lightning. He snapped the bracelet onto his wrist, then a voice in his head cut in and it just wouldn't stop. He told him the mini monster garden bracelet came packed with its own special power. He was equipped and he could slip into the garden or escape out of it anytime he wanted, which left the protagonist staring in shock. Surprised, then that voice hit again. He stared at the bracelet, totally thrown off, and his thoughts tripped over the words. What? What the hell is a mini monster garden supposed to be? Then, out of nowhere, the dial clicks and a sphere swings into view, showing the house and garden like you're peeking through a tiny world. Visible, the protagonist blurted, shocked, "Is this it?" Lucky whipped his gaze to his friend. He pulled him aside and asked what was wrong, then promised he'd show him, step by step, how it was really done. Then Rear nudged the button on his bracelet with his nose, like he was daring it to work. A blazing stream of light erupted, tearing through the darkness like a warning from the heavens. With a ruthless snap, it burst out of the bracelet and dragged Fenrir straight inside the sphere. The protagonist shot his friend a worried look and blurted, "Hey." He radios back, "Yeah, I'm good, perfectly fine." That was wild, so now let him try to jump in too. The protagonist hesitated for half a heartbeat, then snapped his eyes shut and closed it. He shut his eyes and swore he was about to slip into the garden. Before he even had time to react, he got yanked in without warning, and suddenly he was standing inside the. Right here, staring him in the face, was a sturdy, simple house. Nothing fancy, but built like it meant business. A strange pocket of space ringed them like a shield, and the protagonist couldn't stop. But then bam, this place hit him with such a weird lullaby vibe that his eyes started drooping. And from what he could see, it looked like. It didn't look roomy at all, but the air felt right. Weather was holding steady, and if they ever needed extra space to stash stuff, this would work. He turned this humble hut into a warehouse, and inside, among the magical treasures, were items that could yank you straight into another dimension. For storing items, but he'd never seen one that let acquaintances step inside too, so Lucky yawned and quizzed him. So what are they supposed to do? The MC froze for a second, then snapped, even S-rank adventures won't be headed anywhere today. It would be awesome if you could snag a few more monsters like Lucky, Rhea said, and then she started gathering them. Gathering comrades, huh, that sounds awesome. He could promise him he'd bring backup. Other people like him were dreaming the same thing, breaking free from their cages. Rock nodded and said, yeah, that can happen. But then he warned that it wouldn't start happening until they first. First, he had to break free from this floor, so he climbed up and mounted his friend, and they sprinted ahead, Lucky. He grabbed his attention and warned him to hold on with everything he had. Gasping at Fenrir's insane speed, the protagonist managed to thank him. He added with real gratitude, I can't thank you enough, and he thought, like always, of course this is exactly how Fenrir would do it. They racked up all that ground on foot in no time at all, and if they kept going like this, they'd be there in a flash. Then they hit the barrier, pushed through, and the stairs would finally shoot them out. He grabbed Lucky and told him. To reach the entrance on the right, he turned, then Rear snapped at him, asking why they had to go that way. The opening straight ahead was the quickest shot to the destination, but the protagonist warned him, step that way and a swarm of monsters would crush them, so he pushed to dodge any pointless fights. Lucky shot back that he got every single detail, and he admitted with real relief that having a guy like him around made him genuinely happy. Right beside him, they whipped around to the right, then, just like that, At last, the protagonist froze in terror when he spotted a pile of dead monsters. He called out to Lucky to stop, then Fenrir pressed him what? This time the battlefield was littered with monster corpses, rock and ash. They said monster parts could be sold for cash. Some of the pieces could even be turned into food. Lucky blurted out in pure shock, practically drooling at the thought of all the mouth-watering food he was about to get to try. He went for it and hit the button to activate his skill. And he built a storage facility, following the command stack to stack the dead. The crushed monster parts were hauled into the storage facility. Fenrir stared in shock and blurted, amaze. Whoa, when did he learn to stash stuff like that? The protagonist snapped back, writing it right onto his own back. Lucky immediately shot a look his way like, oh, so this is doable, because he could somehow feel it was possible right there. Interest MC caught his look and suggested, so did he actually try moving those monsters into storage himself? Fenrir grinned as he slammed his paw into the monster's body and sent it reeling with a savage follow. And barked the command stack stepped in, then he completely misread how strong he was. Fenrir lunged in and crushed what he was about to stack, and the protagonist froze, because his friend's strength was terrifying. Fenrir's face burned as he muttered that it was his fault and that he'd just used way too much power. This time he'll slice in with the tip of his claw and keep the materials safe from a single scratch. With a cautious click of his claw, he tapped the object, then barked the command stack. They went back again and still nothing worked. The monsters' bodies shattered into tiny pieces and both of them froze in pure shock. When the chaos finally died down, the allies stared at the shattered bodies, and then the protagonist, totally baffled, blurted out. Yeah, look, since he knows how crucial it is to gather materials from monsters, he just needs to remember one thing, don't hurt them. Lucky was furious about what happened, and the MC snapped his gaze at the entrance and said, all right, they've got to be ready to crack the real problem, because this lucky break won't last. Lucky pressed his hand to the barrier, and still, it didn't budge or spark a thing. He looked crushed like, seriously upset, and then he snapped, okay, this is gonna be strong. He just shook his head and said he can't push any farther, like it was painfully clear from the start. He swallowed the ache that it was over way too soon, but man, he'd had a blast. The protagonist stared at him, totally baffled, then fired back with a fierce don't quit yet, like they weren't letting him fall that easily. Now let him dive straight into the miniature monster garden. Martin Fenrir blurted, eyes blazing, I'm going after it, as if his hope could pull him forward. So they were slipping past the barrier. Rock slammed the button on his end and triggered the system. On his bracelet, he yanked the teleport trigger and popped his friend straight into the tiny garden. He froze right there, rolling up. He tugged up his sleeves, looked like he meant business, and said, all right, time to give this a shot. Cry if you have to, but that doesn't mean they'll make it through safe, because this barrier is brutal and unforgiving. Powerful, he reached out and wondered, can we really make it through? Then somehow it all worked out perfectly smooth and the MC slipped through. He slipped right through the barrier with zero resistance, then sprinted up the stairs and teleported Fenrir back. Lucky practically beamed as he told the protagonist, I did it, and you could feel the victory in every word. They burst out of the dungeon without a single problem, right as the allies walked out behind them. Fenrir let out a wild howl of pure joy, and the protagonist grinned like he couldn't believe it, thinking this is it. That it was what everyone expected from him. So Lucky stepped in, thanked him, and admitted he never even thought he'd be able to. He finally found a way out of the dungeon, and he couldn't wait for their next journey together. MC fired back, same for me. He really hoped Fenrir and the others would finally click, so he shot out his fist toward him. But Lucky, remembering the story with while the monster bodies kept their distance, refusing to let a single one touch it. Watching it with his paw, but the protagonist clenched on with his grip anyway, refusing to let go of his fist, and Fenrir hesitantly lifted his paw, while the protagonist barely tapped him. He pressed his nose to it and grinned. Right there he made his first real friend, Fenrir. As they finally rolled into Kronto's royal capital, they headed straight to the Adventurers Guild. Every single inhabitant froze in shock when they laid eyes on Fenrir. Its size was so massive it felt unreal. The protagonist admitted it with a sheepish grin, like of course that was exactly what would happen. Right then adventurers burst in, panicked and shrieking, "You've got to protect the Adventurers Guild." And out of the shadows, a massive gray wolf came crashing into view. It's about to strike the protagonist. Then wait, he rushes in to calm them down, shouting that they've completely misunderstood because it's his familiar, but the adventurers were locked in. MC muttered, their fists clenched and ready to go. "They're ignoring me, what am I supposed to do now?" Right then Rika, the administrator, burst out from. He pushed himself out of the guild, stunned and baffled. "Wait, what's happening? What does all of this even mean?" The girl clocked the protagonist right away and broke into a friendly greeting, cheering him on for coming back. And when he answered, he did it with a smile that lit the whole moment up. He smiled like a kid, so happy to see her, and Rika blinked, totally confused. Wasn't he supposed to be exploring the flame of? How did they pull off the destruction dungeon with their squad? And when she spotted Lucky, she blurted, amazed, that he looked like a gigantic dog. Meanwhile, Fenrir was all smiles, welcoming everyone like a perfect host. Rock snapped back, swearing it wasn't a dog at all. It was his familiar, his loyal companion. Fenrir, Lucky's tail went wild as he wagged and greeted the girl. Rika froze in shock because the one from the stories was looking right at her. She beamed at the protagonist, blurted out her congratulations, and practically overflowed with joy, because he'd finally earned the title of a true tamer. The adventurers and the villagers all gasped at once, shock rippling through the crowd. "Tamer, you've got to be kidding." He actually managed to tame Fenrir with his own hands. At that exact moment, Lucky yawned wide, like he'd just hit the perfect window to let sleep steal a slice of his day. Rika pulled the protagonist inside, demanded he register his friend, and ordered him to follow right behind her. When the MC strutted into the guild, Fenrir, right in front of the stunned crowd, Phillies curled up in a tiny ball like she was bracing for impact. Rika finally dozed off, and after a bit she nudged Rock and told him it was all good, she'd already finished registering. The protagonist shot her a heartfelt thanks, and suddenly every single person in the room stared at him, their faces showing everything from shock to curiosity. The girl pressed him, asking what happened to the rest of his group, and the antagonist blinked in shock. Weren't they back already? Rika nodded, and MC just stood there looking totally confused like, oh my. He told the receptionist the kid had stabbed him with a knife, then ditched him in the dungeon, and he was certain everyone was back by now. Rika blurted out in pure shock, "He said those kids stabbed him, so tell me, is he okay now?" The protagonist answered with a grin, "Kid's blade was smashed in half, so none of those hits killed him." The girl blurted, stunned, and the protagonist froze because that earlier rumor was real. Then he leaned in and asked what she meant. Rika said this rumor had been floating around since Kid was just getting started as an adventurer. He even teamed up with a crew of B-rank adventurers and charged straight into the flames of destruction. But then, it all crashed down into failure. Only he and one other survivor made it back. Afterward, a nasty rumor tore through the crowd. People swore Kid had thrown his friends under the bus, using them as bait to slip out of that dungeon. Rock, still seething over what he'd done to him, figured if it was that guy, then he'd probably pulled the same move again. The girl questioned him, so why was he the one getting targeted this time? The protagonist just couldn't shake the awkward feeling of trying to talk, but he didn't want to, but he had to, so he shot back an answer. Maybe it was because he was the most useless guy there. Richa looked at him, utterly confused, and demanded to know what he was talking about, because she was certain he was the most important member of. At the party, the protagonist gawked at her like she'd lost her mind, because what on earth was she even talking about? He was useful. The girl shot back, "Really?" Rock snapped, totally thrown off. But whatever he did for that party, it still couldn't. No one did it to him. The truth, they didn't even get far into the dungeon before he got kicked out. The dungeon, the receptionist's jaw dropped. This was real, right now. No way could he seriously be expecting someone else to do his job. That was nothing but a straight-up lie. If that party hit rank S, it was because he was there, plain and simple, so tell me, how could he? How did a mess this huge even happen? She fumed that if it were true, then their party would. MC froze, totally confused. Wait, demoted to rank B? Like, they can't just kick someone out of rank S, right? Don't underestimate their individual fighting power. Rika shot back, yeah, maybe so, but betraying your own party member shatters the guild rules and can't be brushed aside, so the fact that they still haven't come back from the dungeon. So the protagonist finally admitted, disappointment and all, that it proves just how damn capable they really are. Honestly, Amy and the others were still with Kid in the dungeon, stuck there while they wondered why he hadn't returned yet, and the memories of his ominous presence kept creeping in. That cold, ominous glare, and his sick talent for tossing his own friends in as bait. The protagonist ran outside. Rika understood his intentions. She called his name and promised that if he turned around and lent them a hand, they just might. They're really about to screw him over again, huh? Rock admitted maybe he was right, but all he cared about was getting their stuff back. He didn't come clean to the girl, because really they were his childhood friends. The receptionist snapped back an answer, and somehow she understood exactly what he needed. I got it, then I stared at him, my heart aching. He bolted out the door, and right away he heard Lucky call out to him. Is he really about to leave? The protagonist stares. Staring at Fenrir, I was shocked to see his friends lined up with multiple kids piled on their backs. The protagonist asked, will you come with me too? And Lucky shot back, yeah, but I'll only tell him one thing. Not once, they betrayed him and they'll do it again. Rock shot back, and that was the moment it clicked. He got it and he'd already known. So this was the final time. After this, he'd never help them again. The allies exchanged tense glances, silently sizing each other up. MC couldn't help but grin as the kids swung on Fenrir's braided mane like it was a giant playground swing. He told him, I know you've already made your choice, so I'm not going to change your mind, but I'm not letting you walk away by yourself either. The kids waved goodbye with bright smiles and the strong hope they'd see each other again. Lucky. Lucky wagged his tail like he owned the place, and the protagonist leapt right onto him. He leapt onto his back, and they bolted ahead so fast it felt like the wind itself couldn't keep up. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Kid was screaming at his allies like, are you idiots? They didn't have a map of the area, so why couldn't they remember how they got there? Isaac cut him off and barked at him to shut his mouth, and even after that, he couldn't remember where any of it came from either. Kara straight up told them Rock was riding with them, ready to guide them through the dungeon. Amy's voice cracked as she let out a sad sigh, then Kid erupted in pure blazing fury. Were they really S-rank, because their attacks were faltering right before our eyes? Isaac seethed. What did he think he was doing saying that? They'd come here from the 10th floor. Stop whining non-stop, because he can't even grip his weapon right. Stop flexing your hero stories. Kid just couldn't come up with a single thing to fire back. So he huffed in pure rage, muttering that they'd taken a supposedly shorter shortcut same as the last time, so it's just like, why would they do that, right? So why did they keep running into endless hordes of monsters? What was going on with him anyway? He swore the monsters would wear out the deeper they pushed, but it felt like the whole world was getting harder, so he snapped and cursed. So what are they supposed to do next? Isaac let out a heavy sigh at last and told the team to take a short break, then he added that they'd drop down to the 4th floor in no time, because once they got there, the monsters would. They'll be weaker, so they have to hold the line. Then the leader turns to Kit and asks. Kid checked if his spare sword was still razor-sharp and solid, then the boy started braiding his hair. Brazenly snapped back that he should stop worrying about anyone else's blade and start watching his own sword. Since he kept using it non-stop, his eyes snapped to Isaac's weapon and burst out in total shock. How is this sword still in perfect condition? The leader shot back that he grabbed it from a shop just down the street, and get this, not a single rust spot or scratch ever showed up on it. What a gorgeous blade! Kid whipped around to the girls and demanded they bare their staffs the moment they gave in. He scrutinized their weapons to a T and then told him, bewildered as hell, how is this even possible? How did he end up teaming up with me? Teamed up with a crew of complete idiots. Isaac's indignation burned like a wildfire. Let him pick his words. Those kids started yelling at them in pure confusion. Do they really not get it like at all? They managed to survive this whole time only because that assistant's divine protection kept them safe. There's no way they could have hit S-rank in under 3 years. Isaac frowned, totally baffled, and demanded, what are you talking about with the basket? He'll slam the truth into him, how they clawed their way up the ranks and pulled off an S-rank. Kid snapped furious, that's not a basket, it's divine protection, and the crowd couldn't stop him as he pushed on. You can only get it if a magic caster is there, because their sword and staffs can't be harmed or tainted. That skill is pure power, like a secret weapon that sharpens your allies' basic abilities, and they've been protected by divine grace this entire time. But not once did they thank the protagonist, and without him they'd still be lost out at sea. Ranked every single one of them, Isaac and the girls stood there together. Stood frozen like lightning just ripped through him, and the truth was, had never even crossed their minds. Then the leader stared at the adventurer like, wait, how's that even possible? Wait, what's happening? He's saying they only climbed to S rank because the protagonist carried the whole damn thing. He remembered their very first training sessions. Every time the teacher showered him with praise, and Isaac could even hear the coach telling him. He had to stay rock solid like diligence was his whole life. Yeah, it's always been that way. This dude stayed one step ahead of him, always, right up until the moment he wasn't even in the party anymore. He blurted out that he'd never buy that as the reason they pushed this far. Amy shot him a furious stare and called him out by name. Kid snapped, shooting him a look like, you're wrong, then cursed under his breath and huffed like, what a pain this guy is. He whipped around to Kara and demanded, so tell me, how many more spells can you throw? She told him one time then again, about each party member, like she had to get every detail out before the night ended. Kid turned to Amy and demanded the same answer. She promised she could bottle magic inside herself, so even without a full arsenal, she'd still stay lethal in the fight. So the adventurer clocked it. Was that really right? He finally understood her. He figured that if they wanted to make it up to the 4th floor, they'd have to shove through 5 orange ants first, and only then could they. They'd better call in their allies for backup, because once they had every detail, charging straight in was a disaster waiting to happen. Kid snapped his head to Kara and demanded she heal each of them, just once, and then they were moving. Isaac would charge at the front, with the mage right on his heels. Then the healer and he'd plant themselves in the back, standing guard over the. He spun toward the rear, scanned his allies, and fired off a question. Kara asked them point-blank if they were all on board with his arrangement. Sarah snapped her staff to life and gave him her answer. She understood, and not a single soul dared to object to the adventurer. Everyone got ready to go, then Kid grinned and said, okay. Don't look back. Everyone knew they were about to smash right through. Orange ant surged toward them, and right then, Kid yanked his sword out and rammed it straight into Kara's back. The girl choked on a gasp, froze in total confusion, and crumpled to the ground as Kid, with a sly grin, he thanked her for mending them, then made it clear they didn't need her anymore. He couldn't afford to lose her. He was over the moon that she'd agree to bait them and create a real shot for their escape. Kara pushed herself up and stared at her comrade as he vanished into the distance. And then it hit him, no way, this can't be real. Where do they think they're going without her? She had to scream for them to stop, don't abandon her, don't, but her. Her strength crumbled and her voice came out barely a whisper, and neither of them, Isaac or Amy, so much as turned around. They hadn't even gotten the whole story yet when the ants started closing in on her. Kara flipped onto her back and let out a blood-curdling scream the moment she saw it. No way. When the team finally hit the 4th floor, they stopped dead because they saw that. Kara was gone from their side and Kid didn't hold back. He told them straight up what he'd done and why. Why? Isaac snapped with rage. Why did you cut Kara down? Tell me. And the adventurer tried to talk his way out of it. There was no choice. This sacrifice had to happen for them to live, so don't you worry about what went down here. Here no one would ever know because they were still trapped in the dungeon, and Isaac couldn't help but grumble. But that's not what he meant. Kid smirked and said, of course. They even dropped the truth. His allies were accomplices too, and then it all spilled from there. They blurted out in shock, wait, what are you even talking about? The kid told them having this servant is a huge win for you, especially after you betrayed a man like that. Isaac and Amy stared at him baffled, like his very presence was supposed to prove they were in on it. He split a blue ant in half and winced, that hurts like hell. Then snapped, why did I ever agree to team up with these useless losers? Don't even let them dream about cooperation later. Isaac is out there fighting monsters too. Snapped back and told him to shut his mouth, because deep down he wasn't as strong as he bragged. Claims, he whipped his sword left and right, snapped in rage and cursed, shouting out loud. Why are his attacks bouncing off the monsters? They're supposed to be weaker on the 4th floor, so what's going on? Those dumb blue ants, they used to be a cakewalk, now they're suddenly a nightmare to deal with. Kid shot him a look and said they'd been shielded by divine protection the entire time. But not a single one of them ever thanked him, and now they're stuck at rank C all because Isaac. Isaac stared at the monsters closing in and snapped a curse again, 2 of them. He got swarmed by all of them, and right in that moment, he just couldn't keep up. Right then, the protagonist burst onto the scene, right on his friend's back. Lucky shattered the monsters into every direction, sending them flying like chaos itself had been unleashed. He raked his claws through the instructions, ripping every line apart. Kid, Isaac, and Amy stared in disbelief as the protagonist finally stepped into view. The leader stared at him in shock. Didn't he have to die? MC grinned, nodded back, and then came sprinting straight out of hell, like the boy was about to. Cursed foully, Lucky snapped and asked his master if he should kill them, as long as they were in they. We're trapped in the dungeon and nobody'll ever know who took them out, right? Kid glitch. Fenrir and the protagonist got hit with a hard glare, and then Amy snapped her gaze to the protagonist and demanded answers. Asked him to save Kara, then warned her ass was still trapped on the 5th floor. MC shot Wilderment a furious look. What was she even talking about? Because it wasn't a mystery to anyone. They did all of this just to hurt you. Number 2, Kid shot back with sarcasm because they had no other way out. To stay alive, they had to pay a price, and Rock didn't mince words, calling them scum. Scum Lucky just stared in shock and muttered, how absurd. They backstabbed him, then somehow, they had the nerve to ask him for help anyway. Help? Seriously, how annoying is that? Apparently they still don't think about what they're doing. And the protagonist. Paganist scowled, slapped his friend on the back, and barked that it was time to go. Fenrir bared a grin. What a genuinely good-natured guy, right? Suddenly he clocked the backpack and flinched. What in the world was that smell? If I'm not losing my mind, that dress is Kara's. So what in the world is lying on top of that backpack? Backpack? Then the protagonist shot back, perfume. Fenrir's shoulders slumped with a heavy sigh as he said, He finally gets it, and they all bolt forward. Amy watched them go, torn between hope and crushing shame. Lucky, she thought, like that even mattered. Luck and the protagonist crashed onto the 5th. He hit the floor and started smashing monsters like they were nothing. Sisters saving Kara, and after a while the protagonist let out a shaky breath and muttered, there are way too many of them. He glanced at his friend, who was getting pummeled by the monsters, and realized that the scent of blood was baiting him in, like a call he couldn't ignore. He dragged the ants out of their nests and hauled them right here. Even with Lucky's raw power, it still wasn't enough. There were just too many of them, and the current moment made it worse. With his friend right beside him, Lucky felt unshakable, and then the monsters started swarming his body. MC clenched the hilt of his blade harder, bolted toward his friend's side, and it felt like Wing was about. A powerful new force had surged through him, then he clenched his fists, lightning in his veins, and tore into his opponent. With masterful skill. After a while, both of them spun around and stared because everything was simply piled. Dead monsters everywhere, just piled up like the fight was over. Lucky caught the signs and knew they'd nailed it, then he spun around. He grinned, shooting him a look as the guy praised those insane stunts he'd pulled off mid-battle. And he shot back, saying he'd noticed it too. This was the first time he'd ever fought this way. Then, right after those words, the protagonist mashed his fist right onto his friend's nose, and you could feel it. They were truly a killer team. Then he whipped his head around again, realizing the only thing left was finding Kara. Fenrir froze for a heartbeat, twisted his body to the side and blurted out. Said, there's a man named Kara right there, MC. Rushed toward it, then the girl lay there helpless. Lay amid a sea of dead ants, blood raining down from her. Her mouth hung open, but there was absolutely no sign of life. Her face was deathly pale, and Rock said her name with a heavy regret, so much so that even Lucky couldn't shake the uneasiness. The protagonist suddenly remembered how Kara once leaned in and asked him what he thought of the potion she'd already prepared it, and back then he told her, this is gonna blow minds, like a guarantee, an excellent restoration potion, the kind that would stun everyone. He even bet on it. Kara lit up with that satisfied smile. He jumped in to help her, and when they finished, boom, everything worked perfectly. Thank you, he said. And now he yanked the potion off his person, crouched low, and held it tight, ready for whatever came next. He crouched beside her, hauled her up, and said that. He blurted that he was so sorry he didn't make it in time. Time ran out. He tipped the healing drink into the girl's mouth and told her thanks. Because of her, he finally brewed a restoration potion, but Kara still wouldn't wake, not even a little. Rock burst into tears, scooped her into a hug, then cursed and shouted like his heart couldn't take it. He's not the one who should be boasting, he should be the one grateful to her. Lucky stared at his friend, and you could see the pity in his eyes. Suddenly the girl choked, coughed, and barely her breath came back. Snapping back to her senses, she yanked herself away from the protagonist. Staring at him in total shock, he blurted, why are you here? And the MC just grinned. Mild smiled through it all. So she's alive? Kara blinked, totally lost. Wait, so she's not in heaven? She stared at the protagonist and blurted out an apology, because she'd left him behind. She knew she couldn't rewrite what she'd already done, but she still pushed through and asked. He begged for her forgiveness, then snapped that it didn't matter anymore. She was dead, and now they had to face what was coming. Kara stared at him, utterly lost. What are you talking about? The protagonist jabbed a finger at Fenrir and told her she wasn't just some beast. She was the gatekeeper of hell, and they were about to face her no matter what. Kara stared at the guy like he'd just won a mystery lottery, confusion crashing over her. Then she demanded answers all over again. Fenrir grinned, then she crumpled and blacked out on the floor again. Rock had no clue what was happening. Lucky tried to answer him, and before he could react, she fainted, and then he was just stammering. He was convinced their gatekeeper was a Cerberus. MC was shocked, then nodded along like, yeah, that's exactly what it is. Then after all that, he pushed them to head back to the city, apologized to his friend, and asked if he could take care of him. Kara got to ride Fenrir's back just once, only after he finally agreed, and it was only for this one run. For Rock only, the protagonist was so moved by his words that he reached out and thanked him right then. He didn't see it coming, his familiar just hit him with something so sweet. And then suddenly, he spotted a hole in the wall and swore it was the entrance to a whole nest of orange ants. Lucky snapped in surprise. What was he even going to say? Fenrir sniffed the air like he knew something. He sniffed again, then burst out, "Delicious eggs. Man, I've got to find out how tasty they are." He bolted ahead and the protagonist barked at him to wait. Then the allies finally rushed inside, and yep, there were tons of eggs waiting there. The MC froze in shock. Were those orange ant eggs? He leaned in for a closer look. Right as he leaned in, he clocked it. One of them looked totally different. Plus, it looked like someone had shattered every other one in one sudden, explosive move. Suddenly, the egg Rock picked out started to crack, and the rest followed suit too, all at once. As if on cue followed suit, a swarm of tiny ants erupted into view then. Then bam, something struck, and the protagonist's world flipped on its head. A wave of ants barrels toward him, and they start chanting, "Daddy." The protagonist couldn't make heads or tails of what was happening, and Lucky was about to explain. He just couldn't get the words out fast enough. He pushed back their return trip because he could feel it. Something was coming, and he knew there would be. "So you mean there'll be women outside, right?" the MC asked. He pressed him for answers, totally lost, like, "Wait, what are you even talking about?" A voice in his head cut in, "Looks like the young." A bunch of young orange ants tried to befriend him, and he'd actually let them in friends for real. Rock was completely thrown off, and right then the voice in his head came roaring back. But just recently, they'd wiped out a whole bunch of orange ants, and now it still looked like it would be a nightmare. Not after all they'd been through, he couldn't just leave them here alone. He snapped back at the voice. "Okay. All right," he nodded and agreed, and then that voice hit him with the order. From now on, the orange ants would be hidden. His familiars, then boom, those young ants snapped into young girls, looking eerily alike. He looked like one of the crowd, and the protagonist couldn't believe it. He just stared, stunned by how real they seemed. A voice snapped that they were about to be hauled off to a tiny world with monsters. In the monster garden, the ant girls vanished, and the protagonist just stared at the spot where they'd been a second ago, totally baffled. He told Fenrir to sprint over and check the mini monster garden, then begged him, "Please, take care of it for me." Lucky leaned in and promised he'd take care of Kara, no ifs, no buts. He shut his eyes and boom, was yanked straight into a tiny living garden. The voice hit him with the news. Ever since he befriended the Sixu monsters, now he can upgrade his tiny monster garden, and they hand him the chance right there. You're tossed a brutal menu of upgrades. Pick a hut, stake out a tiny river, claim a small pond, unlock spatial expansion, or plant a fruit tree. A tree stood beside a tiny sea, then a vegetable field stretched out past a mine and straight up to the mountain, while the MC grinned to himself like, "Upgrades, yep." For starters, he decided to crank things up and upgrade the river. Yeah, it was something totally new. He raked in everything, river and pond, the lonely hut, and even the fruit tree. He realized that if he widened the boundaries of this dimension, the vegetable field kept stretching wider, and every single thing he picked lit up under a blazing glow. Then everything snapped into a better reality. Then the protagonist blurted, totally stunned. It really had grown bigger just like that suddenly. Out of nowhere, he spotted the transformed ants ripping into monster carcasses right beside him. Rock was stunned out of his mind. He blurted, "Wait, weren't you orange ants back then? So what are you doing now?" So what are they doing? One girl steals the spotlight. A tiny crown sits on her head, and she goes by Patra. The moment she spots him, she bursts out, "Daddy S here." They're sorting the materials from the monsters he just wiped out, and the protagonist blurts out in awe, "Wow, I never thought they could pull something like this off." "Like that," Patra shot back, "that's their specialty." Then she tilted her head and smiled, "Good girl, right?" She patted her head, praised her, and then he thought, why isn't he her real dad? "Daddy, yeah, but honestly that's not even that bad." He couldn't help but wonder. "I couldn't stop asking why this kid was rocking a tiara, like she was more special than everyone else, or something else was going on." Orange ants swarmed around him and he barked in his own head, "Now isn't the moment to rest." Rock turned to the ants and told them to trust him. He was counting on every last one of them, and the ants promised, "We've got you." They could handle everything. After that, MC ripped himself back to his world where Lucky greeted him with pure joy. He was back. And then this nightmare crashed in, the protagonist. The antagonist snapped at him, trembling with dread. What happened? What happened to Kara?" And his voice cut off with a stammer, "Fen-F." Fenrir's voice cracked with panic as it told him the eggs had hatched to nothing, and he didn't even get one single taste. He let out a laugh and told them, "For real, he's that sorry." Then he cut the moment short, "All right, when it's over. As soon as he's done, he's gonna spoil him with something delicious." And just like that, Lucky's mood flips on a dime. He blurts out, all smiles really. Finally, Rock clicked into place. Then, for some reason, the weight in his chest lifted a bit, and after a while, the allies rolled into the kingdom's capital and slammed to a stop right in front of the guild building. Then the protagonist quickly apologized to Lucky. And he said Fenrir would have to wait here again. Fenrir nodded, agreeing without a fight. Then out of nowhere, a fresh wave of stunned people surged in and circled him again. The protagonist hoisted Kara and burst into the guild. Right then, Kid was just seconds away from being a. He pushed the truth straight into Rika's heart. This wasn't his doing and it had nothing to do with him. It was all about their party and Isaac was standing right nearby. They snapped irritably, because this wasn't some random problem, it was all about them, all about their friends, so why in the world should they be the ones stuck handling it? Right there the receptionist cut in, that's all I can say. So Mr. Rock ordered them to wait while he went off and that was it. Right after that, the protagonist sat Kara down and fired off a question, what happened? And everyone immediately whipped their heads toward him. Rika blurted, beaming everything's fine now. And yet Kid and Isaac just kept shrugging off every word he claimed. He blurted it out and the kid stared in shock, shaking his head like it was all a misunderstanding and nothing had ever happened. Closed in on him and like a real friend blurted out how amazing it was. The guild tossed out some wild accusations, so could he finally step up and explain everything clearly for real? MC leaned in and asked if he was saying they were having issues on the 4th floor, especially since they were S-ranked or was he talking about that moment they used Kara's bait, then cut her up on the 5th? Was he talking about the floor, or was he really pointing to that moment he stabbed him while? As he fought his way out of Fenrir, the kid's face flushed, anger and pure fury exploding in his eyes until they turned dark with rage. Isaac snapped at Rock, furious that he had no clue what he was talking about. The kid barked at his ally to cool it, then swung his attention straight toward the protagonist. He laid it into him. Being booted from an S-ranked party didn't give him the right to lie through his teeth and throw out fake accusations. And he had no proof, right? The protagonist froze, stunned. How could this guy sell a lie with that innocent face? He'd only asked his opponent. Proof? The kid threw his arms wide, grinned at him and basically said, that's it. Tell me, doesn't he realize it's messed up to accuse someone with zero proof? With the evidence laid out, Amy sat there, eyes dropped to the floor, and she didn't say a single word. Kid kept going, and yeah, since he's a hero, he'd better storm right up to the king and tell him everything. Rico just stood there looking totally lost. Then a couple of burly guys crossed their arms, glaring hard at Rock like they were daring him to speak. The adventurer kept pushing MC back onto the rock, so now the real question is, does he? Does the protagonist finally get what he's saying, like do it click in his head? Rage and shock hit him so hard he couldn't even come up with an answer to that shameless lie. Lies and insolence. Then with grit blazing in his chest, the protagonist finally blurted, I am. Alright, fine, let them give him one more chance. He grabbed the kid's sword. He pressed it onto his wound, and the adventurer snapped in irritation. What the hell? Rock snapped. It lines up with the cut on his armor perfectly, so yeah, that's gotta count, right? Kids shrieked at him, pure rage in their screams. What the hell is he even talking about? He probably drove his own blade into himself just to cook up that lie. The boy spun toward Isaac for backup, begging him right. But Isaac narrowed his eyes and stayed completely silent as the kid grew even more. Even angrier now, he cursed foully to the bone. Then the protagonist demanded, how's he even supposed to explain Kara's condition? Only then did everyone finally spot the priest's girl. Amy slumped in her chair and she gasped, crying out his name, Joe. With joy crashing in and anxiety clawing at her, she dropped to her knees before him and he dropped to his knees pleading for forgiveness, while the girl sobbed, bitter tears streaming down her face. Yanked the hem of her ally's dress and snapped, this whole mess only happened because you didn't lift a finger to help her. Even though she's her friend, she's drowning in guilt, so sorry it hurts. The MC looks at those girls with pity and raw compassion. She let out a little chuckle and snapped that her death happened because she couldn't fight back, like they had nothing to do with it. The protagonist was blown away by the sheer audacity of it, and then rage hit him so hard he couldn't even breathe. How the hell could they do that? Wait, could this even have something to do with it? Didn't he literally stab her in the back? The kid just laughed and fired back. Seriously, then show me the proof, because you can't just trust a dead man's word. Right? The MC gaped in pure shock. Wows. He strode up to Kara and demanded she wake up, then pressed her hard. Was this the same guy who tried to kill her? Right? That girl kept up the act and stayed dead, and Rock leaned in like, I know you're just pretending you're only sleeping. He started shaking her hard, yelling at her to wake up already, and when Kara's eyes popped wide, she broke into a laugh and said, well, how cool. How wild is that? Amy froze in sheer shock at the surprise, and Kara teased as she slid the protagonist's hands out of hers. He was seriously terrifying. Then the girl yawned, stretched out, and greeted everyone with a bright good morning, while Amy finally settled back after recovering. Shocked out of her thoughts, he lunged toward her, wrapped her in a tight embrace, and blurted that it was the best news in the world she was alive. Kara squirmed in Rock's grip, snarling that she was going to kill her, while Rock stepped up and apologized to the girls, admitting he regretted dragging them into this mess while they were pinned down. He muttered this and told Kara to look over there, then jabbed a finger at the kids, stunned they were standing right in front of him, while rage and fear surged through his skin. Then his face went chalk white. Kara snapped, "Oh, kid." And with shaking fury she pointed at him, demanding how he had the nerve to slice her and use her as bait. He was nothing but a demon, an evil spirit with blood on his hands, a cold-blooded murderer. Everyone nearby gasped in shock, and Kid jerked back hard, terrified as all the adventurers closed in on him. He seethed, still calling himself a hero after all that, and the boy tried to defend himself, but Rika said sternly, "Such tactics are useless." Her witness testimony was all they needed. She laid out the charges one by one. He was assaulting his employees. Then betrayal hit and attempted murder followed. He abandoned his duty to save them, and when it all collapsed, he finally snapped and broke the rules to make it right. Of adventure, and at worst, he could lose his precious hero title. Kid's face flushed crimson with pure hatred, burning anger, and deadly fear as he cursed foully. The protagonist leaned toward the receptionist and asked, "So I can go, right?" And Rika answered, "Yes." "Yeah, absolutely, and tell Tim to keep cooperating so we can protect." Just as the protagonist spun to go, Isaac blurted his name and dropped to his knees in front of him, begging him for forgiveness. MC, completely stunned by what his former friend just did, froze and stared. Shocked, the guy admitted he knew he'd messed up, and that's why he kept asking for answers, because in the end he had no choice but to back the kid he was. He kept pressing him to explain himself, because he's still chasing that S-rank adventurer dream. MC stared at him, totally baffled, then let out a heavy sigh. With a defeated sigh, he fell silent for a beat, then finally spoke. He'd known all along that kid was plotting to kill him, hadn't he? Isaac was totally baffled and burst out this dumb little laugh like, "I have no clue what you're talking about." As soon as the kid tossed him aside, the protagonist claimed, "Relax, I'm in the party now, right?" He was 100% certain, because that meant his old friend had been trying to kill him the whole time. Isaac dug in his heels, no way, not even close. He won't let him get away with talking to him like that, because he knows exactly how deep his feelings go. He's the one who dragged him all the way up to S-rank. She shoved the brick aside in pure frustration and dropped her head. When she told Isaac, it was clear he didn't get it yet. Without Mr. Rock, their party would never have pulled off an S-rank. Isaac blurted, totally stunned. What Rick had just said was true. Rock isn't the only one with S-rank. He starts ranking everyone's abilities, and Isaac looks like he's only a C rank or maybe a B rank if you're being generous. Amy and Kara are left completely stunned. He froze in shock, then rushed to the receptionist and demanded, "Wait, is that really true?" "True?" Rika grinned at him and said, "Yeah." Then she hit him with an example. If he'd put together a party with an E-rank adventurer, the outcome would be. It would have ended the same either way. Isaac snapped at her to stop laughing at him. And then he realized she was a B-rank too, so yeah, the so-called idiot secretary was the problem. The secretary S lost in delusion, just shaking her head like it's all real, while the girl grinned and blurted, "Oh no, it's true." Isaac snapped, furious. Rage burning in his chest, they're pushing him into a fight. Because if Rock wins, he'll swallow any demotion, but if he loses, they'll swear it never happened, and the protagonist just grinned, telling him it'll be. You'd never expect him to suddenly drop that bomb, so Rika just smiled and said, "It's okay, it's okay." Alright, MC told her he hadn't teamed up with anyone in ages, and the girl fired back like, "So what are you waiting for? It's about time." A guild request drops in, let him team up with E-rank adventurers and prove he's got the skills. And yep, there's rewards waiting for him too. Rock realized this was his first request ever, at least since he'd finished that solo run. It's only a temporary party, so you've got nothing to worry about. He gives a firm yes. Rika practically beams as she thanks him, then whirls around to face Isaac, Amy, and Carl. Kara told them we'll throw down a challenge, but then admitted they couldn't, because he'd once been suspected of murder, and that's why he was treated like he was just a kid. Kid blurted, stunned and wide-eyed, "I can't participate." Years ago, back then, there was still no proof. At that exact moment, Aki whipped his hood back. Hood said he'd testify next, and then every single person, Kid included, just stared at the young man in pure shock. Aki leaned in and told Kid he belonged to the A-rank party called the Black Spear, then turned to him and said, "Don't tell him right now everything." Slipped his mind again. The adventurer snapped back, dead sure of it, he knows nothing. Aki claimed it was an extinction dungeon, and his friends nodded right along, convinced that scumbag Kid was behind it. He lunged in to help his friend, but nothing he did could save the day. So he stormed back into the city and blurted out the whole truth to everyone. But the nameless adventurer's tale couldn't even compete with the heroes, backed by people in the capital. Was nothing, so now he can only beg his friends for forgiveness, even if it's just for a moment, if only. Rika shot the kid a furious glare, and then right when it mattered, she told him to try harder. No matter how many connections he pulled, he still couldn't bury this evidence. The boy snapped, furious, insisting he never should have gotten roped into that tiny party in the first place. Isaac dragged him into the party, then his ally blurted, totally stunned, "What?" But his old friend didn't just insult him, he slashed him with the words, calling him a fake hero to his face. Hero Kid snapped back, seething with rage. Who cares? He spat because getting demoted from S rank, he wasn't about to tolerate that. So he could blurt out anything he wanted, like they wouldn't come for him, because the guild was absolutely ready to arrest him for something he couldn't even swallow. Still not thinking twice, he yanked his sword free and charged straight at the adventurers right beside him. Rock, stunned and furious, barked at him to stop cold, because why on earth was he trying to stir up even more trouble? Trouble erupted. The kid went hysterical, screamed at him to shut up, and demanded he stop talking to him. He doesn't do demotions, this one hits him out of nowhere. He lunged at Amy, snatched her, and pressed his sword right to her throat. Rock, shaking with horror, snapped, "Stop this right now," he begged, because they could still turn back to what life was before. Everyone in the room was staring in shock. No one believed a kid could pull off something like that. Amy grimaced, begged him to let her go. The guy snapped at her to shut her mouth, his anger blazing. Then he whipped around to everyone there and demanded they step aside. He couldn't stand it, and he sure as hell didn't want to be stuck with some stupid gift. Guilds, the protagonist fired back immediately. He got it all, so now he just had to cut the ties and let Amy go. She warned him move out of the way or she'd get killed, and the protagonist and everyone else would be next. They all got shoved apart, making a path to the exit, without a single one letting go of Amy's kid just so he could get through. The kid marched to the exit, told everyone, "We'll see each other again," and warned them, "Be careful, don't let yourselves get screwed." With that chilling promise, he bolted toward the exit, blade pressed to Amy's side, while Rock screamed her name in terror. Right then, chaos erupted. Everyone froze as the kid suddenly rocketed to the side and Amy crumpled to the ground, and the protagonist and everyone else sprinted for the exit, while Rock shouted her name. Name rushed over and asked if she was okay, while Lucky slid down beside the unconscious kid and Amy, who stayed sitting on the ground. The dog burst forward with a happy wag, and when he spotted the protagonist, the familiar leaned in and asked, "So how do you feel about all this?" About it, turns out it was worth every second, because he succeeded, and he made sure that traitor didn't explode under his papa's watch. Amy and everyone else froze, staring at Fenrir in shock, while MC grinned at his friend and thanked him for jumping in. That's how they almost pulled off a clean catch on the kid, until he fought back, raged out with curses, and spit out wishes for everyone to go to hell. To hell with it. Once again, the protagonist fired off his gratitude to Lucky for saving him in that system. Fenrir grinned and shot back just like before, "Everything's fine." The protagonist locked eyes with his former friends and dropped his shocking remark that they couldn't wait any longer. He looked them in the eye and said he handed them back their stuff, and Isaac snapped his eyes shut, didn't even spare it a glance. Amy dipped her head to the MC and begged him for forgiveness. She stayed planted, bowing so low it looked like she'd disappear, right up until Rock finally told her. He told her to stop. Then Isaac suddenly grabbed his head and regret flooded his voice as he admitted, "Good thing he knew there'd be no competition at all." Then he fixed his eyes on the protagonist and hit him with the truth. There was zero choice, so he dragged him back to their party. Was that all it had to be? The protagonist let out a heavy, deep sigh, and they sadly told him they wouldn't let him join the same party as them. Isaac snapped out in confusion and fury. What did he just say? Kara slammed to a stop in front of him and swore it was all true. Rock was the one who'd tasted that bitter truth. Rage and betrayal crushed him, so he decided he'd stay right there in the party with her. MC stared at her, totally thrown off, and blurted out in shock, "Wait, how could this possibly be?" If she really remembered abandoning him, he wouldn't be stuck in a party full of people like that. So the girl snapped, confused and furious, and let Isaac have it. Isaac snapped that it was all his fault. He was the one who dragged in a kid like that, and rage lit him up. Even she had said Rock was useless. Kara snapped back, "Yes, I said it, but that's not what I meant." Then the protagonist yanked his hands to his head, shut his eyes tight, and went, "Wait, what are you talking about?" Amy shot a look at her companions and told them to cut the bickering, because she already knew how they'd ended up right here. So they finally figured it out. Everything in that dungeon came down to Rock doing the heavy lifting, and they still refused to say it out loud. They just played dumb like it wasn't real, but deep down they knew every bit of this mess was on them. Isaac huffed with raw anger, while Kara stared down with a heavy, sad look. The protagonist called Amy's name with real gratitude, telling her he couldn't thank her enough for understanding him, and then Rika stepped in fast, de-escalating everything with a smile as she pointed out it was finally time to start the challenge. The protagonist blurted out an apology for making her wait, and Rika snapped back that it was fine until it wasn't that simple at all, because she pushed them to go over it again. Once again, they had to jot down a few challenge request details, and this one jumped from C to B difficulty. Isaac let out a chuckle and snapped, "What kind of low-level request is that?" Then his eyes narrowed. Had she forgotten they were S rank? Because there was no chance he'd lose. When Rock finally glanced at the request he'd just read, surprise hit him like a punch. Surprise, he cracked open rainbow dragonfly egg treasures, and they spilled fresh green emeralds everywhere. They needed molds, wyvern scales, claws, or fangs. No excuses, they had to grab at least one within a week. It looked easy at first, but that last item was a trap, so the protagonist turned to Isaac and demanded, "Are you absolutely sure?" Yeah, he shot back with biting sarcasm. "What, don't you dare tell him he's leaving right now." Then he even gave him one last opening. What? To get back to the party, Isaac picked up the request and decided to read it himself, because they had to prove who had the real power. And as he kept going, he blurted out in disbelief. She blurted in pure amazement, then fired back, "What kind of request is this?" Rika asked, laughing, and then leaned in, "So what's the real problem?" Isaac is boiling with rage, because he can't bring himself to tell her that their S-rank team is gone already, right? Rage surged in him, but no answer came. Rock thought, "I see, so that's the whole trick. They've made it to S-ranked. Of course, this guild keeps tabs on everything they've ever done, even every request they've fulfilled so far. They already know Kara can't stand Orango, and Amy's terrified of demonic insects. They also know that just one look at a green frog is enough to freeze Isaac, so this is the guild's warning loud and clear. Break the rules and they'll cut you off." Isaac finally snapped, "We're doing it." Rika giggled and said she couldn't wait. Rika exploded, snapping at her to shut up. Then once they were gone, Rika barreled up to him and invited him to tag along. She wanted to introduce him to an E-ranked. Adventure mode was on, then MC spun to his friend and said, "Looks like we're gonna run late, so." Fenrir shot back that he'd granted it, so for now Rika could finally enjoy her stay. Micah grilled the protagonist about throwing a party. What did he hate about it? The protagonist paused for a second, then said that he probably hated getting betrayed, and he definitely didn't trust anyone who couldn't follow orders because their lives were on his shoulders. He couldn't help wondering if this was really the right way to handle it, and Rika shut that worry down, telling him it was totally fine, even with that intimidating look on her face. She served as the vice principal's assistant, which meant she had real authority, and MC's jaw dropped. Then the girl smiled and said, "I'm not just some pretty administrator." Rock asked if she got it, then he blurted, "I already understood," and a second later he snapped back to Rika. "The administrator for the last 3 years, and somehow she hasn't lost a single bit of charm, like time never touched her, but according to her. She commanded power inside the guild, and no, she wasn't some fresh-faced rookie." Rika shot him a grin. "What's wrong?" he replied. "And no, nothing's wrong, everything's fine. I just couldn't help wondering what kind of person this E-rank adventurer really is." Rika snapped back that, yeah, things felt weird in her head, but she never once believed she'd stab them in the back or turn on them. Rock stared in shock. This was not just weird, it was completely unexpected. The girl nodded yes, but you could tell she didn't fully trust it, still skeptical just a little. She didn't care how it happened. She just knew she'd meet him at the training grounds, and she was begging for a brutal beating. Beating? The protagonist stared, confused, like he was trying to read the rules of a training ground that suddenly looked good for reasons he couldn't explain. The beating lands, and right when it hits its peak, the doors finally blow open. Shannon strode in, and the moment the girl stepped forward, she stared hard at the shocked protagonist like she was searching for something hidden. Rika pointed her out and introduced her as the elf herself, Ms. Shannon. Rock's eyes widened in shock. Turns out she'd only managed to pull an E-rank. Frank Elf, the fearless adventurer, suddenly snapped to attention because he noticed the look at that when the slave collar clamped around the girl's neck. Even that thing seemed stunned. Rika shot back, "Yeah, that's it." She didn't get turned away into the guild for no reason. She was a slave by fate and an adventurer by fire. Rock burst out, "Wait, what does that even mean?" And the receptionist shot back. She replied, and it hit her. She finally understood him. Every one of Shannon's 5 past masters had met a suspicious end, packed with accidents that didn't add up. Every single one of them was chalked up as an accident, 2 from natural causes, and 1 that turned out to be poisoning, with a terrifying fall from a cliff thrown into the mix. A demon attack hits in rapid-fire bursts, right after another, and she's right in the middle of it. Her old master had ties to the guild, and now she's one of them too. The shocked protagonist blurted, "I get it." Certain the deaths piling up one after another weren't anyone's fault. Bad luck followed. Shannon leaned in and declared she was a Dark Reaper, then turned to him and asked and sounding like he wasn't chasing death, "So tell me, is he? Because if that's the case, he should shut down this request." And Rock answered that even if he said something like that, it would only happen once. So she didn't have to worry. Right then and there, Shannon snapped her sword out in a flash. She shoved the sword in his face and drove the tip right at the MC's throat. And the shock hit him so hard he couldn't even. He barely had time to dodge after the elf said, "Weak humans can't dodge." He didn't dare mess with her. Then the protagonist met her gaze head-on, no fear at all, and asked, "What if they start acting totally different?" Shot back with pure irritation and demanded answers. Why can't he get it? Is he really begging for deaths? Rock stared at her like she'd just spoken a foreign language, totally baffled. His stare made her blush, and once she finally steadied herself, she admitted the truth. she'd sunk so low she was living like a slave. She'd hit rock bottom and started calling herself a slave. Like there was no way out, so he had to stay away and not be dragged into that nightmare. Without wiping a single tear, the elf blurted out that she was done watching people die. Die again, the protagonist and Rika were completely stuck, staring at no way out. For those words, yeah, the shock hit like a punch. Everyone was shattered and then the protagonist. The antagonist leaned in and demanded, "Tell me, am I stronger than you?" Her, then it's all smooth sailing, like taking up his weapon for the duel. He just couldn't stand to leave such a kind girl by herself. Shannon stared at him, totally baffled. Then she snaps, tells him to shut up like, she's nothing but a slave. MC met her gaze head-on, silent but unshakable. So she realized there was no way he'd ever stop right. He shot back a reply to her, no doubt about it. She scowled at him and clamped down hard on her sword's hilt, like she was ready to strike. And he came charging at him, shouting. Then she'll make him see it straight up. He definitely dodged her lunge. Then she swung in and he snapped his guard up, right as the protagonist finally realized. She couldn't believe it, she was naturally painfully big. Fast, you know, she had to swing her weapon too. Tens of thousands of times, Shannon slammed into him over and over, swift strikes, relentless and merciless. With lightning speed, the protagonist barely snapped his guard in time and saved himself with a razor-thin parry. Harry landed her blows and the elf froze, totally perplexed. By the way she reacted, it was clear, so during a break he finally told her that. Those practiced attacks looked flawless, but they came with one brutal catch. That they'd stay predictable, so he figured they'd just do the same thing, and it crushed his confidence when they didn't. He was done and the girl stared him down, rage blazing in her eyes, stunned and frozen in place. She launched from below and attacked him with a brutal kick. With her legs still shouting at him, she snarls, she hasn't lost yet. She never slips. MC methodically deflected every single strike, parry after parry, and kept thinking the whole time that she was rock solid in martial arts, but her technique was clearly falling short. He wasn't up to it, so he snatched her hand, warned her it would sting, and then twisted her arm through it. It slammed over his hip. Shannon crumpled to the floor and groaned through the pain, and then Rock leaned in and asked, "We're done, right?" Nope, she dug in her heels and refused to move, because if she ever admits defeat, he's done for two. The protagonist snapped, "Don't let her off the hook, don't she kill you without answers. He definitely won't go down that easily." So fast, Shannon clenched her teeth. "He's going to die," she said. He couldn't take it anymore, then everything snapped and he died. She choked out her words through non-stop tears, and they all shouted right after. So yeah, they all kept saying that, but at the end of the day, they still died right. She shot up to her feet and kept going, because she absolutely couldn't afford to lose the protagonist. The villain blurted her name in shock, then cut herself off mid-sentence like, "You're here, wait, oh, I've got it, he'll just. Please show her why he refuses to die, please don't let her be too much." Just when she realized she was trapped, he snapped the magical summoning to life like a fate-changing spell seconds from death. Summoning, and he summoned Fenrir, then Lucky finally showed up, right in the middle. A blinding flash erupted right in front of the shocked girl. Lo gripped it so tight, like it might slip away if he let go even for a second. A bird streaks past and then crashes onto the ground. Rika squints, eyes narrowed. She squinted at the blazing light, so bright it nearly blinded her. The battered bird crashed down beside the stunned Shannon, and Lucky ripped the air apart with his terrifying roar once more. The glowing magic vanished again, and the familiar stared at the girl beside him. The elf, still stunned, like he couldn't believe what he was seeing, and in a quiet voice he finally said, "No way, he's messing with us, right?" Fenrir stared at his master and fired the question back, and Shannon snapped in shock. "Wait, did he just lucky, is he?" It was his familiar. The protagonist gently stroked his friend's nose and grinned as he thanked him. The elf froze in disbelief, staring at MC like, "Who the hell are you?" The girl snapped back to it, her brother shouting her name. Then she shoved her hand into his hair and ruffled it right up. He blurted, "Oh my god, was he stalking her again?" Seth, who was 5 years younger than her, just burst out laughing like it was the funniest thing. They were born and raised among elves, and she honestly thought their lives would stay peaceful and calm forever. Calm ruled everything, until one day Seth vanished without a trace deep in the forest. Her mother then leaned in and told her they'd tear the world apart. Her father and everyone would hunt him down until they found him. "And she'll stay right here guarding the house." Shannon can only nod, heart sinking. Agreed, those were her parents' orders, and even the thought of what came next with her dad made her heart race. Her precious, beloved little brother, still in danger, ignited a wave of terror that swallowed her whole as she feared for his life. His whole life, yet she refused to stay home, so she slipped out alone into the forest. She couldn't resist the pull of affection and started hunting for him, calling his name again and again. Name, after a while she finally clocked it, he wasn't there at all. So all that was left was the mage's mansion. She stepped into a house with not a soul inside. Under the full moon's cold glow, it looked downright ominous, and Shannon snapped her arms across her chest as she said, "Mage's mansion." The forest where they played was the very ground where human mages and elves once sealed a friendship oath, and it went by the name. They called it the Forest of Affection, and deep inside stood a mansion where a mage lived, where only a handful of people were ever allowed in. They finally got the okay to step inside this house, and after hundreds of years it was still somehow standing untouched like it had cheated time itself. If her brother wasn't in the forest, then he had to be here. She swung the door open and hesitated right at the doorway, frozen on the threshold, until the mansion finally hit him like a wall, looming far too grand to ignore. Silence swallowed the darkness. When she stepped in, she snapped her eyes around, searching for what she could find, and was shocked to find the place empty, yet somehow there was still not a single dusty speck clung to the air. So what kind of place is this? Right then, bam, she suddenly spotted the door. A door on the second floor sat cracked open, just barely inviting whatever was inside. She blurted her brother's name into the air, but the silence hit back hard and no one answered. Then she charged up the stairs and yelled again, "Seth is here." "Is he here?" she gasped, rushing to the room, and there it was, her brother sprawled on the desk. From the desk she snapped awake, then everything vanished, so she barreled toward him, shouting his name. But when theft hit, Seth went completely still, eyes shut tight, checking that he was still breathing. With every breath, Shannon realized his pulse was pounding, and his breathing was racing out of control. She had to get him home right now. Then, out of nowhere, a cloud of dark swept in. A dark aura surged over them, and inside it was a glowing pupil, like something was staring back at them. Shannon blurted out in pure fear, "What is this, some kind of?" A punchline landed, and then the eye snapped to the door. And in that exact heartbeat it was. The door was shut tight. She bolted for it, yanked the handles again and again, and screamed in pure panic. Why won't it open? The eye locked onto her, and in that dead silence something ominous pressed in. Ominous whisper echoed, "Which of the two? Who will be saved?" Then the elf's legs buckled with a sudden. Fear crashed into her and she crumpled to the floor, her voice shaking as she begged the wildest to save Seth. Then her opponent's eye narrowed, snapped into focus, and smacked her with. He slammed in with a brutal, dark strike, knocking her out cold. Then she can't remember a single thing that came after. She jolted awake in her bed, then burst out of the room, and saw Seth was home, waving like a showman and greeting everyone with a bright smile, like yesterday was only a moment ago. Her parents even chimed in with a good morning, and Shannon exhaled in relief, like maybe the whole thing was nothing but a dream. After that day, everything went wrong. Strange things started happening fast, and the creatures around her began dropping dead, piling up more and more. Then more and more of those monsters started pouring in. They shoved in insects, mammals, everything in that chaotic mix. Rodents and a whole bunch of other creatures. Eventually, their horse keeled over, and the whole family was left reeling in pure shock. Finally, she spilled the weird incident to her parents. Her parents brushed her off, then blamed every problem on her wild imagination. Every time it demanded something from her, it threatened her life with it. "If you don't do what I say, something terrible will happen to your family." And that fear kept squeezing her until she broke. Shannon slipped out of the village in total silence, leaving everyone behind without a word, and she only really knew the routines of her home. Then she found out the world beyond her village was ruthless, and before she could even blink, she'd been dragged into slavery. But still, her first master treated her with nothing but kindness, so gentle, like a warm hand guiding a scared heart, and he taught her that the best road is the one that leads along the education and understanding the world, starting right here. They dove headfirst into money, and he taught her from zero. She knew nothing about life. Then 6 months later, it was like he'd just dropped off and never woke up. When her eyes finally drifted shut, the master slipped away from this world, and grief crushed her so hard she could barely breathe. She feared she'd caused it all, yet she refused to accept the truth. Then 3 months later, her second master finally slipped away from a sickness. Then just a week after that, her third master fell off a cliff and died too. The fourth mistress drank poison and ended it herself. Then the fifth got ripped apart by a monster and died too. Anyone who crosses her path dies, and right around then, people finally started recognizing her. People called her the Grim Reaper, and fear spread fast, until she realized she was standing at her own breaking point, desperate to stop anyone else from dying, even as her worst moment arrived. A shady guild, calling themselves an organization, snatched her in, and all she could think was, "Please let them throw me in prison," because she couldn't bear dealing with anyone ever again. Rika tried again, only this time the guild had bigger plans, and she asked her straight up, "Wanna join our party as an E-rank adventurer?" She craved solitude so badly she opened up to everyone and spilled every last secret. Everything that had happened, she was using it to push them to leave her behind, and it sent a wave of horror through them. She played Grim Reaper, and sometimes a sharp word softened the target. Other times she cracked out brute force. After that, people gasped in terror. "Rika, did you really see just how cruel that woman is?" The administrator slammed the chaos to a stop, but even then, tons of adventurers swore they were done with the walking death, They wanted nothing to do with it anymore. And just like that, it kept rolling for a while, until one day bam, Rock showed up. She tried to shut him down again, but he didn't back off. He faced her with full seriousness and pushed forward. She heard the wild rumors. Apparently he got booted out of his S-rank position. They threw him a party, but secretly he was the strongest of all and he was insanely. She was trying to be kind, so why wouldn't he let her in? Shannon snarled at him with fury, her voice cracking through the air. Staring at him, why won't he get it? Does he seriously want to die that badly? Then it all went bad and he pulled out his power to prove it to her, show her his. Fenrir stared at him, stunned like he couldn't believe what he was seeing. She believed he carried terrifying power, and man, it was hard to wrap her mind around. I still can't believe he actually bound the legendary Fenrir as his familiar. Familiar, sure, but it didn't stop the adventurers from showing their hate for her every chance they got. They even went as far as saying they wanted the Dark Reaper, her, to die. She never wanted anyone to die, she just decided the only real way out was herself. She always believed that, but it was only because she'd shoved her real feelings down deep. Feelings burst out of her mouth before she even realized it. Shannon still wanted to live too. The protagonist rubbed his friend's nose, heard what she said, then stared at her in total confusion. Confused, she kept replaying his face in her head, wondering if this was the one asterisk, the person she could finally trust. She thought life was finally within reach. Then everything went dark, she collapsed onto the floor, and the protagonist bolted to her immediately. She clutched her side and sobbed in panic. Is she okay? Rika snatching Shannon up. She told him, I'm fine, and it felt like everything that happened had just slammed into her, like the shock wouldn't let up for a second. She leaned in and breathed out, exhausted to the bone, like a massive weight finally slipped off her chest. The receptionist hauled the girl back onto her feet, then told her to sit tight and rest for a while. Rika dragged Shannon off, and the protagonist and Lucky just stared until they finally vanished from sight. Fenrir whipped around toward his master and growled. Was that a terrible idea, MC? He grabbed his friend's nerves and reassured him. Everything had gone exactly according to plan, for which he was wildly grateful. The familiar broke into an instant smile, finally eased his shoulders, and let out a deep breath like he'd just survived the worst. Relief washed over him as he cut straight to the point. What was he really going to do with that bird? Dennis stared in shock at the bird sprawled on the ground, twitching and shaking. Lucky had warned him. Once he howled, everything went black, and he passed out and crashed down as if he'd been dropped. The protagonist spoke his truth. This is exactly how it all went down, and right then a voice in his head blared. The heavenly bird wants to be your friend, so will you let it be? Then the MC stared at it and blurted, totally thrown off, wait, this is way too unexpected. And it's just that simple. But trust me, having a whole crew of friends around it sounds like a blast. So yeah, he's totally going to make it his friends too. A brand new familiar flared with dazzling light, and a voice snapped into his ears that the celestial bird had officially made him its friend. And suddenly he's whisked into a tiny living garden. Rock can't help but think, looks like our numbers will creep up little by little. Excellent, he murmurs, ready for what's next. Lucky smirked like he'd already won, then muttered, I wonder what she tastes like. The protagonist snapped at him hard. No. He won't touch a bite, his friends are staying uninvited. Right then, Shannon barrels up to them with. Tears shimmered in her eyes as she blushed and bowed so deeply to him, it looked like she was apologizing with her whole heart. She faced him and apologized for what she'd done earlier. He begged her not to do it, because deep down, he was sure she was only trying to protect everyone's safety. People, so yeah, everything seemed fine, then Shannon said she was so. She was so grateful to him that, still flustered, she blurted out she didn't really have much experience yet. But could she really join him? Rock stared at her dead in the eyes, couldn't even finish his sentence. With a grin, he thrust his fist forward. Shannon beamed, saying he was genuinely thrilled to meet them. Ultimately, she clenched her fist and fired back, saying she was. She felt the same way. Lucky nearly broke down when he saw the painting, and he told the girl it was great to meet her too, then kept it gentle as he spoke. He slowly brushed his paw across her head, and the protagonist, remembering just how insanely strong he was, called out. He called out to his friend and warned him, then the familiar simply froze on the spot. Shannon kept petting Fenrir and said, it's fine, while she thought about just how big he'd be. While Paul stood there, Benria's face lit up. She smiled at her master and asked, so you've been evolving, right? Shannon told Lucky it was amazing to finally meet him too, the exact moment that brings the story back to the protagonist. The antagonist snapped again, and then, most important, he finally revealed he'd touched her. He was sure she was trapped under something ruthless. When he said that, Shannon sucked in a sharp breath. Rock was shocked by the way Fenrir's influence hit him too. Fenrir confirmed it, yeah, that was it. He called it something brutal, an influence that drains the life out of everyone around you. And if something like this keeps going, it'll eventually rip the girl's life away too. So when the protagonist blurted it out in shock, he realized, so yeah, because of that effect, Shannon is still stuck all alone. and the familiar basically said it like it was obvious. The girl snapped her gaze left and right, totally baffled. Rock leaned over to his friend and asked if they could undo this effect or something, and then Lucky told him flat out he couldn't touch it. This kind of delicate work wasn't meant for him. The protagonist let out a heavy sigh, then muttered, "Okay." The familiar tune kept rolling and he swore he could take it. Then the protagonist blurted, totally stunned, "Wow. He's totally lost." And before he can even process it, Fenrir turns to him and asks if he can borrow his head for just a second. Right then, he yanked MC's head into his grip, cracked a grin, and Rock erupted with laughter before the rest could even come out. He snapped out loud what's gotten into him. Then, all at once, something wild started firing inside his head. He clocked symbols, letters, and cryptic signs, and his eyes went wide as he finally understood that all the knowledge he needed poured straight into his brain, and when Lucky was done, he finally lifted his head out of the mouth. With his mouth hanging open, the stunned protagonist blurted, "It all clicks now. This isn't divine protection at all, it's the exact opposite. I mean, come on, this is straight up incredible. He can pull off something like that, and Lucky." He beamed at his master's fired-up reaction, then slid over and urged him to give it a shot. He tried again and Rock finally nodded. Right when they were about to kick things off, Titus, the guild leader, slammed the moment to a stop. He cut him off cold and told the protagonist that's enough. Enough. Confusion radiated off Rika as she stood beside Titus, like her whole body was shouting, "I had nothing to do with this." The leader kept going, talking straight to the protagonist, "Excuse me," but he made it crystal clear. As the guild leader, he can't afford to owe anybody their life. Let him strip this effect off Shannon. MC's jaw dropped so hard it might as well hit the floor, and he blurted, "Wait, what are you even talking about? What do you mean? He can't just let you remove the effect." Titus shot back that he'd known all along Shannon wasn't free, she was a slave the guild owned. So she ended up in their whole collective, and under their rules they wouldn't let any amateur mess with their team's effects. Shannon looked absolutely wrecked, clutching herself like she was drowning, her every move screaming embarrassment and misery. The protagonist snapped his decision into the air and shouted that there was zero time left to keep arguing. Titus blinked in shock and blurted, "If they don't move right now, she's going to die." Surprise, wow, who's he trying to fool, letting his emotions take control like that? If he doesn't get better right now, he'll turn into Isaac Wright. That's how bad it's gotten for him. He's like, "I'm sorry, but everything that's happened has me wrecked, right?" MC paused like he was piecing it together, then said, "If they can't remember, take the effect off any of the staff then. So if Shannon's no longer on the team, does that mean everything's gonna be fine?" Titus stared at him stunned, then drawled, totally baffled. Just like Rock, he decided to give him a little extra time to cool down. So if that's the deal, they need to stop beating around the bush and get straight to the point, so he goes to buy Shannon straight from the guild. Rock's jaw drops in pure shock. His question hit like a punch, shock ripped through him. The leader warned him, "Do that, and she's gone, she won't be part of us anymore. Their team, so nothing can get in the way of wiping out the effect for good. And now, tell me, what does he think about that?" The protagonist straight up confessed he had zero clue what to say back. Titus shot him a condescending look, and then tossed in exactly what he believed an adventurers guild was really made for. The protagonist pitched the idea like, "Trust me, this is how we help adventurers earn a real living." The leader just said he figured that was exactly how it was meant to go. But he was convinced the guild was built to turn every mission into pure, joyful adventure. Happy? Yeah, that's how it started. The MC leaned in and listened with full focus, and Titus kept going right on the beat, saying that Isaac and the others' betrayal was unforgivable. He would have tossed them out without hesitation, normally. Even then, at worst, he'd be exiled for life, but that still wouldn't change a thing for them. You could call him naive, but he was still clinging to hope that this chance would force them to see themselves in a whole new light. Sympathetically, he patted the rock, but Titus, right there in front of everyone, looked totally lost, like nothing made sense. They wrapped it up, and at the very end they would I genuinely thank him from the bottom of my heart for stepping in and helping them smash through every last struggle. He just wants them to find happiness, plain and simple. The leader stared at Shannon and said her life too has been packed with brutal trials, yet she's sweet as sugar, always putting others first, and he believes. So yeah, in this whole thing, Rock and she are basically twins in spirit. Same scars, same kind of pain, and they've both been through a ton. The fact that they had to sacrifice themselves turns them into the perfect partners, because they'll never forget what the other gave up. For each other, of course, he won't force them, but he'll still be. You should really be glad if he helps her, because if Shannon steps in too, Rock will be grateful. The girl and the protagonist stared at MC, stunned, and then it hit him like a dagger. The memory of his friend's betrayal was coming back. His friends were sure he'd never find anyone who could actually understand him. Even so, he's not alone. There are still people out there watching his back. Yeah. Yep, those are Titus and Rico. Shannon asked what she wanted, and the girl hesitated for a beat before finally saying the truth. Then with a shaky voice, he muttered that she had no business deciding anything, because she was a slave, but as long as nobody, Rock included, gets hurt, she's ready to come with them. The protagonist stared back at her, flashed a grin and said, okay. All right, he'll handle her, the leader and Rick. Rika gazed at him with warmth, and then she quickly clarified everything. So how much would it set me back? Rika shot back a grin and somehow right on the money, it matched that exact same amount. MC sneered as the reward for this request spilled out, and like it was fate, he burst into laughter right after. Then with zero jokes, he said, first of all, they've got to get rid of the effect completely. He shoved the girl into a seat right in front of him and reached out, extending. He shot his hand out and said, all right, here we go. Shannon's whole body tensed. She froze in place, shut her eyes tight, and whispered, okay, Rock. Rock started chanting a spell, and before long, a strange eye-like shape, wrapped in a violent dark aura, started to crawl out of the girl. Shannon shook uncontrollably, terrified to even blink. Then a thick, heavy, viscous black aura rolled out around her like a living shadow. Rock stared at it, and the question hit him hard. Could this have been born from someone's influence? It was pushing its influence on him too, and the protagonist just kept on constantly. He kept tearing away that influence and fought it with every ounce of strength he had. He clung to it with everything he had, but no matter what he did, it wouldn't budge. Finally, the protagonist dug in one last time and screamed at the top of his lungs. In that split second, the power vanished. Whatever it was evaporated to nothing, leaving absolutely no trace behind. Rock crumpled to the ground, utterly drained, and heaved a ragged breath. Lucky. He let out a joyful shout, he'd made it. MC shot back a huge thank you for the support and help, and it all came together because of him. Titus got the protagonist to bolt upright. He couldn't believe what he was seeing, and he blurted it out with pure excitement. This is unreal. Yeah, this was the founder of Majin's real power, and the only one who shattered that spell was the protagonist. Majin asked, so did you really know about this kind of influence? The guild leader snapped back Even he admits he doesn't really know much about it. Just a handful of people have come to him with cases like this. Titus kept going, and word on the street said it like a prophecy. Back then, Imogen ruled the world, the kind of person who could summon magic, MCR. Repeatedly, he started imagining who had summoned the magic. Then he shot the leader a sharp look and snapped, no, please tell him about stuff like this ahead of time or else. He'd better be more careful, because Titus burst out laughing at his reaction and the things he said. And then Shannon whipped around, planted herself on the rock, and thanked him with a bright, winning smile. She flashed a smile, then warned, I'll have to say it all over again. But she couldn't wait to team up with him. Then the protagonist and Lucky both stared at her with warm smiles, like everything just clicked. Titus threw the last word down, and it felt like everything was finally settled, until the only thing left was to stop Isaac and the rest from crushing them. Make sure they grab every last material, then, once it's all set, MC beams and thanks him for backing him the whole way. Then Rock snapped a teleport with his allies straight into the miniature garden and blurted out, all right, it's showtime, time to kick off the preparations. And Shannon was practically bursting with joy over this garden surprise. She froze in shock and demanded to know where this place was. Then the protagonist flashed his hand and let the jewelry glitter right in front of her. And he told her it was a mini garden, every single plant tucked inside that bracelet. The girl gasped, stunned, what a masterpiece, and she couldn't believe she'd ever seen such pure wonder. A whole wonderful world could hide inside a bracelet. Our protagonist stared in awe, and her face lit up like she'd just found a secret universe. Blowing, Lucky caught the moment, and his admiration made him giggle, and Shannon snapped to attention and asked MC what was going on. MC looked utterly lost and said, nothing, everything's fine. Suddenly, the girl snapped her head up and shouted, pointing at the sky like she'd just seen something impossible. Skybird, Rock said, yeah, the very one he just made friends with. Shannon leaned in and asked if he realized skybirds were so rare, because once they take off, they can climb straight up into the heavens. So rare they might as well be a myth, because you basically never see them. And then the surprised protagonist snapped back, I understand. Got it, the girl pressed on, and Fenrir did the exact same thing again. Then it hit him, he was the protagonist and he was way too unusual for this. He got mortified, mumbled it under his breath like that. Yeah, he sounded straight up abnormal, and right then. At that moment, Lucky grimaced through the pain and told his master, I'm hungry. MC finally clocked it. He was starving too, and Shannon probably hadn't eaten in forever. Either he shrugged and said, all right, I'll cook something, then promised he'd hit up the orangeines. Then he wanted meat, so where were they? Where did they vanish to? Fenrir snapped, asking if he had any idea, and the moment cracked into silence. They hauled together a dungeon right in the hut's basin, and Rock's eyes went wide as he blurted in shock. What? So what did they do, slam into a dungeon right when they? The allies burst onto the scene, and there it was. A massive bottomless pit with stairs plunging down into the unknown. The protagonist let out a heavy sigh and snapped, when did we even get to the point where we Patra suddenly burst up out of the pit, cutting off any chance he had. Ran up to him, threw her arms around him, and cheered as their dad finally came home. Shannon blinked, then shouted, could the orange ants really have? So he's got a humanoid body, and they're actually calling him dad. Are we really sure that thing's an orange ant? They don't look like they've got an ant's body at all, lucky me, but he still shot back because his master is a total sucker for that kind of thing. It was so clear-cut that the protagonist snapped his friend's name out loud, Shannon, and swore he was just there when their eggs finally hatched. That's what the elf told him. Everything's fine, she promised she'd keep it secret. The MC is cursed and she said so. He cut in, that's not the problem, then stared at his familiar and said his name again, like he was forcing him to understand exactly what he meant. But Rock tried one more time to make the girl see it was all a massive misunderstanding, yet she waved it off and told him, it's totally fine. Nothing was going to stop them, so let him tell her what Lucky said. The protagonist froze, shocked out of her mind. Shannon didn't understand a word he was saying, so with a confused look, she shook her head and said no. The protagonist pushed forward, and she understood the orange ant like the elf had said. Yeah, that's true, she's human, how could Rock not get it? But the truth hit him like nothing made sense at all. So what does it even mean? Patra said it was simple, she just knew how to talk to people, unlike the other ants, and deep down everyone could feel it. She was meant to become the head of. She sat at the top of her family, so she already knew how to bargain with other races, and how to make them obey. The protagonist blurted in pure shock, there's a skill for this called interspecies language, and if he tried to copy it, would. Shannon could use it, the ant girl snapped back done, and the MC froze in shock. Really? Lucky blurted at the elf. Does she finally get him now? Confusion flooded Shannon's reply, yeah, she understands me. Rock stared in disbelief like he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Eyes, what the heck just happened? Shannon whipped around to Patra and blurted out, thank you. He thanked her and right then it hit him. This world was packed with mysteries he'd never even begun to understand. He believed he could only really talk to this girl, and in that moment she felt absolutely special. Rock stopped and thought hard, should he name the ants? Then Patra leaned in and asked him again. He asked her, what happiness can I bring you? And then, what's your name? And the girl, Patra the ant, excitedly snapped, yes, I'm on board. Then she lit up with pure joy, she'd finally gotten a name. Patra, and honestly, it was a simply wonderful one. She barreled up to the protagonist and demanded he name the remaining ants. Rock stared at the group in shock and blurted, wait, why do you all look exactly the same? Patra pushed him to explain it, even though they looked nothing alike. With a heavy sigh, the protagonist pointed at the last remaining ants and gave them names. He slapped labels on them, Orange A, Orange B, Orange C, Orange D. Do they all agree that the ants were absolutely thrilled, like the protection worked perfectly? The protagonist said it and you could tell he really likes their names, because as he watched them this thought hit him, it's wild once he finally gets their people, you see just how insanely unique each one is. Once you see their personalities, he slaps on fresh names for each one. He wheeled toward Patra and demanded, what can you tell me about the dungeon later? They de-built it all and the ants swooped in, giving him a full tour. Petra marched him over and pointed to the refrigeration room, where they kept meat and all the other supplies chilled and safe. And this is the drying room, where they hung the fur to dry and waited for it to be ready. This is the spot where they stashed the demon stones they unearthed when they dug up the pit. Rock, he says, this is insane, I can't believe they built a place this awesome in no time. The ants cheered at his praise, then boom, news of the dungeon hit him and left him stunned, because it looked just like Patra's nest. Out loud he said, all right, there's meat, so let's start cooking now. Later on, he and Shannon headed straight for the town market, ticking off everything they needed. A grill and a frying pan, knife in hand, seasonings ready to explode the flavor, everything you need. Completely blanking on the fact they barely had any cookware, the girl shot him a question, so what are you gonna cook? And the paganist shrugged and said he wasn't in a hurry at all. He was busy thinking about fried chicken, so Shannon, stunned, pressed him again. The protagonist takes a bite and confirms it's fried chicken, and the whole thing is brutally simple. Marinate the meat with the seasonings, then fry it, because that chicken just hits perfectly. With cabbage in hand, Shannon blurted out in awe, already sensing this was about to be a masterpiece. Then Rock stepped closer. He hustled up to the vendor and asked if he had any cabbage for sale, only for the guy to shrug and say they hadn't brought in cabbage lately. But damn it, it wouldn't be ready for a while, so the protagonist's hope crumbled, and disappointment hit him hard like he'd been starving for it. Craving chicken and cabbage, he pushed for it. Shannon nodded right along, and the excitement in her face was intense. Sorry, right at that moment, the MC heard Isaac fire the question at him. Are you sure he can afford to enjoy himself? He spun toward the voice, and there was his old friend. Friends, Shannon stared at them, totally baffled, while Isaac's face was the kind of superiority that burned so hot it barely let him breathe. Defeat. He kept going. If Brock knelt before him right now, he'd gladly pull him back in and welcome him without hesitation. He yanked him back to the party, and then out of nowhere Shannon stepped in between. Between them, her face turned deadly serious as she demanded to know what the hell was happening. The whole thing kept rolling, but then the leader froze, totally baffled, and demanded, "Who are you?" She was the protagonist, and now she was told, "Leave them alone from this moment on." From this point on, they were completely cut off. No link, no contact, nothing. He stared at his old friend and begged him, straight from the heart, to please stop bothering him. Isaac, rage is burning in his eyes. He went straight for the girl, swinging in hard and shouting, "I will." Still, the MC clenched his fist and stunned everyone. I asked him, "What are you doing?" And the guy yanked his hand back like he'd been caught. He leaned away and flashed a sly grin, like he had zero clue what sneaky tricks the guild was pulling. Then he cut himself off mid-sentence. He thought they'd matched Rock with a rock-solid adventurer, but somehow she really was * E rank, right? And if you had to work with that pathetic trash. Shannon burst out, "Wait, don't let him use it like that. He can't control it properly. Tell him to take that back. Rock isn't something you can just label like an object. He's totally unhinged for saying stuff like that." Isaac said, "The weaker the dog, the louder it barks." Kara marched up to them and fired off a question, asking the protagonist if that girl was truly his brand. New partner MC shot back, "Yeah, that's me," then added, "And Shannon's E-ranked. Rank elf adventurer, the protagonist's former." That one-time ally eyed the elf with a sly grin and snapped that her clothes were trash, especially if she planned to show up to a party with Rock, because that wasn't going. Maybe it wouldn't hurt to check what she's wearing. The protagonist leaned in and told her straight up it wasn't her business. He shot back with sarcasm, saying her outfit never seemed to slow her strength down. Carrick snapped with raw irritation. She never even pictured him picking an E-rank female. Adventurer, he shot back that it wasn't his decision at all. Kara said maybe, but it still was. It wasn't true. Amy marched up to them and with genuine regret, apologized to Shannon for the way her companions had been so rude. So rude to her, she shot the elf back her name then. He bowed to the MC and said straight up that you can't fix something like that just by saying sorry. But she threw her apology at everything they'd done right there, like she couldn't stand the weight of it anymore. She'd wrestled with it for days, sure he was about to throw in the towel on adventuring, until fate proved her wrong. But she still felt the itch to challenge him one final time, push his limits, test his strength. Then after that you'll have to choose exactly what the protagonist does next. That vague grin answered him like it totally got what Isaac meant, and then Isaac snapped, "I said." He barked at his ally to move it, get going, and not get left behind. As she slipped out of the scene, Amy shot the protagonist and his ally a prayerful nod, like, "Go get it, you'll need luck." The protagonist shot back that they'd absolutely take full advantage. Shannon grabbed the advantage and then shouted, "Wait," as they started to leave. They leaned in and told him they were going to MC together. He shot back a grin and made it sound like everything was totally fine. He knew they couldn't afford to slip up now. This was the moment, and it was time. Time to head back. After what felt like forever, they finally head back to the house. Once everyone starts cooking, Lucky trips up and accidentally dumps flour all over himself, making the kitchen turned into chaos as the protagonist stirred the dish and snapped at his friend, telling him not to mess with the cornmeal. Then the familiar snapped back that he wasn't messing around because he could tell his master needed real help, and Lucky rushed in like he couldn't wait any longer. He tried to help, but his hands spilled even more flour, right when the mess had already started to go sideways and the spill blew up into chaos. Kitchen chaos erupted, and after a while the protagonist. You saw it, everything was already set, ready to go. As he set the dish down on the table, Lucky leaned in with a solemn, serious comment. Rock's roast chicken was out of this world, and the moment that smell hit the air, everyone couldn't wait. Then they all started. He dug in, savoring every bite, and when he felt that heat hit his mouth, the MC grinned and said, "Wow, this food's hot." It was scorching out, so he told them to eat slow and warned Shannon to be extra careful. Careful, she took a bite, tested every flavor, and lit up as she admired the food. Miringly took one bite and declared delicious, and right after that, Rock leaned in and told them, "All right, now we talk about what we're doing next." This time their destination was the Fresh Greens dungeon, and they were headed straight for it. A heart-stopping 2 to 3 day journey. Normally, that kind of request would drag on for a full week, but that area is a nightmare to cross, forests, swamps, and God knows what else, because the land just keeps getting worse. And if they just booked it in a straight line, they'd be there in under half a day. The day, Isaac hauling his company's heavy luggage like it weighed a ton, steering their cart exactly where he figured it would go. They'd stick to the usual route unless the forest turns nasty, but they've got no reason to fall off course. Even if they choose the shortest path, he can already tell their trip won't go anywhere near as smoothly as they're hoping. Shannon nodded along with the logic and cut in, he should know this already, like it was obvious. The prota. With their bellies finally stuffed, the protagonists turn around and tell everyone, "All right, our time's up. We're out of here." Then off they went right after that, while the girl kept writing Lucky. She threw an apology at Fenrir's feet, begging him to forgive her for making him lug her around. The familiar said everything was fine, like nothing was wrong at all. MC smirked exactly like Fenrir was supposed to. The monsters stopped short of them and then, right out of nowhere, they heard a person sobbing. Shannon anxiously demanded to know if a monster was clawing into someone. The protagonist snapped around to his friend and asked him. He asked if he could rewind just a little. Lucky spun around and drove them straight to the crying gargoyle. Gargoyle then the monster spotted them. Fear exploded in him and he launched right into them, flapping his wings as he attacked. Fenrir burst out with a furious shout, whipping the air around him with wind magic. He stared down his opponent like, "How dare you come at me with windmills?" He slammed his hands together and started a brutal, earth-shaking magic spell. He hurled a magic spell at the monster and MC snapped, "So that's how you end this." And just like that he realized, his friend was seriously, terrifyingly powerful. Powerful, yeah, but Fenrir's magic hit so hard it felt like too much to handle. The sphere swelled bigger and bigger, and he shouted at him with pure, unstoppable fury. They're staring at him like this is the end, and he's like, "This is way too much. The royal capital of Kroth lies just beyond this. If he dares to throw a spell that strong, the whole city will hunt him down and make sure he pays." He cowered and apologized, terrified of what would happen next. Claiming he was powerless to stop it, then the protagonist shot forward in a blur, ready to cut the moment off at the knees. Climbed off him, already convinced he wouldn't even get a second to spare. He finally paused to think, standing right between the gargoyle and Fenrir, and as he forged that magical barrier, he suddenly feared there was no way to undo it. But if he honed in on just one point, he could at least spread it out. Right then, the familiar's magical sphere flared up again. The power started creeping toward him, and the protagonist fought tooth and nail just to keep it from taking over. It begging his body to hold on and survive every last hit. And somehow, at the very last second, he managed to twist the sphere and make it change. The sphere's trajectory, then he sucked in one last shaky breath, exhaled hard. And he blurted, "Tell me, did they make it in time?" The dust. Flames died down and suddenly Shannon stood there, while Lucky trembled like he'd just seen his worst nightmare. Fenrir threw his paws over his eyes, then peeked out just a sliver once the chaos finally died down. Calm finally settled in and the protagonist couldn't help it. Seeing his friend's reaction lit up his grin, so he burst into laughter. The elf shot him a worried look, asking if he was okay, then he waved it off and told her, "I'm fine." Then he blurted, "Are you hurt?" And the girl shot back, "No, I'm fine." And Fenrir was fine too, then suddenly she caught it. His hand was soaked in blood. MC leaned in and reassured her with a sharp, steady smile. Saying a healing potion would seal up a wound like that, no questions asked, if only there was time. In the blink of an eye, he chugged it, and his hands snapped back to perfect health. Shannon froze in surprise and realized it was a healing potion. Then the protagonist hurriedly thanked her, saying that he built it himself from apple extract. Then Lucky broke into bitter tears of remorse, and the shedding just began too. He cringed in horror, begged his master for forgiveness, and then wailed over his repeated misdeeds. Rock shoved him into a hug and said with a smile that totally proved he was. He shot him a grateful look like, "Thanks, you're really just trying to help, right?" And yeah, he genuinely appreciated the kindness, because then it hit, his magic was still a total disaster. From this moment on, they're gonna master their powers and team up to take the fight head-on. Lucky beamed with joy and promised he'd give it everything he had. MC whipped around to the gargoyle and demanded to know what was he even doing here? The monster only let out a terrified scream in response. The gargoyle screamed at him, "You're a monster," because the preda. He let out a shaky chuckle like, "Seriously, the last thing I needed was to hear that." From a gargoyle, and seriously, why was he crying in a creepy place like this? This monster shot back, all because heartbreak had him. He'd been kicked out and it crushed him. Kicked out of the demon lord's army, leaving the protagonist to scramble for his next move. He chuckled like, "So monsters can get fired too? Cool, that's totally fine." "That's hilarious." Then the gargoyle kept talking. You could tell it was cobbled together from scrap and its magic felt weak, like it barely had any power left. So yeah, he'd lived inside the palace and spent the last 100 years scrubbing and cleaning. But lately, the army's leadership. Their worship had flipped and they told him straight up. They didn't need some useless monster that could only clean. He stumbled through the forest, completely turned around, until he finally stumbled onto a nearby village. But the moment he showed up, the villagers went for him. And he bolted. MC warned him that most folks don't exactly forgive demons. The gargoyle sighed, "Yeah, that's true, but before all this, all I ever did was clean." It was his very first time facing humans, and the fear that he wasn't good enough clawed at him as the thought kept cutting off mid-sentence. Humans crushed him with hatred, and heartbreak swallowed him whole. Then he couldn't help but wonder what his life was even for. Tears pooled in the monster's eyes, and Shannon couldn't help but look at him with pure sympathy, because Rock had already heard that gargoyle's Turns out the Demon Lord's army elite soldiers aren't just trained. They're conjured with brutal magic that takes a ton of power to make. Magical power because somehow he made a whole gargoyle out of scrap materials, and it's honestly hard to believe. So the protagonist leaned in and demanded, "All right, what are you gonna do next?" The monster nodded, "Yeah, it really agreed, so tell me what's he supposed to do next?" He snapped into tears again, and the protagonist let out a heavy sigh before offering to go with him. The moment those words hit him, the gargoyle snapped into motion and wiped his tear clean away. Tears flooded his eyes as he desperately begged, "Please tell me, can it work even if he's just a weak gargoyle hooked on it like a freak?" Covered in cleanliness, Rock told him he didn't care about strength. Plus, Rock reminded him that he'd already said he'd been cleaning for 100 years. Yeah, that's insane. Then the gargoyle shot up on his feet. He threw a grateful look at his benefactor, then practically begged, "Please let me join you." Suddenly, a system voice blared inside Rock's head, warning him that the sealed guard was next. Gargoyle craved his friendship, so tell me, would he finally let him in or slam the door on his heart? The protagonist blinked in shock. Sealed already, he demanded answers. He grilled the monster, demanding to know if it had some sealed power or anything like that, and the monster shot back in total shock. He only knew one thing: he was created by the previous demon lord, but it didn't fully make sense to him and guilt crushed his chest, so the protagonist. The villain chuckled like he couldn't believe it, flashed a grin and told the monster, "Let him welcome you again, please." And the gargoyle erupted in delighted excitement. A foo. Yeah, it was a huge honor, because the voice in Rock's head struck and that sealed gargoyle erupted into a sacred beast, then chose him as its friend. Then the voice boomed that as sacred beasts multiplied, Aaron could finally roam the garden, so he was told to pick one option from the list. Rock scanned the choices, muttered, "Got it, this time I can expand the hut," and the voice cut in. The final touch locked it in, then after a while the protagonist suddenly blurted, "There's a village nearby." Suddenly the protagonist clocked it, snapped in alarm, and shouted in support. "Surprise, what is that cabbage? How in the world could a cabbage patch exist out there in the middle of? In this remote nowhere?" Lucky curled up tight like a secret that refused to wake. Was sound asleep, then MC stared him down and said, "It's night's creeping in fast, so they should set up camp." Shannon nodded and agreed without hesitation. Read, then the very next day the allies hit the road again, closing in on the village. In the village, Rock realized the gargoyle wasn't just talking. It had pointed to this exact place. He studied the sign, and in front of him loomed the village of. Outside the main gate, Gorm, just some guy named Kashino, was sprawled out fast asleep. Passed out on the ground, snoring like he'd hit a wall in his sleep. The protagonist stormed up to him and shook him hard, trying to get him to wake up. Tried to wake him up, but the man stayed dead to the world, then she. When Shannon tried to wake him up, she grabbed Gorm and shook him hard by the shoulder. The older man gripped the moment and greeted him, begging him to wake up, while Gorm balked, pure reluctant Gorm. Reluctantly, he cracked his eyes open, fixed them on Shannon, and blurted, shocked to the core, like an angel had just dropped from the heavens. Then he trailed off, muttering to himself. He muttered, "I get it, he thinks it's the angel's turn to take him." Then he let out a little chuckle and added, "Yeah, but if a sweet girl like that does it. There's no point drowning in regret." Gorm blew her a kiss, and Lucky snapped into action, pinning the man to the ground for such insolence with his. His paw clenched the ground, then Gorm jolted awake, terror flooding his face. Who are they? Are they bandits? The protagonist shot down their request and told the adventurers, no, because they were set on the caves, until they overheard what was going on with the village. Village shook with panic. Gorm's jaw dropped as those adventurers finally showed up right on time. In time, send them straight to the village chief and make them talk to him. MC's eyes widened as he started getting talked to right when he least expected it. When the allies rolled into the village, every single villager froze, stared in total confusion, and then leaned in with sharp, curious interest. He leaned in, amazed. Rock clocked all the skinny faces here, and there was no way famine had ever hit this place. Parts, but why were they so thin? Chief Onigami stepped out to meet him, grinning wide, and said he was thrilled to finally see such a traveler. The old man stepped forward, introduced himself, and dropped the bomb that he was the village chief. The protagonist grinned and said it was an honor to meet him, then offered his own name and revealed he was an adventurer. Then the protagonist dragged him over to Shannon and the thug-looking sacred beast Lucky. Onigami told Gorm his dream finally paid off this time, and Gorm blurted out that with his years of experience, no amount of sleep could ever keep him from recognizing the truth. He had just managed to toss that stone statue aside, and Onigami stared at it, fighting back the fact that his eyesight was fading and finding it weirdly moving. Gorm snapped back at the old man, irritation flaring. "What did you just say? Who else but me, you stupid old man?" The village chief snapped back, then said something that left everyone stunned. The protagonist couldn't stand it anymore, so he stepped in and cut through the argument. And he marched up to the village chief, demanding to know what he wanted to discuss. Onigami gave a nervous little bow and apologized to the protagonist, admitting he'd totally gotten carried away. The old man cleared his throat and said, "All right, here's the real deal. About a year ago, the goblins up and vanished from the green garden. Right there, their fields were failing, and then goblins swooped in, raided their village, and snatched every last bite of food they had. A pack of young thugs tried to wipe them out, then they came back anyway, and somehow this is how they returned." The old man jabbed a finger at three men who looked completely wrecked, and Anagami spun toward the MC, begging him to help. Help. The MC realized goblins weren't like the other monsters at all, and that hit him hard. At first, their minds felt sharp and cruel, but the moment their numbers swelled, they turned into a disgusting, vile mob. The village chief didn't stop. She pushed the case to the state and bombarded the guild with requests, and they kept. They couldn't cough up a real reward, so they went silent. Rock shot back, "I get it." He figured he couldn't help them. If he wants to actually live off adventuring, he can't just help people out of pure kindness, because that's not how this world pays. Even if they save them this time, that won't be the end. Those guys will come crawling back for help again, and they've got to learn how to stand on their own. The protagonist stared the old man down and snapped, "For now, let him keep staring at that." He glanced at the map to see the terrain, then asked, "Can you tell me exactly where the goblins are?" Did they sprint over with a map of the area the protagonist just stared at? He muttered, "I see." Then he spun around to the village chief and dropped the news, "There's a way to deal with the goblins." The old man practically blurted, "Really?" And the MC kept going, telling him they'd noticed cabbage patches on the road to here, so they thought they'd never starve. Then the elder lit up and said, "You're amazing, you really are." Grateful. Rock added, "Fine, but if they stay hands off, this nightmare just repeats again and again, so they have to stop it." That he could help them build up the village, and when the village finally turns a profit in the future. So in the future, could they sweet-talk a deal where they get 20% of the proceeds on a gummy? Gami blurted out, stunned, "So you mean 20%? 20% isn't exactly nothing." The protagonist hated how it left him with no choice but to agree, then shrugged it off like, Fine, whatever." Right then, he blurted out his answer to the elder, because they're slammed with another request at the moment. So if the whole village pitches in, he'll skim just 10%, and yeah, it's 10% of the profit. So it could be anything, like sales minus what each person costs, and their hard labor. Even if the villagers couldn't fully team up, they'd still step in, gutting the goblins and bringing food to the village. Then he suddenly went quiet, and meanwhile the villagers huddled together, whispering and debating, while the village chief hammered out the terms. Rock stayed right there. He couldn't stop thinking it. This village's location was the real problem, because it choked the traffic and slowed everything from reaching the rest of this. The city, the fields lie barren, untouched, and wild. Nothing grows there that's worth boasting about, so they end up buying. Buy from outside. Those shops don't carry what you truly need. He could do it for free, but that won't change a thing for the villagers, because what they need even more than supplies is pure determination. The chief nodded like he got it all, then told him to go talk it over with the other villagers. Shannon leaned in and asked the protagonist what would happen next, and he shot back, "The village." He'd rake in a massive profit. He just didn't expect them to say no, but either way, he'd still go through with it. He'd head out to the garden and start getting it ready, then he'd ask her to tell him the moment the village chief called, because the girl is the one who has to let him know. The girl shot him a confident grin, swearing she'd handle it, and Rock somehow raced back in time before that old man even showed up. Anagami apologized for the long delay and straight up said people's opinions were what mattered. Opinions split into camps, but if you left them to their own devices, he didn't believe any of it would get better. So was it normal for the compensation money to suddenly get eaten up by expenses nobody saw coming? The protagonist. Magnus shot back, "Yeah, if you're willing to cooperate, then you could." They could finally take on those goblins and keep their food supply safe without putting the villagers at risk. Anagami stared at him, stunned. The villagers immediately started whispering and panicking among themselves like if this was real, then they couldn't beat this deal. Right then, Horan lunged forward and blurted out the protagonist didn't buy a word of it. No way he thought that was a good idea. Wait, wasn't that suspicious as hell? The elder snapped at him, firing off the question of what the hell he was even talking about, and yeah, how dare he? He talked like that, and the boy dug in his heels, swearing that if it weren't for his wound, he would have wiped out those goblins in a blink. Then he snarled and slammed his injured leg. Rock snapped it right, and the villagers who got hurt by the goblins. He yanked a healing potion out of his pocket and thrust it into their hands, fast. Rock shoved it into Horan's hands, saying it was his one-of-a-kind creation. A healing potion, and the boy took the hint as it all began. The boy snapped it down with an annoyed huff, "I do care," like he was never going to drink it anyway. "Drink it?" MC shot back, trying to calm things down. "Come on, don't be ridiculous. If you're asking for proof, then let's see it." Truth or not, he wouldn't mind treating Shannon to it first. He just said the words when the girl blinked in surprise and brushed it off like, "It's no big deal." Right? She was so desperate to taste his carefully prepared healing. She clenched the potion in her hand, shut her eyes tight, took a desperate sip, and then all at once. Suddenly her eyes shot wide as she blurted, "It's so delicious," and she kept saying that nonstop. Even if she swore it tasted sour and undrinkable, this potion hit smooth, soothing her as if it belonged in her body and filling her with a sudden lightness. Horan stared at her stunned. Eyes as the protagonist and Lucky grinned. Then Fenrir whipped around to face his master and basically dared him to try it too, and the protagonist snapped back, "No." No problem, he downed the potion straight into his mouth, and the familiar's eye. His eyes shot wide and he blurted out with pure delight, "It's so delicious." He couldn't even name it, but it hit him like pure relief, calm, refreshing, and effortless. Zoran froze in confusion, staring at them like, "Seriously, this is amazing." The protagonist shoved the bottle back into his hands and pushed for one more try, so the boy grabbed it, right on the spot. Snatched the bottle, stared it down, and shrugged, "It's probably just a game." He'll never buy that lie, so naturally, he decides to drink it anyway. But after that, everything flipped. He suddenly changed his tune, bursting with joy as he cut them. Mumbling, "This is ridiculously delicious. What kind of healing potion is this? It doesn't smell like the usual musty water at all, more like apples." Yeah, it tastes like fresh squeezed apple juice. Clean, crisp, refreshing, and just a tiny bit sweet. That sweet and sour burst hit him like a time machine, yanking him back to his first love, and suddenly it was so easy to drink. Afterward, the agony in his injured leg vanished, and Horan snapped his leg around in shock, staring like, "Wait, are they messing with me?" Even the pain crawling through his whole body was gone. He finally managed to move his leg, like a miracle dropped into his lap, and the protagonist told him just that. A grin that said they were already ready to knock out another request, unless. But if they'd lend a hand, he'd open his pouch and share his healing potions with every wounded fighter. Horan grabbed his hand and clamped it in a hard shake, then practically begged, "Please, if you let him heal all the injured one." Then the boy snapped back to himself, yanked his grip off the protagonist's hand, and blurted out an apology for doubting him. He leaned in, told Rock his name, and said he was the village chief's assistant, then swore they'd cooperate with them without hesitation. Everyone turned toward that joyful boy, grinning like the whole world lit up. And Anagami stepped in to ask the villagers if anyone had ever objected. The villagers huddled again, talked it through, and then finally gave their okay. Rock grinned and said, "All right, looks like we just reached an agreement." He told everyone to grab some food first before anything else, which Shannon and Lucky were absolutely thrilled to. Like that, boom, there were only 6 days left before the request deadline hit. The startled villagers leaned in and watched the protagonist's allies react in real time. Then he dove into the food. And after one bite, the elder stared in shock, swearing he never once imagined cabbage could taste this good. So after he admitted he used to think cabbage was only fit for horse feed, the protagonist said, "Good news, cabbage soup is on the menu today. But cabbage tastes insanely good, or you can toss it in a pan and saute it." Anagami was totally stunned. Rock's thought, and then he kept going, adding that restorative potion he'd brewed while cooking worked like magic. People who felt awful suddenly looked healthier. He spun to Shannon and asked if she could help him with something, then told her to bring the orange ants A and B with her. He made sure they were protected when they went hunting for materials, and even safeguarded the villagers. So when the girl saw what he trusted her with, her jaw dropped in shock. Was he truly sure everything would be okay? He looked her in the eye and promised she could crush the monsters that terrorized this whole area. Even though oranges A and B were tiny, they still handled everything on their own. Shannon shot back that she got him, and promised she'd pull out every stop to make it happen. The protagonists leaned in and told everyone, "As for the rest, we'll forge a road straight to Kronto, no detours." With the road finally laid down, travelers kept coming and going from one place to another, bringing all the help they could. From one town to the next, they could finally crack the food supply crisis and patch the gap left by missing imported goods. Fell swoop, and before it all goes down, he hits the gas. Rock unleashes his magic, summoning a fortification to shield him for what's coming, then the villain. The villagers stared in disbelief, like something inside their bodies had suddenly turned lighter, and the protagonist finally explained what he'd done. He slammed strengthening magic into them to help them move faster. But it wouldn't last, not even for a second, and the wounded were still hopping on the spot, barely able to contain the pain. He could barely believe they could move at all. Yet after everything, they were still brimming with power, and the protagonist caught their happy, thrilled faces glowing with joy. Questions bombarded them, and Shannon, shocked, told him he wasn't new to it because they'd already used strengthening magic on so many people right then, like it was nothing, just simple and easy. Rock leaned in and told her, "If you practice, I'm sure you'll pull it off too." And next time he promised he'd show her exactly how. The girl beamed, couldn't believe it. She was so grateful to him. MC looked him in the eye and snapped, "All right, everyone starts building the..." Laying the road down, Lucky burst out with a joyful howl, and then he kept on with, With a magical roar, he blasted straight through space, clearing the road ahead. They tore into the forest on two fronts, cutting trees for lumber while the work crews dug in the earth to get it all started. Forget it, those gargoyles saw the ants, and suddenly the villagers felt lucky. Lucky for everyone, they all threw themselves into the construction. No one got left in the dust. Behind him that evening, the protagonist snapped, "All right, let's call it there. Hold off on it for now, those guys were almost done." The stone was nearly down and the road was getting cleared, and he went straight on praising his familiars, pushing forward like they'd finish any minute. MC scanned everyone and said, "Thanks to Lucky's magic, we can smash through and finish the road by tomorrow." And they pushed to build it the moment the road was ready. Once everything was cleared, he'd push to sell their goods. Then Rock stared at it all with warm, familiar affection, like it finally made sense again. And they acted like they were way cooler than he could ever be. He couldn't even imagine it, he might have dreamed it, and now they were back in the monster garden. In the garden at night, our protagonist hunched over the paper, eyes locked in, fully focused on what he was drawing. Shannon slid over a mug of steaming tea, leaned in and asked, "Still awake?" The protagonist snatched the tea, thanked her with real sincerity, and told her he'd already mapped out their whole day. He insisted she needed sleep first, she'd worked harder than anyone all day and she deserved real rest. Shannon snapped back, "No way, how could she sleep while her master keeps working?" The protagonist told her, "Don't call me master," because that name felt weird as soon as it left her mouth. And honestly, he didn't see her as a slave, not even a little. Shannon beamed at him warmly and said he was pure kindness, grinning like he had the world in his hands. She said, "I'm beyond grateful I got to meet him." The MC flashed her a smile and she felt it hit like instant warmth. He thanked her for the kind words and told her that he was too also. They were both grateful their paths had finally collided, and then he leaned in and spilled the whole plan to her. Tomorrow he'd drag the villagers into the cabbage fields, and the very next day he planned to haul his goods to the capital and sell them. Word spread that the capital was running low on cabbages, and he was convinced that once they hit the stalls, they'd be gone in a blink. And hey, don't ignore the guild's request, because he just knew victory was going to be theirs. But the real question is how they pull off the win. Shannon, hearing that voice, fought with every ounce of willpower to stay awake after the brutal fatigue of the day before. He pressed on when it came to Titus, he was sure it was nothing, just a J. To joke around, then realizing he wasn't getting a single reply from. She spun back to him and the protagonist locked eyes, seeing exactly what she was trying to hide. He saw her slumped right there at the table, asleep on the spot, like her whole body just powered down. She leaned in and whispered, "He's incredible." The protagonist flashed a grin and the whole scene lit up. He launched a purification spell to cleanse her. He leaned in, thanked her for helping, and gently stroked her head. He scooped the girl up, tucked her into bed, then stared at everything, like he was done holding back. His sacred beasts were all sprawled out, sleeping like the world couldn't wake them. And bolted out of the house, lucky. He dropped his words and then bolted off into the distance. Somewhere again, and the MC jolted back, shocked out of his skin. And fired a question at his friend like, "You still awake?" He didn't even answer, he flipped it right back and asked, "So what are they going to do? Are they catching one today?" Rock shot back, pointing at the rainbow dragonflies. "Night's the perfect time because they're way easier to grab." Fenderer leaned in and asked what they were going to do with the goblins. Then the protagonist answered. He said that as long as his loyal friend stayed close to the village, everything was fine. Goblins wouldn't dare lift a claw, so even if you left them alone, the adventure would still kick off anyway. Would swoop in and crush them instead, right as the familiar finally appeared, like it had been waiting for this moment. Stared right at its master, then snapped out the words. "All right, are they actually coming?" The MC shot back that they were. And the friends burst into motion, racing toward the rainbow dragon's lair, right up to the edge of the rainbow dragon F. Dragonflies, then they swung their nets and started snatching them out of the air. Nets and perfect teamwork working in lockstep. In the morning, when our protagonist jolted awake, he suddenly heard He heard someone crunching away in the kitchen, and clocked that it was already getting bad like. He felt the light hit his face, and then he heard that crunch again, broken up by the sound of someone moving right there. Somebody was singing, and the protagonist's gut screamed that it had to be Shannon. She probably woke up crazy early every day, whipped up breakfast for them like it was her mission, before anything else even started. For some reason, it lit him up with joy. He tore down the stairs, burst into the kitchen, thanked the girl, and asked if she needed any help. At that exact moment, a gargoyle slid off the table and grinned at his master, then said, "Everything's almost ready." Let him stall for a few minutes. This monster was practically sparkling with joy, rocking that gorgeous apron like it was priceless. The protagonist was totally thrown off. This wasn't Shan at all, like the whole thing had been botched, and the gargoyle looked stunned by what happened next, like he saw it coming and still didn't. He stared at his face and blurted out, confused, "What happened? Are you stuck in some nightmare?" Nightmare snapped back control of his emotions, rushed over to reassure him and blurted, Everything's fine, can you let me help? Help, the monster snapped back and told him to trust him, because when he worked in the Demon Lord's castle, he'd been stuck cooking food for everyone alone. The MC snapped, okay fine, then stormed out of the kitchen. Shannon stepped out to meet him and flashed a warm good morning just for him. She gasped out that she was so sorry, she even dared to fall asleep last. Last night, Rock assured her she didn't have to worry about it. He grabbed a look at her weapon and asked if she was headed to training, and the elf flashed a grin and said, yeah, I'm going to train. She wanted to whip up breakfast first, but the gargoyle snapped at her to save it for him. The protagonist nodded, saying he understood and meant every word when he thanked him. Yet something about the whole situation still felt terribly off. The girl shot him a worried look and asked if he wasn't exhausted, because he'd gone out alone last night to chase rainbow dragonflies. Wait, didn't you? The protagonist blurted, totally thrown, like, didn't you just sleep or something? And hey, I was gonna. He snagged dragonflies right alongside Lucky, Shannon, and Indignant, like they were sweeping the world clean. She straight up told him that wasn't the point. She didn't want to just stand there, she wanted to be useful to him too. The shocked MC rushed over and reassured her, telling her he was genuinely happy. Next time they'd go together. Go catch them together. The girl glanced at him, cheeks burning, and asked if that was what he'd promised her. He nodded and said, yeah, you got it exactly right. Just then the gargoyle announced breakfast was ready, and the sudden sight of him shocked them both so hard they jumped, blurted that they'd heard him. On day 2 in the afternoon, Horan slammed it into the protagonist again. He had to sell the cabbage at the market. So you head to the market, grab the rainbow dragonfly wings and drop them off at the guild, right? The protagonist nodded, yeah. He's desperate to figure out what the cabbage is worth, and he tells that kid to keep an eye on things. Then he slips off, while the MC watches him go like something big is about to happen. Once they'd swept the road clear by noon, he figured today was the perfect window to hustle some goods at the market. And after that, he'd teach them how to catch rainbow dragonflies. In huge numbers, so if they plowed the abandoned farmland and grew cabbage on it, they could finally start easing the food shortage. And later that night, the road construction was already underway. At last it was finished. Everyone erupted in cheers for what they'd built. The MC ruffled Patra's head and praised the ants like champions, because their stone pavement was so flawless even top craftsmen would have hung their heads in shame. And the ants, they celebrated like they'd just won the world. Their dad loudly praised them, and the villagers turned around and thanked Patra and her ants too. They figured every monster would terrify them, but Patra was different, such a sweet, perfect girl that her tail wagged with joy as she got praised. She did it, then the elder spun around, looked the protagonist in the eye and thanked him for what he'd done. For today, bowling to him, the old man kept going, like he had no idea what was coming next, and honestly, who could blame him? No way he really thought the road to the capital would be done in just 2 days, after everything he'd already done for them. He was basically asking, can I take just 10% of the profits and call it a deal? And the protagonist shot back, of course. Absolutely, send the money through the guild. Onigami thanked him again, waved it off like it was nothing, and promised every single payment would land on time. Right after that, just before dawn, the MC and his familiars split up and went back for the Orango. An egg sat there, guarded by a vivid green emerald like the ones Green Frog's hoard. No wyverns in sight, but they still wouldn't get to breathe easy, because tomorrow would bring that trouble. Rock couldn't shake the gut-wrenching feeling that Isaac's party was about to crash into their deaths. He reached his destination sooner than planned, and that uneasy feeling in his gut screamed that this was about to blow up. After a while, the protagonist stretched hard and told his familiars, okay. Alright, they've got to give it everything today too. Then, out of nowhere, a tiny bird lands right on his shoulder. As it chirped, the protagonist froze. When did a little chick even show up in the garden? Pardon? Patra snapped back, saying he was dead wrong because this chick was a sky bird. MC blurted, shocked out of his mind. What was she even getting at? Was the sky bird bigger than this one? She just shrugged and said, well. While they were sorting monster materials, they stumbled on something that looked just like it. Once that rare item ended up in the skybird's mouth, and nobody knew why. It took one bite, and that's when it transformed into something far more dangerous. So Tiny Rock stared in disbelief, like his brain couldn't compute it. What insane things don't happen in this world, so tell me, how could? How on earth are they supposed to bring it back to its original size? The little chick started chirping in its own secret language, flapping its wings like it had a big message to deliver. She didn't understand it, so the protagonist just waved it off. It's fine. Everything will go back to normal soon. Just in time, because its life isn't on the line here. Then the chick fluttered off his shoulder and took flight. He hit the ground and started bawling, and then, right out of nowhere, an awful stench slammed into his nose. And asked in bewilderment what in the world it was. Then he finally clocked the sound was coming from Lucky, who had. He slid into the seat beside him and told his friend, yeah, that smell's coming straight from me. Fenrir blurted out in pure shock, because he never expected that to come from him. MC grilled him when was the last time you washed, and Lucky just answered without missing a beat. Yesterday, Rock might have countered the whole doubt, right before it even got the chance to settle in. Hearing that he could have soaked in a bath yesterday if he'd just stayed with him all day. And he still hadn't even laid eyes on him, towel in hand, soap ready. The familiar flinched and then hinted, maybe it was the day before yesterday then. The protagonist, already well aware of his friend's habits, kept calling him by his name again and again. Lucky's eyes went glassy as he almost choked out an answer. He's fine, he gets himself clean even if he skips bathing. The protagonist threw up his hands and said, all right, fine, nothing I can do. Then he laughed and ordered all his familiars to kick off the operation, because they were about to capture Lucky and bathe him. Shannon grinned like he could already feel the order locking in, and the gargoyle erupted into eager rage, fists clenched tight. Fenrir, the ants exploded with joy, like the whole colony just won the biggest prize of their lives, and yeah, this was about to get fun. He glanced at his allies, cracked a grin, and said, it's even more curious than that. Don't let them think they can snag him that easily. Right then, Rock snapped his magic skill to life and his. Milliers and Shannon felt the blast, so he leaned in and told them he'd already cast support magic on everyone. Except Lucky, this would only last a little, but it would crank up their strength and speed fast as lightning. Shannon shot him a grateful look, and Patra burst out yelling in pure joy. Hooray! Lucky planted himself in front of his comrades, tail wagging like crazy, bragging that only fools would ever think any kind of support magic could replace what they had. Patra was the first one to challenge the legendary Fenrir Lucky to a duel, right after everything clicked about the difference between him and the rest. The queen of the orange ants slammed her fists down, declared she was starting and charged straight at him, while Lucky flashed a smug, condescending smirk. Sweet and innocent Patra thought she could take him on by herself, so she lit up her magical power and she lunged for him, but the familiar zipped aside and snapped, you see, he told you, didn't he? You can't pin him down with just one attack. Patra called every one of her ants to the front, begging them to help her seize Lucky. And all her allies burst into joyful motion, rushing to complete the task, and they swarmed poor Lucky. Fenrir got hit from every direction as they launched the attack, and then Fenrir thought. Sam bushed he couldn't even wrap his head around how he ended up sprawled on the ground. Patra screamed. And just like that, right when the protagonist least expected it, they pulled it off. He broke into a smile, stroked her head, and told her, voice full of pure admiration, you did it. That's why she's so dangerous in the best way. She let him drop his guard by acting like she was alone, and Patra happily played along. He soaked in the praise, then the MC whipped around to his friend and said, told him be a good boy, now get in the bath. Right then, Lucky sprang up to his feet, ready to explode into the next move. And the ropes that had kept him trapped snapped into place so fast they ensnared the ants instead, in the blink of an eye. Then he smirked and bragged that immortating him was a brilliant move until the truth hit. They don't have the magical power to keep him contained. The ants shrieked in panic, and he just kept on, so strong it felt unreal. The gargoyle leaned in and said, I get it. Then he's up next to face Fenrir, straight into the duel. You're about to start over, right between the proud sacred beast Lucky and that ex-demon lord elite who took on every single chore in the gargoyle household. Lucky blinked, still in shock, and asked his opponent straight up if he really thought he could win. The gargoyle let out a sinister chuckle and said, they always underestimate me. He started to spark his magical power, but it barely held on, fading weakly as even if people shrug him off, he's still a gargoyle, and he clutched every scrap of knowledge he'd gathered. Over 100 years of rock-solid support magic isn't something you can just ignore, and honestly, it's a good sign, because Fenrir is on our side. Fenrir stared down at him like he owned the sky, then Lucky grinned, flicked his tail once, and him instantly, and the protagonist was left spiraling in pure frantic anxiety. Cautiously, he called out to the gargoyle. Fenrir grinned and turned to his allies, asking who's up next. Shannon stepped forward and said, all right then, if you've got his blessing, I'm in, she said, flashing a grin, because I don't mind sparring with you. With him, it was showtime for the next duel. Fenrir, not a dog at all, named Lucky, and an elf who'd been blessed by his own master. Named Shannon, then the familiar leaned in and purred, I'm curious, let her prove everything she can do. Capable of that, yeah, and the girl gripping her weapon's hilt shot back without hesitation. With his nod of approval, she steps up, Shannon London. She shoved lunch at him, but Lucky totally sidestepped her strike and left. At this pace, she won't even land a single hit. Shannon's. And snorted like, so what's he gonna say to that? Then she slammed on a multi-sword combo and charged in. Rushed at him, and Fenrir, having torn through her attack in one brutal sweep, just chuckled like, yeah, she's not so bad. Bad, but she got it right. She knew a casual thing like that didn't mean much. Their visuals would have done him 0 damage, so she fired back with a direct answer, like she'd already figured everything out. Lucky still launched another strike, and the second hit landed right after he stood up. Lucky's eyes widened. She couldn't believe how perfectly her aim landed. Suddenly the pressure spiked, he barely slipped out of the way of her blows. And Shannon cranked it up, hitting him even faster, aiming even tighter, until she finally set him up with the finishing move. She shoved him into the corner and pressed her sword to his throat. Fenrir couldn't even process it. When did she learn? The elf just grinned, then told him point-blank that he'd be doing it like that from now on. He'd be a good boy right then, scrubbed up and ready for his bath. Right then, Lucky whipped his tail and blasted a spell of immobilization that pinned him in place. Shannon jolted. She realized with shock that her body just wouldn't move anymore. The familiar lined in and told her, "Move and you can." He could kiss her head goodbye, but the girl let out a defeated sigh, raised her hands and said, "It's no use." She's ready to quit, but Lucky leans in and tells her she's moving perfectly, and you can tell her daily training finally paid off. The elf beamed at him and thanked him for the praise with a bright, joyful grin. Fenrir snapped his gaze onto the protagonist and growled. Said, "All right, enough stalling, time to dive into the next dish, because this duel is about to explode in its." Fenrir just wanted to play, but that kid was dead set on making Lucky take a bath. The familiar flared with magic and practically hissed to the protagonist, "That's it, no more warming." He warmed up and let him charge in with everything he had. Rock-crossed his blades, then snapped into a lethal fighting stance. Lucky shot him an excited look, practically bursting with energy. Ready for a fun game, he suddenly stopped cold and sniffed the air like something was off. Sniffed hard, inhaled deeply, blurted the question out, and froze in total bewilderment. What's that sweet smell drifting in the air? A celestial bird. A bird, now a tiny chick in its new form, perched on his head and clutched a F in its little grip. It snapped a flower into its beak. Then the protagonist blurted, wide-eyed and shaking, "A celestial bird." The familiar grinned at him, luck hit, and the fall's grip started to loosen. He crumpled to the ground, stunned by what just happened, then flopped down and drifted off to sleep. Still asleep until the protagonist's surprise hit like a sudden jolt. "A sleep flower, that's it," he grinned, thanked the celestial bird for its help, and then, right after, he snapped it all to his allies. All right, later on they're finally gonna start washing the Lucky stuff. Later that same day, not far from the new Leaf dungeon. In the dungeon car, Isaac fumed and slammed the floor with both fists. The carriage as he swung his fist, shouting in stunned disbelief. "Why aren't they here yet?" Kara snapped, and he better keep his mouth shut. Amy stared at him in silence, and every inch of her face screamed pure agony. Isaac cursed at the protagonist through clenched teeth, swearing he'd make him regret betraying them. Then Amy finally snapped and told him the truth. She blamed them for betraying him. He started by snapping at her, and the boy shot back in furious anger, telling her to shut up, like irritation was burning in his chest. Who even bothered about some lowly porter? He crashed into the front lines, fought his way through, and pulled off the win to reach S rank. Then Isaac spoke. He snapped, and still, after all that, he got told that without. They tore past the rock rank and hit the C rank level, then he refused to back down. Accept it, no matter what, he's going to win and he'll prove it to you. Right now, Kara breathed out a heavy sigh and told him, "I'm telling you myself, I'm not helping you collect those orango eggs." Amy sighed that seriously there weren't nearly enough rainbow dragonflies. Then Isaac snapped back like, "Wait, They already had it figured out. This time they don't have to grab every last thing on the request. The wyverns are the real prize, and once they lock onto them, everything will be fine, got it?" Carrot let out a mischievous chuckle and admitted she'd been dying to ask him for ages. So why was he so arrogant, huh? The leader snapped back, irritated to the core, refusing to listen to her when she dared say that. Fuming, Kara still kept taking every request without so much as a second glance at the details. And then, he just slid them into the party with zero warning, like this was no big deal, trust me, he's something else. She and Amy step in to help him, no choice left at all. Then once this party's over, they're out. Then the guy shot back rudely, like they should have seen it coming, so in return he's going to give. He'll bark out the orders while they rush to carry out the request. The girls fall silent, but what could they possibly be holding back? Then the driver cut in and told him, "We're here, we've arrived." Isaac cupped the coins in his palm, thanked the man, and told him he didn't need any change. The driver stared in confusion, but even then, that amount still wasn't close to enough. He'd driven them much closer to the dungeon than anyone else. If he didn't pay him more, then he'd simply wasted his time. Isaac seethed, dumped in even more coins, and roared, "This has to be enough." The driver shot him a grateful nod, then peeled out, while Isaac seethed with fury right in the middle of it. Rage surged in his chest. What was going on? Everyone was laughing at him, making him look like a joke, and then he forced a long breath and tried to steady himself. They shrugged it off like it didn't matter anymore, because right now they were standing at the entrance to the brand new Leaf dungeon. With the request deadline looming, there were only 4 days left. He sucked in a breath, then barked at the girls to push forward. Forward, the allies crept in, eyes sharp, ready for anything. While all the chaos raged somewhere else, everyone gleefully showered Lucky with pets freshly washed and smelling absolutely amazing. Meanwhile, Isaac started pacing the dungeon like the walls were closing in. With a grim scowl, he told his allies that their only target was the wyverns lurked deep inside the dungeon, and if the rest had been given time, they would've. They'd pounce on the way back, so tell me, did they finally get it? Then Karek snapped in horror, shouting, Orango. Isaac shot her a sharp look and demanded they answer, at least act like they're looking at her. As he glanced around, something felt seriously off, the rainbow. The rainbow dragonflies and those green frogs were totally gone, like the whole pond just vanished. Orango was right there, but no matter where he looked, their eggs were nowhere to be found. So how on earth were they supposed to track down everything they needed for the recall? He couldn't shake the feeling. Under these circumstances, the guild had to be setting them up right. They kept blabbing, and on top of that, they didn't even have the right info about what was going on with. So when you said that, boom, the guild got cleared. If they were clearly at fault, they'd be back, and he'd make sure they paid for every last bit of it. Right then, bam, a goblin lunged out from behind him. Isaac wasn't ready for what hit him from behind, but he snapped into action and split the attack clean in two with a single slash of his sword. Then he snapped, they never warned us about the goblins, and rage hit the guild staff hard for being totally irresponsible. Right then, new goblins burst out in front of them, fresh and relentless. And right there in front of them stood their leader. Wrapped in iron armor and gripping a broadsword, Isaac blurted out in total disbelief as a goblin suddenly appeared, shouting like it had no right to be there. One night he snapped into a fighting stance, ripped out a loud breath and shouted. He couldn't believe it, turns out even the top-tier ones have shown up too, looks like things are about to get serious. This place turned into their lair, and the shout came roaring, telling them to get out of the way, get moving, Get lost, the leader barreled straight at the monsters, while the goblin snapped up his strike, parrying it like a wall, buying time while the other enemies pressed in. Isaac got hit by a full-on enemy onslaught, and out of nowhere, the words from that kid slammed into his mind. They're being shielded, right under Rock's divine protection. And without it, they were stuck at rank C, so he clenched his fist hard. He clenched his teeth, seethed, and snapped, that's not true. Yeah, no way he can lose to this loser. At that exact moment, Amy surged forward and slammed the enemy with a blazing. He raised his spear and shot the leader a quick question, are you okay? The boy snapped back yes, with pure fury in his voice. Yeah, he's fine, he could have taken care of it, no problem. Yeah, something like that, totally fine. Kara clocked it instantly, but he looked wrecked, like the fight had carved bruises into him. Isaac shot her a glare full of irritation, then snarled like it was the last thing he could hold back. The leftover goblins closed in from all sides, trapping them in a tightening ring. Amy cut right through it, everything else would wait. Right now, they had to crush their enemies, so the allies snapped into a tight circle and battled together. Isaac snapped into a fighting stance, shielding each other's backs, then cursed through his teeth. After a while, they scanned the place, and just like that, the monster was finished. Monsters kept closing in, but the companions scanned the area for more and found none nearby. Nearby, Isaac couldn't breathe. Was it finally finished? Because it sure looked like the Goblin Knight. He stepped in as the leader, and suddenly everything fell into place. Now they just had to move. They still had to crush the wyverns and make it back. Head back to the guild. Amy wears a heartbreaking, sad look on her face. They told him they'd been hearing him all along, and Kara kept spinning her eyes around, like she couldn't miss a single clue. The allies pushed forward without looking back, until they finally plunged into the depths. Deep in the dungeon, where the wyverns they hunted ruled in scorching silence. From behind cover, Isaac popped out and said, there are a whole bunch of them. He promised Amy, I'll charge in and pull them off you, and told her, use magic tear into their wings. When they struck, he'd end it, finish them off. First, he'd focus on the two wyverns out in the distance, further away from. Amy looked him in the eye and said she fully understood, right from the start. Good go, Isaac roared, and with that he sprinted straight ahead. The wyverns spotted him straight ahead. He launched into the sky, then Amy activated. He loosed a fire arrow that scorched their wings, blasting them with brutal damage. The monsters started dropping out of the sky, and Isaac lunged in and smashed them with a clean hit. He sent them on their way, then he blurted out, perfect, now they're done with this one, and the next challenge is right around the corner. One right then, another wyvern slammed into view right in front. Of them, the leader froze in confusion, then another. The monster tore the air apart with a spell-laced roar and whipped its tail through the darkness. Sending Amy and Kara flying, Isaac sprinted over to the. Kara dragged a breath, asked if they were okay, and her irritation snapped right back. Then she snapped at him, demanding to know why he didn't step in. Because if he had, Rock would have shielded them for sure. Rage burned in Isaac's chest, and he exploded into a furious shout at those words. The protagonist has nothing to do with them at all, and on top of that, he didn't even realize there was another wyvern out there. Even if she had someone with her, she'd still handle it. Kara, stunned, couldn't help but wonder what kind of Forget it, Amy, the girl grabbed her hand and practically demanded they run. If they stayed with this idiot, they'd die, so Amy shouted Isaac to stop, and Isaac was stuck in confusion as Kara and the others were told, don't go. Kara snapped at him to shut his mouth, pure fury spilling out as she couldn't stand to be near him anymore. Then she grabbed Amy by the hand and dragged her away, but Amy begged her again to stop, but Kara didn't even hear her, she just suggested. If she joined Rock's side, they'd likely be way better off for it. With him right there, Isaac clutched his weapon even tighter, irritation boiling in his chest. So they're ditching him too, just like that. He fought tooth and nail to show up for his coach's training sessions, like he wouldn't let their plan steer him. Seriously, Rock is absolutely incredible. Compared to him, Isaac's a total weakling, so let him take notes and learn the hard way. He's crushed by him, so disappointed. It's like he's looking at his own student and seeing a failure. Isaac's jaw clenched with pure rage, and he muttered through his teeth. Everyone won't stop talking about that Rock, so if it's really that important, then he'll have them all stumbling and failing this challenge. Staring down the wyverns, he slammed his sword forward. He slammed his sword into the ground and roared at the MC. He refuses to let the guy steal the girls and win them over. He checked their condition, then clocked exactly how bad the situation had gotten. Isaac snapped, "This is bad," and then he slammed the unleashed the Great Cross, then drove its magic straight toward the target. Magical power crashed into the monsters, and the girls ducked behind the cover to dodge their allies' devastating magical strike. A thunderous explosion roared through the air, and when the smoke cleared, something massive appeared. It burst into the sky, glowing so clear that even from way off, everyone could see it. Shannon spotted the cross and snapped, "It's them." The protagonist said it with absolute certainty, "Yeah, it's Isaac and his team, MC." He spun toward the girl and asked if she'd join him, and Shannon didn't hesitate for a second. She eagerly said yes. He told his familiars that everyone would keep working in the village, except Shannon, and Patra assured him that they. Rock looked Lucky in the eyes and said, "I'm counting on you." Fenrir leaned in and told him, "Don't stress, it's fine," right as they closed in on the dungeon. The protagonist got hit with pure shock at just how thick the smoke was, because Isaac and the girls suddenly burst into the scene at the mouth of the cave. Amy was bracing him and holding him up. Wounded Isaac gasped to the leader that he'd seen the protagonist maliciously. They hit him with the truth, he wouldn't make it, because every wyvern and every scrap of material was already spoken for, had crumbled into dust, so there was no way they could still carry out the request. Shannon stared daggers at the guy and MC cut him off like, "I don't think so." Isaac would drop that low, so Shannon snapped around and warned him, if any of this was real, they had to turn back. He swung around toward the kingdom's capital, snatched up the materials, and hauled them straight to the guild. Yeah, it felt a bit rough. But the one thing she couldn't afford was to slip up. She'd already spotted the required materials for sale outside the city. The protagonist snapped back, "No, we're not doing that. Because if we're lucky, there might still be a few wyverns left. So before they chase anything, they need to go deep and explore every corner first." Isaac cut her off and told them, "Go search as much as you want." And when they headed back, he couldn't wait. He was already counting down to their next meeting. The protagonist and his friends stared at him, stunned right as the moment hit. Then he can't help but feel pity until he spots those defeated goblins. Spotting one monster in particular lurking in the crowd, MC blurted, shocked out of nowhere, "Wait, did you just say it's a goblin night?" One night he was probably marching the rest of the goblins, while the village stayed safe and sound. Safe now, Lucky clocked it instantly. "I see," he says, "so that's the whole story." Shannon spun around, eyes scanning everything like she already knew trouble was waiting. He said it with a heavy heart, "Yeah, it was all smashed to pieces." The protagonist gave a sly chuckle. Isaac feels way more like a mage type, and then Shannon. He tore through the remains of the wyverns and confirmed it. Everything was wiped out. The scales and claws got ripped to shreds, and they never made it to the guild. Rock snapped, "That's it, there's nothing left to do. We're going to have to turn back." Then suddenly, luck strikes as he crouches right near the rocks shot up yelling, "There they are," as the protagonist and Shannon closed in, and MC blurted out in shock. The wyvern eggs were tucked behind the rocks, so they didn't get touched at all. Lucky, real lucky. Lucky licked his lips and asked if they were tasty. Rock just grunted, "Probably," but said they had to be taken anyway. They hauled him to the mini-garden, and Fenrir practically lit up as he happily agreed. Right then, the allies were bursting into the village with goblin news. Shannon made the whole place roar, because the villagers had already beaten those goblins. Shannon. Still reeling, they blurted, "Wait, shouldn't we handle the goblins in New Leaf Swamp too?" And the protagonist shot back. He shot back, "Nah," saying the map was outdated and the name had changed. Then he pointed out the swamp was still in the same. Right there in the same spot as the dungeon. She didn't even know it. So while she waited for Isaac and his crew to come through and deliver, he rushed the materials to the guild, then threw his whole day into rebuilding the village, telling everyone they'd start by growing cabbage first. Then he'd show them how to catch rainbow dragonflies. Right after that, the villagers erupted in joy over and over, cheering as they finally got both lives up and running. And it all led to trade, and finally the day he had been waiting for, departure day, crashed in like a thunderclap, when the protagonist spotted a rock-solid structure ahead. He stared at the whole structure and quizzed Pater like, "What kind of fortress is this?" Then shot, "Is that the gate to the village?" Ant grinned and said that, thanks to this structure, even when monsters stormed everything and everyone freaked out, the protagonist still wouldn't break, he'd be fine. The antagonists burst into thrilled cheers, and then the village elder plus every single villager bowed so low to MC that it was almost reverent, thanking him with all their hearts. He thanked Onigami from the bottom of his heart for everything he'd done for them, and Onigami told him that from this moment on, things would finally change, and they would. They obeyed his orders and pushed their village forward day after day, then poured out heartfelt thanks to Patra and everyone who helped. Gorm, flinging cabbage like it was nothing, blurted out that they'd turn this veggie into their very own signature dish, and rename the village to the Choshino Cabbage Village, Every villager stood up, waved like crazy, and sent the protagonist and his friends off with cheers. He fired off one last round of questions, begged them to come back again, and then, right after everyone said their tearful goodbyes, everything finally ended. Rock's mind snapped to Isaac, and his teeth flashed like a warning in the back of his head. Team, all that's left is to take them on, and right now, that's exactly what they have to do. And now they were barreling toward the capital, Kanto Bainaloa. At last he reached the perfect spot and snapped his eyes around, scanning everything in sight. He spun in place and muttered, "It has to be around here somewhere." Right then, Horn shouted at them and swung his hand in a big, commanding wave. The protagonist grinned and held out a hand, then asked him straight up how the sales were going. He spilled the whole truth and swore it was exactly how he'd imagined. Cabbage was flying off the shelves like hotcakes. Maybe it's because they swapped cabbage soup for cabbage rolls every single day and kept letting. So let everyone take a shot, try it for themselves. And yeah, there were dudes who snagged the special item at whatever price they wanted. Because of them, he raked in a fortune, and right after that, Horan shoved the wallet into his hands. With that, Horan handed him the wallet with. He clutched the money, swore it was his cut like he promised, and Rock grabbed it straight away. He thanked him and said he was thrilled for them, telling them to use the rest of the money to buy a demon cow. He poured what was left into helping the village grow, then said his goodbyes. The protagonist and his crew pushed forward, ready for whatever came next. The protagonist thought it through, now the preparations are finally locked in. 8. There's just one thing left to do, when we finally hit the guild, Rika and I. Isaac and his crew were already waiting on them, right there, like they'd been expecting it. Isaac shot the MC a sarcastic grin and snapped that he was late. Late in the day, MC and Shannon were stunned to find the material waiting for them. The materials Isaac and his crew brought were all tied to Rika's deaths. Desk, the guy shot back with pure sarcasm, because in his mind, they'd already bolted just so he'd never get the materials he needed. Materials? Rock stayed cool and flat out said he wouldn't pull something like that, then Isaac shot back, yelling in shock. He snarled with malice, then stormed in with empty hands, ready to ruin everything. The protagonist shot back, "It doesn't matter. They already handed over the materials, so then they just have to push through and finish it." Isaac grinned, and yeah, he looks like the real deal. Huffing, Rika told them, "All right, inspection S starting now." Isaac burst into triumphant laughter and told the protagonist that he could drop to his knees and beg for forgiveness. MC was barely holding himself back. He tried to answer his opponent in a calm voice, but he hated how tense it made everything, because it wasn't him who needed to apologize. The leader froze, baffled. Wait, what was that supposed to mean? Right then, Rika stepped up and Isaac's party smashed through the quest and brought back 20 pairs of rainbow dragonfly wings, 3 orange eggs and 15 emeralds. So yeah, this competition's win belongs to Mr. Rock Isaac. Isaac froze in confusion, slammed his fist on the table and snapped, "What the hell is this supposed to mean?" Rika flashed a grin because the protagonist had already handed over 30 scales, 10 claws, and 60 wings. So it all counted 9 wyvern eggs plus 45 emeralds, and Isaac couldn't even process it. All that stacked up beforehand. No way, that's impossible. Rock showed up at the dungeon right after them, and the guy wheeled around, snatched the protagonist by the collar, and screamed in rage, "Damn you. He's in league with the guild, and he's itching to pull his dirty tricks on everyone." He smirked and shot back that he didn't do it, then right after accused him of dishonor. "So tell me this, why didn't you grab the materials yourself instead of shelling out to buy them?" Isaac laid the items out at the store, crossed his arms, flashed a cheeky grin, and asked what he was talking about. Then bragged that he'd already beaten the monster and grabbed the exact materials they needed. Rock shot him a sarcastic look, "Really?" and then slammed a dragonfly wing onto the table, jabbed at the sign, and kept going. "So why do the materials still show signs of Choshino Village?" Isaac's eyes locked onto the sign, and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. At the dungeon entrance, he checked everything he saw and told them, "From what I'm seeing, we never got the thing we needed." That's why Shannon told him, on his orders, exactly what to say about the store, and that all the materials they needed were right there for the taking. So yeah, he figured that with everything missing, they'd snatch up the last supplies in a rush to claim victory, didn't he? But Isaac and his crew showed up with their high-price haul already stacked to the brim, fully stocked and ready to go. Christ would have bled out from his own reserves, if not for. It wasn't greed driving him, otherwise he'd never have burned through that much money. Rage flared in his voice, then he snapped, "So how did you reach the dungeon before me?" They sighed, leaned in, and asked if he'd really taken the time to study the map, carefully cover to cover. It would have warned them there's a faster path, but it's brutally more dangerous. Wrote out a straight shot from Kronto straight to the dungeon. Rage boiled in Isaac's veins, then Kara suddenly. She suddenly blurted it out and she knew it was true, then he snapped at her irritably and, "So why didn't she say a word about it?" The girl flashed a smirk and asked, "Serious? Seriously, why would anyone pick a route straight through a deadly forest? What kind of idiot would do that?" Isaac snapped, furious and completely baffled. What was she rambling about? This was the kind of competition where they had to keep going or they'd lose everything. Main S-rank adventurers, what you mean that idiot Rock, Don't they want to take him down? Karoside simmered with irritation and snapped, Told him right, doesn't he realize he's the only one starving for victory? He stared at his allies, completely lost. Amy dropped her gaze fast so she wouldn't accidentally hit. Kara, though, stared right at him, like she knew exactly what he was about to do. Isaac went on the offensive, defiant to the bone, and rage almost blew him apart. Rock couldn't help but point out that he should thank him for wiping out the goblins. Then he added it outright. Turns out this move was a huge win, because the goblins kept terrorizing Chishino village, and the residents finally had a chance to breathe. But we don't have the cash to pay the guild or the country, and the guild probably picked this demand at least partly because they wanted to help them, and Rika's face said it all. The protagonist had nailed the truth on the first try just like they hoped. With his guests looking on, MC kept going. On that very first day in the village, he told Shannon to hunt down wyvern claws and scales for him. No need to throw down with them, everything he needed was sitting right near their nest. He even told Isaac, "Take care of those goblins for me." Isaac spat out a furious curse, then zeroed in on him and accused him of using it. Using him, the boy lunged forward, ready to pounce on the protagonist. But Titus snapped, shouting a sharp command that stopped him dead. The leader leaned in and called Isaac over. Then the kid spilled every secret to him, one by one, including teaming up with him and Isaac. This is it, everything ends for him and his crew right here. The boy stared at Titus in utter shock, then dropped to one knee like he'd just been hit by lightning. Knees buckle as it slams down and the curse spills out loud. The protagonist stared at him with raw pity, and right then so. And just like that, everything finally settled, pretty much exactly the way you'd expect. Then Isaac and the rest got dragged into interrogation, and after that, the punishments landed on everyone. Amy and Kara ditched their teammate because Fenrir was hot on their trail, and their lives were on the line, so they got shoved down to C rank. Rank fell apart and that elite S-rank party got shattered too. Now both sides begged to team up with the protagonist again, but he'd already started. They politely refused the offer, and later they finally managed to. They had to trust each other again, then forge their own party from the ground up. The kid got sentenced to prison. A full investigation into his past crimes is already underway, and his time behind bars could be lengthened. Isaac clawed his way out of slavery, only to be yanked into 6 more months of brutal mine labor for the owners. If he's going to become an adventurer someday, he'll have to start at E rank, and our protagonist is already stuck in deep thought, wondering about. But he didn't even notice his faithful friend, Lucky, rushing in and asking what was going on inside his head. He didn't say a word to his familiar, just stared off, mind racing back to his childhood friends. Fenrir clocked his master. The master's eyes brimmed with crushing sadness. They sat there thinking hard, sure, they'd grown up side by side, but somehow they still couldn't see the real person beneath it all. And there was a lot to chew on, because his childhood friends had already started asking the same questions. Something like that, and it wrecked his relationships too. With his familiars messing them up and making everything worse, Lucky leaned in and listened hard, rocks. He finally let the sting of betrayal sink in, like he'd been talking for ages, but the truth finally hit. From this moment on, he decided to trust his friends, no doubts left. And he'd finally put his power to work for his friends. Fenrir stared in shock. So that's the truth. He shot his hand out and demanded, "Take care of me," like it was the last thing that mattered. With a calm, familiar grip, giving his hand a gentle shake, he said, "All right, let him trust it." Then they just stared at it, like their whole world depended on that one choice. Locked eyes like the whole world disappeared, then Shannon. Shannon called out that the food was ready, and the protagonist's hunger practically ignited. Ready, Lucky, and MC snapped to attention and followed her call, while Rock stood there thinking. So that's how they crushed another problem, Especially today, they tore into cabbage rolls like it was the best thing on earth. The rolls were set in stone, but the protagonist had zero clue that everything was about to twist in the future. In the future, fate yanked him straight into a dangerous mess, one he never saw coming. Weeks from now, something is coming that will hit the royal capital straight in the face. Later, the adventurers huddled across from the monsters. Confused out of his mind, where on earth did the ogres come from just outside the royal capital? One of the monsters slammed into the boys and knocked them flat with a brutal blow. They winced in agony but somehow hauled themselves upright. And he finally admitted things had gotten really bad at this. If this keeps going, the ogres will tear the capital apart, and one of them screams that if they could last until the knights finally arrived, they'd be saved. His friend fumed irritably. He shot back, what the hell is he even talking about? And then went, if those knights step in here, they'll swoop in and steal all the credit for what they did. He was reaching for the next word, but right then, the ogre came charging back, closing in fast, and right as they braced, it was about to swing. Right then, the protagonist tore in on Lucky and came to their rescue. Fenrir drove his fangs into the monster's paw. The adventurer blurted out the protagonist's name like he'd just been saved, MC. He shoved out an apology for getting held up, and the guy snapped back loud. Now they're finally making a run for it, escaping that monster. Monsters closing in on him, and the vice captain pleaded for him to please let him. He forced himself to work like crazy to catch up for lost time. Rock leaned in and promised he'd handle it, no doubt about that. Deal, Rock S here, time for the. They left the enemy with a perfect opening to strike back. But while they were caught up in talking, the protagonist missed the exact moment. Right when the ogre was about to lunge at him, Amy burst in right on the scene, just in time to the. They rushed in with a flaming spear, hurling it to skewer the enemy, and then charged straight at the ogre. He kept hammering his attack, driving his fangs again and again into the ogre's arm until it finally went still. Then Amy snapped that he couldn't drop his guard for even a second. MC bowed his head and thanked her for everything, then whipped around to Patra and demanded to know if she could take command. Then they reported to him. He nodded like it was already settled. It's getting done. He praised her on the spot. She was built for this, a born leader, and just like that she barked the order to split up into groups. A and B, C and D, E would be pulled into the Gargoyle and Shannon would square off with her, and every ally gleefully backed her command. Suddenly, it was like something flipped inside everyone's chest, and the protagonist snapped, "Yo, this is what's happening," but the audio cut off mid-sentence. He poured auxiliary magic into their strength, and his allies cheered, thanking him like they'd just been powered up. Rock snapped, calling for everyone to come closer right now before anything else happened. "Strike now, every single one of you, jump in and help me crush the enemy." Battle to the best of their ability, Lucky lunged forward and landed the. He landed a brutal hit on the ogre, and it staggered right before everything went flying. To drop dead on the spot, Fenrir stared at his fall. He stared at his fallen opponent, stunned and muttering, "Seriously, that's it?" Rage hit him. What a lame warm-up. He barely even started before the Bert. The protagonist stared in shock. "One hit, that's it." He jerked around and warned his friend, "Don't say that, because he's just way." Even so, the ogres were still strong, and Rank MC stared at their fight like he couldn't look away. He pointed out that the allies were solid, and that Patras was crushing her duties. She could pull the adventurers together like it was nothing. While the ogres closed in from every side, Shauna and she moved together like a perfect tag team, and they somehow made it work. As the Ant Queen would have predicted, the protagonist fixed his gaze on the gargoyle, this one, along with the other. Ants wasn't backing down either. He charged the ogre and fired off a magical wind bullet, then everything exploded into and slammed it straight at the enemy, only for the monster to not even flinch, like the attack barely registered at all. And then unleashed a bone-chilling roar, right as the gargoyle's face went pale with terror. He blurted that his magic failed, then the hero grinned like, "Yep, of course my power is." The seal was still locked tight, and Lucky could tell right away that he probably wouldn't be able to break it. The MC thrust it forward to the gargoyle, and they bolted straight for their allies' aid. After a brief pause, the protagonist finally spoke, and when he finished, the last enemy crumpled, sending the whole crew into pure, unstoppable celebration. Isaac shouted right on cue from that rock party, and in that moment they finally saved the protagonist. Ogres almost never show up near the capital, and when they do, it's like the whole city goes on high alert. No way 10 of them are supposed to stay unheard of, and yet they're launching an all-out attack at the exact same time. What the heck is happening? Come on, Kara was already firing off her healing magic, mending the wounded. She bowed to her, called her a saint, and thanked her for everything she'd done. Her help, the girl grinned and said, "If you're truly thankful, then give me." Give her new clothes, she insisted, while the wounded stared at her, utterly baffled like, "What are you doing?" Then Kara pressed on. Anyone she blessed with her magic would stay in her heart forever. MC grinned and teased Lucky, see, she'll never change, right? Fenrir grinned, nodding along with his master. Then the sound of pounding horse hooves crashed in. It was Marcus and his. His army of Imperial Knights stood ready. Then the captain strode up and spoke directly to the adventurer. And he thanked them for their help, for backing him up while he dug into the ogres. Rock's eyes went wide, because the research didn't stop and Marcus just kept pushing forward. To crack why the ogres went on a rampage today, the Imperial Knights are hauling the enemy bodies away for a close, brutal inspection. No one gets a say. Any objections get shut down fast. Gorm, cursed and impotent raid. The protagonist and Shannon eyed the captain with sharp distrust, like danger might snap at any second. A moment later inside the guild, Titus slammed his fist hard on the table. At the table, Marcus erupted in outrage, shouting, "What the? What is he even talking about? He's trying to steal the monsters they just destroyed." The captain shot back with calm confidence. Didn't he already say it was all for research? And yeah, it was wildly strange to see ogres gathering like that. They all gathered in one place and rolled into the royal capital, so we had to dig into this, because didn't he just say the same thing? Titus blurted, "And the payment." Then he slammed the deal because the amount he offered was way too small. Small, Marcus shot back, just payment for working with us on this op. Trade had zero to do with it. What am I supposed to do with that? The guildmaster was furious. Are you kidding me? And before anyone could stop him, he grabbed the captain by the collar and kept going. After the battle, he strolled in totally unshaken, zero signs he's here to cooperate. And the ones who threw themselves into danger were the adventurers. Marcus Eiley demanded he pay the same price, then told him to let him go, so Titus froze, stunned, thinking, was I really about to clash with a knight? When his insolence crossed the line, Rika stepped in fast, snapping at both of them to wrap it up. All right, she and the vice-captain would take over this talk. Titus finally steadied himself and said, with real regret, sorry, he let his temper get the best of him. And Marcus agreed too, though you could tell he didn't really want to. The guildmaster snapped back like he already knew. Because if this kind of oppression keeps going, every adventurer will bolt from this country, and the protagonist couldn't help but think that. Absolutely, Titus chimed in, saying that adventurers are the spark the world needs to keep moving forward. These fighters guard this country like a shield, and they're the ones who step in to untangle people's problems. You stack the problems, hunt monsters, raid dungeons, and then tell me what happens. Fewer and fewer victims left to get picked off by the monsters. People are shelling out for those mysterious dungeon items they snag. Also, they can crank up their power and keep climbing. Strength, and that's it, those are the only reasons. But that idiot captain just doesn't get it. The protagonist's eyes widened, because you don't see the leader this emotional every single day. Titus shot back that him and Marcus just can't stand each other. He snapped into focus, remembering her request and the way he caught that shocked look. Then he laid out how the thefts of rock had been happening. Magical stones called combustible stones have been piling up in the capital like crazy lately. But the trouble is, nobody has found any that can actually. Since no eyewitnesses came forward, the investigation hit a wall, so he orders Rock to dig back into the case and reinvestigate it. The protagonist blurted out wide-eyed, investigation again. Titus said he trusted his skills all the way in this investigation. And yeah, he'd get paid either way, even if they finally dragged the criminal in. And if he could finally catch him there, the protagonist even clocked that there'd be a nice bonus waiting, because he'd noticed it. That's just how it went, so he got it and decided to make the best of things, and right then, Shannon's stomach let out a loud, embarrassing growl. Hunger hit her hard and she blurted it out, blushing with pure shame as she stammered a sheepish apology. Everyone, shocked but smart, chooses silence after talking. With Titus at his side, MC dragged his crew to the market and let everyone chow down like there was no tomorrow. Patrick's gasped in pure delight, because the food was insanely delicious. The protagonist swore it was the capital's signature, Cronto boar meat skewered to perfection, and that rich fat just melts in your mouth. And somehow it's not even that expensive. Shannon gives him an awkward, guilty look and tells him she feels awful about what went down earlier. They were just. With that urgent conversation going on, she'd crashed the moment, and now everything was ruined. The protagonist grabbed her attention and told her, don't stress. About it, he was hungry too. The girl flashed a smile and thanked him for understanding, and after a while, MC stared at the empty plates and finally said, well, they're full, so I guess that's that. Next, he storms to the weapons shop, right when Rock and his crew are about to. Then his allies rolled up at the shop. Mateo stepped forward and greeted everyone. She greeted him with a bright grin, and she asked if he'd come. For new equipment, the protagonist greeted him back, and Mateo. Leo said he'd heard wild things about what happened to his old comrades, and these guys. They were bold enough to start believing. Little his support magic. What a way to keep them alive, using his support magic to save their lives. The protagonist jolted with surprise and demanded, do you know about my divine protection? The weapon. The weapons merchant snapped back, of course, like it was obvious, because this was his weapons shop and he owned the whole arsenal. Their gear wasn't exactly S-class, so Rock let out a little chuckle at what he'd just said. Mateo leaned in and asked, "So what dragged you here today?" And the protagonist shot back, "I'm here to track down the right gear for these kids." Then he jabbed a finger at his aunt's familiars, Mateo Gaspar. He leaned in and stared at Paige like, "So that crown's really on your head?" And the closer he looked, the more it hit him, was she the orc queen? Those orange ants surged, and this gargoyle faced them like it was a warm-up for a squad of seasoned warriors. Then it locked eyes with MC and said admiringly, "He's right where he belongs again, and just like always, he gets to pick whatever they want." They finally got what they needed. Then the protagonist turned to him and thanked him, while his familiars stayed close, ready to help. Shannon started digging through everything, testing every weapon he could get his hands on. Then he finally stared them down and said, "All right." It looked like everyone had made up their minds. He stared at the gargoyle, then at Shannon, and fired off a confused question. "Are you sure you don't mind?" They just nodded and promised him without a doubt, definitely. Shannon straight up said she trusted her familiar gear more, and the gargoyle shrugged like it was nothing. His main offense is straight up magic. Rock shot back, "I see." Then he swung his gaze to Patra and demanded whether she'd picked a staff. She nodded and confirmed it was true. True, she craved the kind of magic that could heal people, the same way she'd always dreamed like her. Her father did it too. Now the real question hits hard. Can she actually wield magic, rock and roll? She shot back a bright smile like, "Yeah, I've got this. If anyone can make it work, it's me. I've got magic power." With that kind of power, they could train side by side. Patra practically burst with joy. "Good," she cheered. He figured that because Patra was such a beast of a commander, auxiliary magic would fit her perfectly. The protagonist spun toward Mateo and declared they were done, and Mateo answered with a sly, smiling grin. You couldn't even finish the words when missiles swaggered right into the shop. Mateo welcomed the new customer with a bright grin, then quickly apologized for the shot being gone too soon. "Cramped up today, and it feels like everyone's packed in at once." Patra lurched in from behind and booted her aside. The surprised protagonist sprinted straight for his family, panic driving every step, before he could even catch his breath. He leaned in to ask if she was okay, and Missil's indignation flared like a match struck in the dark. Why would monsters show up here like they own the place? What kind of nightmare monstrosity is this? Rock snapped around to him and blurted out, furious, "What in the world is he doing?" The knight taunts him like it's laughing, so what's this half-baked beast tamer thinking, talking back to the darkness? He really shouldn't have dragged a woman and monsters into this place. MC shot him a furious glare, and as the knight roared on, he grinned and said, "Don't glare at him just because he's got a few monsters ready to obey every word. Do you even know who he really is?" The protagonist's glare came back hard, but Patra suddenly jerked, like he felt it, and he spun around to face him. He snapped his focus to her, then the protagonist blurted in a panic, "Tell me she's okay, does it hurt anywhere?" Right there, the orange ant queen burst into laughter and snapped, "Don't worry, she's fine." If this was meant to be a surprise attack, he should have clipped her way earlier. Yeah, that's right, and it was painfully easy for her to defend. MC exhaled like a weight had finally left his chest. And yeah, of course it played out exactly like you'd expect from an A-rank monster. The missile snapped at Rock in full irritation, yelling at him to stop pretending he didn't hear. Like, did he seriously have zero clue who he was? The protagonist finally steadied his emotions and took full control, calm like a storm settling into silence. Replied no, he had no clue. Shannon snapped back, absolutely not. Patra shot up and blurted that he was clearly some kind of bandit, and the gargoyle roared, who does he think he is, some kind of lunatic? Who gets off on kicking young girls at night, and even chokes with the same cruelty? Rage surged at the thought of those filthy peasants, but it didn't last. No matter what they didn't know, he'd make sure they did. So when the insolent man barked out his name, he added, he didn't just get born into a noble family. People were already betting he'd rise as the next leader of the knightly order. So did they really think they knew what happened if they dared to fight someone like him? Nah, no whole knightly order. Rock stayed cool and calmly shot back, so what? His threats didn't even rattle him. So yeah, let him apologize to Patra right now, because suddenly the missile let out. He snapped out a sharp breath and ordered the protagonist to chase that impudent elf beast off. He slipped away from him, then met Shannon. The knight flipped the whole story on its head as she kept moving, and of course, an elf who'd lived that long knew exactly what happens when someone dares to start trouble with a knightly order, right? Shannon asked, eyes narrowed, confused by what he'd just blurted out. Then Shannon cackled darkly and shouted, did he seriously offend her? Of course, elves roaming human lands weren't so different from old witches, but she shouldn't even be. Worry she didn't have time for tiny troubles like that. No matter how old hag she looked, MC and his crew were still stunned by what the knight had just thrown at them, and the girl let out a. He yelled, "You're dead wrong," because she couldn't ever forgive him for calling Rock a half-baked beast. Tamer, she whipped her weapon up, zeroed in on him, and trapped him all by himself. Right here, right now, she's not just going to teach him. She's about to school a bandit who can't even grasp a single word, and she'll hammer in some real manners. So let him get ready for this. What? The knight blurted, stunned beyond belief, because how dare she talk to him like that? She would. He regretted it bitterly, because right then Marcus burst into view beside Missile, his face and posture screaming that something horrible was about to happen. The protagonist and his crew locked eyes with the captain, and the knight behind them braced for what came next. Knight followed their stares and right there caught them. The captain cringed under his stare, grinning too sweetly as if to butter him up. Marcus grabbed the knight by the side and yanked him out of the way, no hesitation, demanding answers. After a while, the captain closed in on the protagonist and told him that the Missile had already explained everything. The leader of the knightly order had spelled it out. Then the captain's regret hit him hard. He regretted what his subordinate had done, and the MC shot back, "All right." The captain turned to Patra and apologized to her right to her face. Then the orange ant queen grinned at Marcus and told him not to worry, she wasn't hurt at all. Honestly, his punch was barely anything. She's certain he's holding back, and Rock grumbles it out like it's the biggest insult ever. Since Patra doesn't even object, he's deciding to let this insolent guy and his sidekick off the hook for now. The captain shot him a fresh apology, and this time he called the protagonist by name. Wait, he froze in shock, and then the question hit, did he even recognize that guy? The captain snapped, of course. The only people who didn't know about him, an S-rank adventurer from the capital, were idiots like Miss Lee, and he was terrified his subordinate would do something stupid like that. Marcus's face twisted with menace as he spun to his knight and demanded, "Are they done with the investigation?" The boy choked out the answer, his voice shaking with fear. Not yet. The captain whipped around to Mateo and demanded to know how often those combustible stones were getting stolen. The merchant told him they were getting robbed for 1 or 2 stones every single week. Then they got hit again, losing 2 more. Today, Rock grilled Marcus about whether they'd uncovered the criminal's target, only for the captain to shoot him down with a harsh, "No, not yet." Every couple of days, a bomb-like rock vanishes out of the area like it never existed. And earlier on, a huge stash of rocks got yanked straight from the knight's orders vault too. He wanted to corner him and demand, "Tell us, did you find anything useful in this case?" The surprised protagonist. Marcus swore it. Marcus decided, all right, then his mind snapped shut and he thought, time for. After the protagonist and his allies said their goodbyes, the captain turned on his heel and headed back to headquarters. Shannon spun around, totally shocked. Someone had just slapped a missile behind her head. She depictured him as way more menacing, but then MC. Smiling at her, he pressed, "So you really believe that?" Because if Titus hadn't pulled them into that talk, he'd have been walking around thinking he was a truly good man. Rock turned to Mateo and casually asked if he could lead him to every flammable stone they'd stolen. Then the merchant gestured for him to follow. Tail him, he lured the protagonist straight into a back room. A cold room packed with weapons, one wrong step and it's over. A bulging sack, a heavy chest, and a couple of scattered tables. Mateo told him someone was hiding a lie on the workbench, and MC immediately snapped his focus and stared around even harder. You spot 2 entrances staring back at you, like the place is daring you to choose, and you can't stop wondering what it means. The thief slipped through that second door straight into the room, right under the shopkeeper's nose. So tell me, why would he risk everything for just 1 flammable stone? If his real goal was profit, he should have looted the pricey weapons in this room instead. So then what the heck was he trying to steal for? He tried to steal them, then demanded from Mateo where the other flammable stones were hiding. Mateo just pointed to a chest and snapped that it was sealed shut tight. Not a single one of the stones in that chest had ever been stolen before. Rock went quiet, then murmured, "Is that really true?" He couldn't even guess what it meant with the scraps of info he had. The protagonist marched up to the merchant and asked, straight up, if he'd let him summon one of his familiars here, no problem if not, right? Mateo immediately gave his okay without hesitation. A major problem hit, so the protagonist slammed his bracelet on and shouted for Lucky to come out. "Come on outside." And to the merchant's stunned eyes, Lucky suddenly showed up in the room, only to realize the space was way too tight for him. Fenrir was too big for it. He had to hunch low, still baffled as he stared up and demanded, "Master, why did you drag me into such a tight space?" Rock shot his friend a grin and apologized like he meant it. Mateo's eyes went wide. He'd heard rumors, sure, but now he's staring it in the face. Fenrir is real. Lucky flashed him a warm smile, clearly telling that man, "I'm really glad to meet you." MC tried to meet him and grilled the familiar, asking if it could follow the thief by his scent. Lucky shot back, "Yeah, I can," but after a bit his voice dropped, "Still, it's hard." The room was packed with every kind of scent, and he couldn't pin down the one he needed, so he crushed under the fact that he couldn't. Help, his face crumpled with real remorse, and the protagonist quickly leaned in, telling his friend, "Don't worry, I've got you." Everything felt perfect again, and they even thanked him for showing up. Then Fenrir turned around and headed back the same way, right through that miniature monster garden. Mateo blurted out, shaking with joy, "This is unreal, it's incredible." His familiars slipped right into the bracelet. Yeah, the protagonist had said it was real, and it stunned everyone. The merchant just stared, amazed at how smoothly he handled that thing. Mateo couldn't hold his feelings back after seeing Rock, and he told Shannon that the first time they met, Rock was a total klutz. Shannon just smiled and asked, "Wait, is that really true?" She never imagined he'd survive a stretch like that. MC grimaced as he spilled the tale. The merchant tried to add more about what happened, but Rock snapped in irritably, unable to hold it in any longer. "So stop that." Mateo, totally embarrassed, patted the back of his head and he snapped, "It's my fault," then refused to say another word while Shannon huffed she was dying to hear the rest. The merchant snapped to attention, spun toward Patra, and blurted out a sincere apology for what just happened. The man said he wanted to hand her something, just a small token to apologize. Then he reached into his pocket and pulled out something incredibly useful. A breathtaking item caught the sun, glowing like pure treasure. An elegant breastplate of mithril steel the merchant claimed he personally forged, light on the body but tough enough to take a beating. So he was convinced his gift would come in clutch. Then the protagonist blurted in shock, "Wait, is it made of mithril?" He was sure of it. Only the royal family and the most elite noble houses could lay their hands on weapons forged from a metal this rare. The protagonist snapped in protest. There was no way he'd accept something this priceless. The merchant leaned in and promised him, "It's all good." The customer he was dealing with had raked up trouble, but then a noble family stepped in and demanded he forge this breastplate for. They tried it for their child, but the kid spiraled into a grave illness and couldn't use it anymore. So the family dumped the fate of the whole thing in his hands. And the thought of smashing everything he'd fought so hard to build nearly broke him. He couldn't hold back, and he'd be insanely grateful. If this thing mattered, they'd already pocketed the money. So when the MC finally snapped back in shock, it was obvious they didn't expect it at all. Mateo blurted, "I get it, if he didn't mind, they'll take his gift." Then he snapped, "Perfect. Now he just has to tweak a few things and have them come back in a couple days." The very next day, the ants launched into an all-out assault, and it only kept getting wilder from there. Clashed headfirst with the deadly boar monsters. They sliced down the first boar in a single, brutal strike. He blew it off straight up to Rock's utter shock and blurted, "Wait, that can't be right." With one crushing strike, they dropped a monstrous boar in an instant. This thing is a B-rank monster. He watched the ants' kids rush in and wipe out the last opponents. He couldn't stop being blown away by just how fiercely they could adapt. They slammed their weapons into perfection in just one insane day. He figured they mostly threw hands bare, and he never in a million years expect their fighting abilities to skyrocket just by picking up weapons, honestly. He couldn't wait to see how much they'd keep leveling up. Once the boars were finally wiped out, Rock raised his voice and said, "All right. The enslavement is done, and this request lets them put their skills to the test with those brand new weapons." Only something felt off to him. They didn't mind at all. Those ant girls practically lit up with joy at his praise. Then Orange Bee rolled up to him and he asked. He demanded, "Hey, how are you? Are you hurting right now?" She shook her head hard from side to side, insisting, "I'm not in pain." Patra snapped her voice at him and waved him over, like she was calling out for his attention. To pull it off, the protagonist, smiling, crouched low in front of the ant and, with a grin, he patted her head and declared, "You're simply magnificent." Orange Bee squealed with pure joy in her own language, and the other ants came barreling in for his praise, so fast they nearly bowled him over. He told them one at a time, and as he gently patted everyone on the head, he watched it all with a smug little grin. As the ants melted with pure delight, MC couldn't help but remark. They looked downright thrilled. Right then, a voice crashed back into his head again. They told him the sacred wyvern was about to be born, so the big question hit right away. Will he really end up as friends with them? Rakistan surprise boom. A sacred beast, a wyvern, and then Patra all crash into the scene together. Patra and Shannon gawk at him in shock, their eyes locked on the new inhabitant like they can't believe what they're seeing. Patra burst into joyful laughter, hooray, as the mini-monster garden finally showed them off they'd hatched. The protagonist looked those hatchlings in the eyes and told them, "You've earned this, you worked your tails off." He thanked the heavenly bird for watching over the eggs, and the bird chirped and fluttered its little wings like it was bursting with pride. Then the protagonist just stared in shock. Who would have guessed those eggs he got back then would hatch this fast? Even Lucky blinked in surprise, and Fenrir realized he'd been acting a little too smooth. Because when a voice in his head told him there were no more eggs, Rock just smugly claimed he'd befriended the sacred wyvern. Now he could boost 3 places, or swap up 3 objects in this dimension, and the upgrade options instantly lit up in front of him. This time the protagonist ditched the usual plans and plunged straight into the hot springs, the mine, and the banana tree on its own sounded like something worth hoping for. Right after his pick, the mine, steaming hot springs, and even banana trees sprang up in that area. The protagonist studied every detail he could see. The hot spring clung to a hill, and jumping in felt like it had to be pure heaven. Now they had a mind. Maybe he could finally craft his own weapons and forge armor using special skills inside that mini monster garden. They could even harvest bananas, and it was awesome watching that little monster garden grow. Then he just blurted out, "Excellent." All right, for the moment, they had to sprint back to the guild and report that the job was finished. Of the request to subjugate the giant boars, he and Shannon hauled themselves onto Lucky's back, and the Fenrir tore off into the chaos. He sprinted them to the guild like the wind, and the MC landed in and told the girl, "Today, I'm cooking the giant boar's meat." Then they'd haul the leftover meat to the market and sell it off for cash. Happily agreed, then just like that, Lucky slammed on the brakes, and the protagonist. The organist slid off him, stared him down, and demanded, "Hey, what's wrong?" Wrong, then the familiar snapped at him, telling him to look ahead. Dead ahead, a cemetery loomed over them like a warning. Commentary, and above the darkest monument a firebulb, looming like a warning no one could ignore. Lucky blurted, "Stop gloating, let's get moving and go check." Check, something's off, it could totally be a ghost. The protagonist was moments away from stopping his friend dead in their tracks. But Fenrir was already standing right there before the grave cross. Rock snapped his eyes up. His surprise was instant because the fireball was already gone. Lucky let out a regretful sigh, muttering that they're totally out of luck. Then Shannon gently reached out and grabbed. He slipped a sleeve out from behind her and yanked it toward her, and Rock froze, surprise flaring as he blurted, "What's wrong?" Her face burned with pure embarrassment. She blushed hard, rushed out an apology, and admitted that honestly she wasn't even that. After being totally into ghosts, MC finally caught the truth. She wasn't brave at all, she was just terrified, and that realization hit hard. And gently stroked her head, telling her in a voice that soothed her that if anything went wrong they'd be right there, unless that felt like too much for her. She could always bide her time in the monster mini-garden, and Shannon shot him a shy smile as she thanked him. Right now the spotted a creepy dark tombstone and froze when he read, "The Great Sage Demore." Demore was laid to rest right here. When the protagonist found it, he blurted out in shock, "This is Demore's grave." Shannon blurted, baffled, asking for the dead man's name, then Rock nodded and said, "Yep, Demort. People still call him a great sage." Legend says she poured her heart into building the country, stunning everyone with her beauty, kindness, and sharp, ancient wisdom. Then, for this land, she marched straight into the demon lord's palace. And she drives the demons to sign a ceasefire deal. This peace they get right now is all because of her noble. Shannon froze in shock, staring at the deeds. "What an incredible person," MC blurted out. "Well, that's what the legend says." They'd never know if she really was that kind of person, because he clocked the sun dipping toward the horizon as night crept in. All right, time to hit the road back to the guild. Right as the allies rushed into the building, they suddenly heard. Missile snapped at Rick, sounding irritated as she asked if she meant there was. Did something feel off about his request? The girl calmly broke it down and explained it too. She told him straight up that the real trouble was in the request's details, and she couldn't promise that any adventurers would even take the job for that reward, so she could only admit she had no definite answer. The protagonist snapped, "What's going on?" And the administrator practically sighed in relief the moment he saw him. The knight shot him a smug look, "So you're the same beast-tamer from yesterday, huh?" And he showed up just in time. Right away, the moment the protagonist snatched the paper and started reading, he let the request play out quickly, like it was already decided. Combustible stones had been discovered in the sewers. They were looking for someone to clean the sewers. The reward slams in, 30 gold coins straight up. Rock slammed a finger at the request, snapped, "What the hell?" Because this was basically asking adventurers to volunteer for scraps and the reward was way too small. The missile cackled darkly and sneered, "What difference does it make?" As it demanded the request be handed in because he, the noble and future commander of the Holy Knights, was expected to submit it. Forget those tiny details, if you get through you should feel honored, the guild mostly exists to back the knightly order with their assignments, so they need to stop throwing up their hands and just to back up his demand, the knight stared at Rika and spat that she was useless and ugly. She couldn't take it anymore, so she forced a slow smile and asked him again, did he really call her ugly? He shrugged like it was nothing. Yeah, he figured she was. But Rika yanked the words right out of his mouth and snapped, furious. So tell me, who did he just call ugly? Ugly? The knight didn't see that coming. He stared at her, stunned, utterly confused. Fusion, she instantly flipped back to sweet mode, then grinned and said, I'm. She's basically the definition of understanding, so for now, she's slapping this ad onto the bulletin board. A missile ripped out of the guild. He spun around, grabbed her attention, and told her straight up he didn't care. Care, let them do what they wanted, the protagonist stared at. Rick asked if she was okay, and the girl burst out laughing, because if she kept the fight going, she'd only drag more problems onto everyone else. She figured the best she could do was learn from what just happened, and MC nodded along, but the irritation in her voice was barely under control. Most important, he wasn't just poking the guild to fight back. He was aiming straight at her, daring her to stay in debt if he had the nerve to pull that stunt rock. He stared at her in total shock, then snapped his eyes to the request and steered into the sewers. After a bit, he and Shannon took off. They barreled off to finish the request, then dropped into the sewers, plugging their noses as the protagonist. The antagonist barked out a sinister threat, and then somehow ignited combustible rocks like they were built to burn. They'd slipped down into the sewers right around. Spotting the same pattern, he fired off his purification skill and right there found the exact items he'd been hunting, grabbing them up fast. When he stacked the clues, he realized this still wouldn't be enough to nail the evidence. Shannon pointed one way and then he paused. She told him she'd go look there herself, and if she was lucky, she'd stumble on some rocks no one had ever seen before. There, Rock grabbed her attention and warned her to stay sharp, because the floor felt dangerously slick underfoot. Super slippery, she grabbed his nerves, promised she'd be fine, and backed it up right then as proof. Proof, she lifted one foot and boldly declared it, clear as day for him to see. She kept her footing like it was second nature, until the moment she said. She blurted it out, then she slipped, went flying, and landed straight in the sewage as the protagonist shouted her name. Sounded the alarm to her, bolted toward her, and snatched her. With her pressed in his arms, he surged toward the exit. She stared at him in stunned surprise. Rock laughed and told her it was amazing that she had faith in herself, but he warned that overconfidence could get her killed. Shannon shot him a nervous apology, her face burning with shame as she couldn't meet his eyes. Jane snapped to attention. His face was right there, inches from hers. She caught him staring right at her, and then he called her name like he'd been waiting to. The girl shouted his name back at him. He pushed on, convinced they had to turn back, because the stench here was brutal. The girl shrank back in embarrassment, then nodded and agreed. Up on the outside, he looked around, and the world was already swallowed by darkness. Shannon's cheeks warmed as she wondered bashfully if what she was feeling could actually be real. The protagonist finally caught his breath and blurted out, I almost forgot. Would she really join him at the hot springs? Shannon couldn't stop staring. This luck felt unreal. Her luck when the allies charge back into the tiny monster garden, small wyvern. Feverns rocket in and MC catches them in his arms. Then the protagonist is hit with a total shock. They said they can already fly, and the gargoyle grinned back at him like wyverns grow in a snap. Yeah, they can only soar at around 2 meters up, but right then it was him riding the celestial bird. Bird who taught them how to fly watched Rock ask, and the gargoyle answered, yes, I can. He could, and he made sure to remind everyone those wings weren't just for show. He could even climb on the two of them. He launched them onto his back and took off through the sky, and the protagonist blurted out, can you really fly? Zipping around the capital's outskirts, the gargoyle grinned like it owned the sky. Rock spun toward Shannon and demanded, all right, what do you say? What about her? Right then the girl fidgeted, cheeks warm, stuck in her own shy thoughts. About how we were heading to the hot springs together, and somehow I didn't even hear him. MC blinked in confusion and called out to her, and she answered with a shy, hesitant little smile. Kylie blurted out that she was with them, and the protagonist smiled back. Good, then grab your courage and go. They vaulted onto the gargoyle and launched into the sky. The protagonist blinked in shock, then absolutely praised the gargoyle, you're awesome. Because somehow it could lift both of them with ease, and Rock immediately turned to the girl, asking if she was okay. Today the girl told him, I'm fine, and the moment she said it, joy lit up her face like fireworks. The moment he saw the city, his breath caught, because it was stunning, like a masterpiece that looked genuinely unreal. Shannon kept talking, and it looked like a glowing carpet of light spilled across the rocks. She flashed a grin and declared, I'm right, so let's prove it to everyone else. The protagonist bowed and thanked the gargoyle from the very bottom of his heart. The sacred beast flashed a grin and said, glad I can help, because honestly he was barely useful in a fight. The protagonist told him to drop the fear of battles, he'd be just fine. He was very. It was a lifesaver for washing and cooking, and the fact he could fly like that already screamed seriously skilled. The gargoyle suddenly broke down in tears and thanked him, and the MC hit back with a promise. Once they pulled it off, they'd finally lift the seal off him. The familiar thanked him, then cut in with a sharp grin. He didn't think he could stay himself after the seal was removed. With a grin, the protagonist said, when the wyverns finally grow up. He'd dream of the day they'd all soar together in a single flock, and pray that someday he'd finally get a familiar that could fly too. Fly and carry Lucky as a passenger, sure, maybe that's impossible. But the gargoyle shouted that he knew of one monster like it, and he was. He was talking about the griffin, big as a fortress, so it should be able to. He managed to take flight with Lucky clutched in his arms, because Lucky was just someone he knew, he was his closest friend, and there was no way he'd let them go through this alone. The MC shot back, all right, once we finish this job, we're coming to see you right away. Now it was showtime. They had to turn back, and after a while they finally arrived. Showed up at the hot springs, and all his allies immediately dove into the water like they couldn't wait a second. He splashed through the water with pure joy and dove into the fun like he couldn't stop. Barbara couldn't stop staring because the view was absolutely. Shannon's smile pure jaw-dropping magic. Mildly mumbled, not exactly smiling, and admitted that they were all too. All together, yeah, but that wasn't even close to what she was dreaming about. The protagonist stepped right up to her and demanded what was happening. She blushed and admitted in a shy little voice that nothing was. Everything feels special, and everyone's soaking in the hot springs just vibing Lucky's. Lucky Dove chuckled in too, wearing a calm grin. This is way too cool. The protagonist, totally baffled, asked Fenrir if he hated baths. Fenrir snapped back that he didn't like washing, but he loved soaking in hot springs. It was huge and deep enough to swallow his whole body, and it was his master's. Master hauled him out of that dungeon and handed him the chance to finally soak in the hot springs. Now he was. MC beamed, feeling unbelievably grateful, and told his friend with a grin that he better be the one saying thanks, because without him, death would have swallowed him whole in that flame of destruction. They clapped their fists together and jumped right back into bathing. Gargoyle shoved himself into the spotlight and started talking right away. He told his allies, "Get ready, you're about to see my insane dive." Then he launched like a bomb, smashing into the water and blasting a massive wall of splashes into the air. The very next day, our protagonist and his familiars marched up to Matteo and Patra, hauling out the armor Edmer left behind. Admiringly said it fit her perfectly, and Rock grinned right back, insisting it suited her even better. He bowed and thanked the merchant, but the man waved it off, saying he had nothing at all to be thanked for. And hey, while he's got the chance, he'll whip up some armor for the ants too. Why wouldn't they test it out while they're right here? The protagonist gave an awkward laugh and admitted he really shouldn't have gone through all that trouble. The merchant grinned back, surprised that anyone actually wanted kids' armor, so he happily set to work like it was the best order he'd gotten in ages. He'd barely used any material, so there was no way his work could have held up. Worry gnawed at him and he just swallowed it, so MC thrust a bag of money into his hands, praying it would be enough. Matteo snapped back and said he wasn't charging him a thing. Rock snapped back, saying it wasn't about the gear at all. It was a thank you, plain and simple, and if Rock refused, he could just take it and use it. The next time some broke adventurer, or a kid, showed up at his door asking for armor for whatever reason, he'd say, "Use it." He practically begged for the gear for free, and the merchant stammered and apologized on the spot, like he'd just forced him into a real awkward mess. He shot back nope, and explained that he'd just bylaid on some so-called S-rank party and got paid the moment he walked out. Matteo grabbed the bag and flashed a grin, basically telling him, "If that's what you think, I'll stash the money somewhere else." The merchant stormed into the next room and instantly barked at the protagonist gets the signal to step in, and right there, right in that flammable. The stones were just snatched right out of their hands. He spotted a sharp blue glow leaking from the window. MC called Lucky over and ordered his friend to sprint after the thief and catch them fast. Fenrir sniffed the room like a wolf on a trail and then went, "Aye." Because the scent was still blazing in the air, he could track that thief like a bloodhound. Steve rocked out the call to his allies, "Get everyone else ready and wait in the monster mini-garden, right now." He'd already started to say something. When he finally needed them, they came up short, then everyone scattered and the hero scrambled onto Lucky, while the allies came charging after the thief at full speed. Safe, Rock stared into the dark, chewing on the thought, how in the world did they pull this off? So how in the world did it happen so quietly? Who could it have been after all? After a while, Fenrir hauled him straight to the cemetery and said they were right there, leaving the protagonist totally baffled. He flexed his fist, then clocked it. This was Demort's grave. "Sure, the scent ends right here, doesn't it?" Lucky nodded, then he added. And just when he thought it might keep going, the trail cut off past the grave. The protagonist knelt down and started reading every word etched into the gravestone. And he clocked that there was nothing fishy going on. He couldn't shake the question, if a ghost really stole the stones, wouldn't there still be some trace left behind? Then out of nowhere, a celestial bird burst into the sky and, clutching the exorcism flower in its beak, spray it right by the gravestone. In the blink of an eye, a massive staircase rockets into existence. A hidden drop opened beneath his feet, sinking down fast, and it completely blindsided the MC. He just stood there stunned and started to think. It was illusion magic. He got fooled so hard that it felt like something else entirely, and he'd never seen anything like it before. They'd just seen a spell so powerful it left everyone stunned. So Lucky shot him a question and asked what they should do next. The passage was so tight he couldn't squeeze through, and Rock told him, "You'll go in alone for now." Fenrir told him, "If anything goes wrong, call me, no matter what." He didn't care how tiny the gap was, he'd squeeze through anyway, no question. Somehow MC managed to thank him, then he used his light. He flared his light skill, then lit a path with his own hand like it was magic. He started to descend, heart thumping as he wondered, were the stolen stones hiding right down here? Right there, the moment the protagonist kept descending, he stumbled into a massive, jaw-dropping chamber. He froze in shock when he suddenly realized, discovering a massive void under the tomb, then out of nowhere Demore. The Lick stepped out and told him, "A guest like you doesn't come around often, so how'd you even track this place down?" He has to be some top-tier mage, so the protagonist snatched her sword and demanded, "Who are you?" The Lick flipped his question back at him, and he couldn't shake the thought, wasn't the only thing that could live under her grave her. Rock stared, stunned out of disbelief. Could it really be true, or was that just impossible? Wait, she really be Demort? The Lich grilled him, asking if she. If that was the case, then what was he supposed to do? MC's mind raced, heart pounding as he thought it through. No way could she really have turned into a Lick. Right suddenly Lala the Pixie. A pixie fairy shot out at them, furious and screaming that he had to put his. But the weapon away. What was he really planning to do to Demort? If he wanted a fight, he'd have to face her first. She vowed to scorch him down to a sizzling puddle, and Demort snapped at her assistant to stop. Stop it. She couldn't shake the feeling that her words meant nothing at all, and the fairy only let out a quiet chuckle. He let out a chuckle and said his big moment of meeting her fury. Yeah, it got cancelled today. Demora leaned in and demanded to know why he'd come here. Tell them there'd been wave after wave of thefts. People were snagging flammable stones again and again. Recently, yeah, this is why he showed up. To hunt down these incidents, he chased the thief's trail step by step, and every clue dragged him right to this spot. But he had zero clue who the thief could be. Lawless gulped hard, swallowing his words as they caught in his throat, which somehow pulled every eye in. Then the Lich leaned in and asked her if it was hers. Lala's eyes went wide with terror, and she blurted out frantic apologies, telling him she'd searched the dungeon but found nothing, no luck at all, Demore. She clutched her head, then asked with heavy regret, "Didn't I tell you not to make trouble for everyone?" The fairy blurted, "Without these flammable stones, your mistress can't pair, no way." Perish. Then the protagonist snaps back and demands to know what drove her to do all of this. Dalmort snapped back that there was nothing special about it without. With no flammable stones, her life wouldn't just ignite, she'd simply be gone. Burning it away, just that. She couldn't even guess how much time had slipped past since. Since that moment, she leaned in and started spilling the protagonist's story, how life in the real world works. Life came with one brutal deal. She stuffed herself on food and drink, right alongside demons. One day, the Demon King slammed his face into the table like the world just broke him. And he snapped, saying he couldn't take it anymore, the girl, like a spark about to ignite. The Earl froze and asked, "Can I really take on something this huge, even as the Demon Lord?" Right, victory was hers, and just like he promised, he brought an end to the war. War, right? He shot back that the demons never really wanted to. To start it, humans came in with axes and wiped the forest away. He cut down every last tree across the hills and fields. With the monsters starving, he just grabbed back a chunk of land like, "Here, take this," and called it even. On the land, the demons had nothing, no clue how to grow food at all. That's exactly why it all went down. She grow the food, then what? If she did, would he actually stop the war? So they struck this kind of pact, and somehow the food turned into a bun. Abundant, the monster's bulging stomach had it, and it started to satisfy their hearts. Then right after that, the war finally crashed to an end, and she spent every last bit of what she had left. Finally, she got the opening to pour her heart into researching brand new. But somehow, that nutrition is still doing its job at the same time. She took on a new apprentice, and her name was Lydia. A kind girl with a warm smile. She wasn't gifted in magic, but she talked like a pro, and once people heard her, they trusted her with their whole hearts. She'd never been able to talk without alcohol, so seeing someone who could hold a conversation sober made her respect that trait instantly. One day, Demorda whipped up a potion and beamed as he told the girl, "Girl, watch this, do it right, and the crops will explode with growth like nothing you've seen before." With fewer workers, food could roll in at full speed, and the whole food crisis would be gone for good. Lydia snapped to her, then called out fast like, "Hey," and asked. He wanted to know if it was time to go back to hunting for the hidden treasure. They chased the treasures of the undead, so they could forge new undead and shove them into hard labor. Then they could force the undead to churn out food for them day after day. He didn't even need food, so the labor crew already on hand was more than enough. Demorty cut her off and snapped that he'd already told her she wouldn't be doing that again, ever. She dove into the undead like it was her obsession. At one point, she was straight up studying them firsthand, full tilt. Dead, she was so close to finishing her work that it almost felt like she was one step away, but this research can't be thrown away, no matter what, not even in theory. These possibilities could be weaponized for war, and the dark implications would just keep getting worse, fast. It threw the world's power balance into chaos, and Lydia couldn't stop asking herself what in the world was going on. Now everything was finally calm, and honestly, who had time to worry about food shortages? They should be going all in on world-shaking research, like her math. Master, she didn't just want to serve. She wanted to do something so legendary that her name would echo through history forever. So that's why she chose to become her apprentice, right down to the trivial details. This kind of trivial research won't cut it. At this pace she'll never chase being number one. Demort barked the order into her face. After enough time passed, he finally shut it down and refused to keep talking about it. Lydia vanished, along with her research paper on the undead. After that, she chased that search for the rest of her life, never once letting it go. She tried it, but it never worked, so her search finally crashed to an end just like that. Lydia was sure her undead research papers were the real target. She thought it was over, like she was dead for good, but then she didn't stay dead. Years slid by and her magic finally started to blend with the. Her body broke down like soil, and in the end, she crawled out as an undead creature. It was a creature stitched from bones, and then she transformed into a lick. She might have ruled the world with endless magic in her lifetime, but as she carved brand new chambers beneath her tomb, she had to carefully control just how much magic she poured into them. She slammed illusion magic onto the entrance, then went on to use. She used her own body as the lab rat and dove back into researching the undead. If Lydia finished her research on the undead, then all she had left was to forge. Her measure, she didn't last long, just like everyone expected, and before long she was barely holding out while she stayed in. Stranded in that cursed state with no magic supply to save him. She couldn't hold that body together because there was no way she could keep it up. Magical stones for her to pry out, nothing more than that. Demore said that one day she was sprawled on the. Lala then burst into the created space out of nowhere, flying in like a spark. She spotted that Pixie froze and shouted, "Hello." Pixie yelped in terror because the skeleton suddenly started talking out of nowhere. Talking, Demort nodded and said, "Yeah," pointing out right then that this was, of all things, her tomb. Lala blurted out an apology for crashing in so suddenly, and Lick shot back that everything was perfect. Her first guest had arrived, so why did it feel like the door was still holding its breath? She slipped in through the air vent, and the second she landed, she spotted her wrecked wing and her. Noticed something was off with it, and Pixie blurted out, way too embarrassed, that it wasn't her problem. "It looks awful, right? So tell me, why did it end up like that?" Pixie shot back that she meant it all because of this wing. Right here, it's the reason she can't fly worth a damn. Everyone keeps crushing her with the same cruel line. "It's ugly, and you should be a sh." Ashamed of it, Lich snapped that if it was ugly, like she claimed, then it was ugly enough to break her heart. So what about her when she's literally a skeleton? She wasn't just terrifyingly ugly, she was also. It planted pure dread in everyone's chest, and panic spread like wildfire. And yeah, she couldn't even fly like at all, so that was one huge problem. It'd be amazing if she could just take flight. He demanded to know if she was serious, and Demort stepped in to introduce her. She wrapped her words in a warm smile and asked her guest's name. Then Pixie's eyes welled up with tears. She stepped in and introduced herself, and just like that, the conversation took off as they chatted about everything under the sun. That's exactly how each of them won their first friend, so she turned to you and said. She stared at her like death was about to clock in any second, and Demort went stone quiet, like the whole world had just leaned in to watch us live the story. And finally confessed that's exactly why she was the thief who swiped the combustible. The punishment he was about to unleash. She told him straight to his face not to drag Lala into it. She blurted, "No way, I didn't steal the stone first." Herself let him punish her. Lick hauled in her assistant like, "Relax, everything's fine." The words kept hanging there because Lala was just doing what she was ordered to do, so the blame would have landed on her. But Lala screamed that the woman was lying, and she didn't even realize the Crabbit, that bony hag. She snatched the stone on a whim and Demorda snapped, "So who do you think you're calling me, a decrepit bony hag? Come on, hag, let her keep her promise and everything will be fine. She's begging you to understand, don't risk your life." Life felt like a countdown for someone about to die. Pixie sobbed through tears, pleading, "No, you can't go. You're my first friend, I need you to live." The antagonist kept staring and the truth hit hard. Any magic crime, even something as small as stealing, has a brutal shot at ending in death, but she could still choose to beat him instead. She ran from him, but she still chose the truth and vowed to pay for her crimes. Because two kind hearts were tied together, and he'd have to find a way to help them both. So he figured it out. Those two totally robbed a store, and they did it under the cover of night, one step at a time, right? Lala shot back that yeah, she'd stolen from the store, but she had zero clue about some nightly order, and MC was left staring at the truth. He blurts out in disbelief, "Don't you realize how many there are? How many blazing stones did that nightly order steal in secret? How much dangerous loot did they cart off?" Demordit shot back that she had zero clue what he meant, because Lala had only lugged along one single flammable stone. He figured it all fit, just look at her build. The protagonist couldn't stop thinking, why was there another asterisk thief lurking out there? Suddenly, a weird sound ripped through the air. They burst outside and sprinted up the stairs, like their life depended on it, straight up where they As they pounded up the stairs, they finally caught sight of. The whole capital went up in a roaring blaze, flames swallowing everything in sight. He shouted for Lucky at the top of his lungs, telling her that they should march back to the capital. Morty kicked things off and started moving. Started coughing at full force to grab their attention, then demanded they take her along too. At the exact same moment, the blazing heat kept rising, burning closer by the second. In the capital, wave after wave of monsters stormed in, hunting down the residents who fled in pure terror. The warriors surged into action and hauled the residents out. Then one of them blared, "Hurry, sprint to the western now." Gate, he snapped his eyes to the girl and realized she was about. She stumbled, and right then a monster started closing in on her. He sprinted straight up to her and ended the monster in one brutal strike. And he panted hard, utterly drained from the grind. The monster hauled itself up to its feet, ready to wreck everything. It lunged at him and slammed him to the ground. Then the monster raised itself, ready to end him. But right at the last second, Rika slammed in, crushing him with a brutal hammer strike and saving the day. She shoved her way through the chaos of the monster, rushed up to him, and asked if he was okay. He nodded and he thanked her, and instantly her stomach dropped because things felt dangerously bad. So why now? With barely any adventurers left out there, Rock stormed into the city and shouted her name at the top of his lungs. She called him out loud and blurted, "I'm so grateful for everything you've done for me." Panic hung in the air as he shot forward with a worried look and demanded, "What's going on?" She gasped as a massive horde of monsters, hidden in the nightly order, suddenly burst out. Suddenly, he snapped into the undead and went berserk, and he couldn't believe what he was hearing. She heard it and blurted out that adventurers were coming to help them push back, but the undead only fall when holy magic hits. Once the nightly order started piling up monster corpses, adventurers rushed to other countries. He sent an urgent plea to guilds across other countries, but the truth was, help wouldn't show up for a while. Their eyes snapped to a girl who was shrieking in pure terror as the monster closed in. Monsters were closing in, so she rushed over, blurted that she'd be there, apologized in a rush, and made it clear she was counting on him. Morty stared those monsters down and blurted that this power had to have come straight from those damn scientists. Then the sentence cut off mid-shock. "Works and this magic floating all around us like it's alive. Lydia's the one who blew it. She used that flammable stone. She stuffed the stones into the undead like a beating heart, and that's how she finally finished her research on the undead. Dead, so she's the mastermind behind the theft of every missing flammable stone." He stared at his own hand, then blurted at the top of his lungs that they'd deal with the explanations later. Everyone but the wyverns has to clear out the moment everyone leaves the garden. He told them they had to wipe out every monster and stand guard to protect. Protect the people. He handed over the command to Patra and spun his eyes toward that S***T. He swung to the side and spotted orcs charging straight at them. Then Demort blasted them with a raging, unstoppable stream of fire. She used that hellish prison spell and declared that she'd help too, like it was already decided. When they finally saw her magic, everyone went wide-eyed, and he hurried to thank her, like he couldn't believe what he'd just witnessed. He marched over, introduced her and lol to everyone, and declared she was their ally. So there was zero reason to be scared. She smiled and said she was genuinely thrilled to finally meet them. "Hey, quick question, can someone tell me if we've got any magic stones?" She looked like she was seconds from death because she kept using. He drained his mana dry, and the moment he called Patra, she swooped in and shoved the stone right into his hands. She grabbed the stones and said, "We've got plenty of this, just not the rest, it's still back home." And then she snapped her head up with pure surprise. These stones were top-tier quality, so with this much she could finally do it. He spread a sacred barrier across the whole kingdom, and wiped out every undead creature in its path. And he was so shocked he blurted, "Is this true?" She nodded and answered, "Yes." She needed a moment to pull the spell off, and he flashed an inspired grin, saying it wasn't hard at all. They rushed to help her, buying her a breath of time, while he barked orders for everyone to attack and then bolted with nothing but purpose. With them by his side, they tore through the monsters and crushed them for good. That were on this street, and then he blared it out loud, shaking the whole place. So they'd better be careful, because the undead are still out there. Even the undead weren't done, some of them could still spring back to life. He froze in shock the moment he realized his mom was the one that got killed. Monsters started vanishing one by one, and he couldn't shake the feeling that this was a warning, and he had to know what it meant. Even Shannon and the other adventurers can't bring them down. Beat them? Wait, why can only familiars pull off something like this? He suddenly had an idea. He called her up and told her to rally the other adventurers and back his familiar. His skill drenches their strikes in holy power. Properties. She nodded and agreed, then he snapped his eyes toward the battle. They stared at the battlefield and realized, finally, this wasn't hopeless anymore. A sliver of hope was lighting the way. They kept on hammering the monster in a non-stop brawl. Monsters, and with a grin he said they had already blasted through and wrecked most of the monsters. He opened his mouth to hit back again, but then wait, take a look. Caught sight of the knightly order charging full speed towards them just as the warrior locked eyes on them. A sharp, dissatisfied snarl tore out of his voice, loud enough to cut through the air. He blurted, "Why are they dragging this out? They should stop pretending already." The knights refused to speak and raised their bows, aiming them with deadly intent. An MC blasted out loud that they should just wait. Something about them felt off. Every night the firing started and it never stopped. They got nailed by the shots flying at them all at once, and the shock hit them hard because of. Lucky swept every last one aside with his tail. He stroked him, thanked him, and declared that magic made his fur hard. Then he whirled on the knights and roared, "What are you even thinking?" Thinking it over, because after all, these guys were their allies. He clocked their red eyes, and one of them shot up a wave at him. He slammed his hand forward and shouted that their enemies were right there ahead, and they had to crush them. "Patra," he called out, grabbing his attention, and demanded, "So what do we do now?" And he snapped back loud and clear, "We're gonna. For now, just knock them out." The gargoyle caught his meaning, then called forth the spirit of the wind. He rode the wind and unleashed storm magic. He unleashed the magic, and with one brutal strike he knocked them clean off their horses. Rock stared at it and blurted, "So did he actually pull it off?" And just like that, the knights clawed their way upright and rose to their feet. It freaked them out, and he immediately started cooking up a brand new plan hit him. He spotted a knight about to, then he snatched his chance. About to strike him from the shadows, right from behind. He snapped to the truth. There wasn't enough time left to block it. Patra slammed in right then, saving him, landing that blow, and then with it. She snapped her staff down through him and sent him flying aside. Then she shouted. He called him over and warned him, "Don't you dare drop your guard." He thanked her, then snapped his gaze to the knight who just hauled himself back upright. He kicked off, then blasted out insults at her, glaring like pure fury, and told her straight up that it really did hurt. He hurt, then, thank goodness. He snapped back to his senses and pressed his question. He looked back and recognized them on the spot. Then he shouted loud and clear, "Yes." Read it, then snapped, "Did they take me for an idiot?" And the second the words left his mouth, he started whipping his head around, scanning the place, and he leaned in and asked, "Dude, doesn't it feel off in here?" Then he stared him down, and the thought hit like a. He thought his eyes looked normal, so what, did that trick his brain too? Magic couldn't knock them out, but raw punches and brute force did the job. He shouted for everyone and told them to just smash the knights, because they'll come for them anyway. They snapped back to their senses after that brutal hit. They nodded in agreement, and the baffled knight blurted at full volume, "So what happened anyway?" Then he snapped his head toward him and warned, "A horde of undead just hit the capital." And right after that, someone took control of his mind. He demanded answers, so the undead brainwashed the knightly order right. The protagonist told them, "Get out of here, leave this place to me," then turned around to help the civilians evacuate. He blared out that he was a knight of the night, no doubt about it. His job was simple but deadly. Battle, stand his ground, and guard the kingdom's people from the monsters that hunted them. They'd all feel the fury pounding through his chest. Then he snapped, voice shaking with worry, and blurted out that he had to slam on the brakes. There was no way he could take this all alone. Miss Lee wouldn't listen to a word he said, and she thought that it wasn't even worth wasting his time on some tiny monsters, because going after the big ones was the smarter move. He launched himself forward, sprinting straight up to the massive monster like it was his next target. He slammed the sword down and shouted, demanding answers. How did he even stand that? He was asterisk so. When the monster snapped its head toward him, fear hit him so hard he froze and started thinking. And he convinced himself the damage was barely anything. Fate itself slammed into him with a brutal blow. His face snapped forward, and the moment he was thrown aside, he crumpled onto the ground. Then his eyes snapped up, staring. He snapped his head up and realized the monster had all of them. Already ripped its fist across in a swing to nail him. As soon as the monster slammed that crushing hit, panic exploded, everyone freaked out. Blow before it could finish him, Patra's protection surged in and saved him. She stepped in between them and raised her hand like a wall. She told him straight up that a pathetic weakling like him should just sprint and get out of here. Just bolt. Rage burned in his chest at that. Just look at her, she's trembling hard from clenching it tight. Barely holding his own against that brutal, unstoppable strike. With no time to breathe, the MC bolted back toward her. She stared with a worried face, terrified that even as an A-rank monster, even with a mere 2 hits from an orc, this monster would still be too ruthless for her to survive. He sprang forward and wiped out the monster blocking his path. He booked it in her direction, convinced he had to reach her no matter what. He became very worried when he noticed that the monster had already launched into her next strike, and she couldn't lift her arms, and she didn't manage to. So you finally get what's going on. It slammed down with brutal fist after brutal fist. And he blurted out her name, panicked and frantic. Everyone's jaw dropped at what just went down. Then it hit like a snap of lightning, and the rock immediately started remembering everything. Hold on to every single happy moment like it's burning bright in your chest. Associated with her, he just broke, tears spilling out as he stumbled and fell to. He dropped to his knees and screamed her name at the top of his lungs. But he didn't even see that. A wyvern snatched her by the clothes and dragged her away. Love hits between them and the others catch it instantly. Lucky called him up and said, "You can finally breathe out, Patra's okay." All right, he lifted his head, shot her a question and asked what she'd said. She shot him a confused look, apologized fast, and said she'd almost died. He stared at her, completely baffled, then demanded to know how in the world this happened. And she tilted her head up and blurted out that the wyvern came through for her. He couldn't believe it and blurted out, "Wait, when did we start?" So that massive missile got saved too. The gargoyle claimed dragons grow at insane speed, and that fact hit him so hard he couldn't stop staring. He shot them a shocked look, wondered if his tamer power was the real cause, then thanked them and said that. Shannon called him, told him she had it all figured out, and honestly they'd helped him so much. Yet now he shot out an apology, shoved the thing in his hands and passed over. Cradling a bottle of Patra's potion, he said. She told her to drink it, and the moment she did, her arms healed, joy exploding in her chest. Happy as hell about it, thanks Tim, now say it. She said she could move again and then no time to waste, they had to spring back on it fast. On the wyverns, the ants burst with joy. He leapt onto their backs and yanked out their weapons. He froze in surprise and she stood right there, saying they looked like little dragon knights. Push forward and finish what's left right now. So the undead finally smashed the knights, and for once they actually celebrated instead of just lingering in the dark. And the protagonists snapped that they'd have to handle the rest of the knightly order from here. Suddenly one of the knights lunged at him, sword raised, ready to strike. He saw the blade coming and barely threw himself aside in time, surviving the swing by sheer instinct. Marcus locked eyes with him and demanded, "Is he really going to stop him? The knightly order is about to. He's going to wipe out every single adventurer in the Adventurers Guild. Titus will be wiped out," he bolted. He sprinted right up to him and swung his sword to attack before he could react. He tightened his grip on the sword and growled, daring you to try anything, because if he even dared to step in his way, he'd make sure it ended with his death. He fought back with everything he had locked in tight, and told himself this was exactly what the head of the knightly order, yet somehow he never saw it coming. He expected a straight-up duel, then he drove a kick right through him. Shannon clenched his heart, then panic flared, and he snapped loud and clear. He shouted his name, clutching his stomach after that hit, cursing through the pain. And I'm staring at this guy like, dude, he's crazy strong. His loud-ass presence was impossible to ignore. He blared his name and demanded he snap out of it and get his head straight. Senses hit Marcus, he marched right up to him and said, "I'm in his right mind, and honestly it's the strange ones here because wherever they go they can't stop talking about Titus. And yeah, turns out he's just the head of the Adventurers Guild. Then again, he's the head of the Knightly Order, and everyone recognizes him. By the king, no matter how they feel about it, isn't he clearly above the king? Yep, this country doesn't need freedom or debate, it only needs one order of knights just to make sure they stand. Block his path, now it's kill or be killed, and he's got his sights locked in. Lucky. With a cool, calm face, he snapped his tail out and smashed into him, and snapped at him to shut his mouth. Then he got slammed into the wall and he snapped that it was too loud. Then he thanked him for saving his life, and worry twisted his face like, that's not all, is it? Shannon blurted out loud, "How are you feeling?" And MC shot back, He was fine, wait, so he's okay, right?" Marcus began. Dragging himself up with jittery, weird motions, he snapped to attention and shouted loudly. Asked where his tail had slammed, because he was moving way too suspiciously. He wagged like crazy and said he seemed. He always acted like that, denied it, and the knight just mocked him back loud as hell. They muttered that it was way too absurd to even joke in a moment like this. Like, come on. Adventurers don't stress about a single thing, he said it like a promise. He felt his voice shift and demanded to know who he was. He grinned so wide and declared, "It's Lydia right here herself." The legendary sage Demort finally found his first disciple, the one bold enough to taste true knowledge firsthand. He thrust his feelings into the air for her and then he demanded, "What do you want?" But she choked on the words. She let out a soft chuckle and said, "So be it," because before he died she'd give him the answer. She clung to her wish, begging the universe to fuel her research into the deadly power locked inside undead treasures. To be known by the whole world, so this country would be thrown away, sacrificed just to get her to reach that goal. And don't you worry, if they die, she can still rip those bodies into undead and keep going. He shouted that this wasn't her research at all, Demort was the one who kicked it off. She said the truth was wild. He already knew about it, but it was her who finished it all, so yeah, that work was her research, and then he asked. He blurts it, "So you're saying she really was guilty of stealing the combustible stone?" Jones, she burst into a chuckle and told him like it was nothing, that he already knew all about it. Yeah, she seized the head of the nightly order, then ripped the whole thing right out of their hands. He hunted a criminal across the streets, only to realize with a jolt that he was the criminal all along. This whole thing was a joke, so ridiculous it felt like we could have wrapped up the conversation right there. That lovely little note, she reads it, and the undead knights come alive. He had to kill every last one here, then he froze because nothing moved, not when all the undead were already down. The dead stayed dead, and the knights finally snapped back to their senses, while Lydia cracked up and told them all to die screaming and wet themselves. She was writhing in pain, totally clueless, and she honestly believed most of them should have already been dead. Had already died, she tore herself away and said goodbye, and right after that Marcus' body crumpled to the ground, and Shannon blurted right then. But where her real body might have been, Rock grabbed Lucky and fired off a question asking. He asked if he could track her down and she answered, yeah, but only until that smell was gone. Back then he couldn't imagine it at all. His thoughts barely even touched the idea because right in that moment it never crossed his mind. Right then Demort burst in, apologized for making them wait, and swore she'd wipe out every undead monster in sight. Dead that dared to stand in their way, and then he whipped around to her with a totally baffled look, like he couldn't make heads or tails of it, and said it was already handled. Then she snapped her eyes toward him. He snapped his head around and saw every undead in the room just before they in the area were already fading away, and she dropped down into a seat right before the. He stomped the ground and snapped, sounding totally bothered, that a cold glass of beer was exactly what he needed right now. Right now he swallowed his pride, apologized, and begged for one more importantly, if she knew where they could track Lydia down. As soon as it hit her, her whole vibe snapped into full seriousness. They nodded in agreement and urged, come on, follow her right after this. They stormed up to the tower and then he blurted, So she stood in the watchtower just outside the city, eyes sharp and waiting. Everyone except Shannon and Patra have to wait in the monster garden. He nodded in agreement, and the second they walked out, he bolted to the door and yanked it open. Then he slammed the brakes when Demort said the entrance wasn't there. Not there, she shot her hand up and unleashed. He unleashed magic right by this tower. She yanked open a hidden passage and plunged downward. And the main character blurted out that the fact that the entrance was disguised by illusion is the real game changer. Magic was the only way, so they had to dive inside. They started down the path. Shannon. She covered her face with her hand and snapped, what is that stench? Stench. She paced beside her and snapped that she didn't have a clue how. Lydia somehow survived for more than 100 years, but it was almost certain her body was in terrible shape. They finally reached the bottom and froze. There she was, standing beside the magic circles and a book clutched in her hands. She locked eyes with them and said, I'm impressed by you guys, seriously. They'd already made it this far, so what's with the surprise? This place wasn't supposed to be empty, they should have run into a whole swarm of undead out there. So how'd they even pull it off? He said they wiped out everyone, and that by night the nightmare order finally snapped to reality. She shot him a small smile and asked, so is he serious now? She spotted it right there, while those adventurers, like they always do, cracked jokes like it was no big deal. Joke do. Morty stormed over to her and snapped, this isn't a joke. Then she said her name to make it crystal clear. They finally called her name and said they hadn't seen each other in forever. Lydia stared at her, all confused, and demanded, who are you? She couldn't even remember making an undead like herself. She snapped into action, chanting the Hell Prison spell and said it might jolt her memory back into place, and she was really. He froze in shock and blurted out loud, wait, is this ancient magic? Magic. She ripped out the water dragon's roar spell and blasted the flames into silence. The hit still stung her, she winced in pain and demanded answers. Is this flame? So she is Demore. Mort clenched her jaw so hard it hurt, then blurted the question at the top of her lungs. Did she become undead just to stop her name from spreading across the whole world? She clutched her head and snapped that if she'd been a better person, even bigger success would have been waiting for her. Lydia blasted out, shut up, then snapped that she had no right to talk like she knew her, especially after everything she'd trained her. Even after her death, she won't be beaten again. She snaps a magic circle into place right in front of her eyes. She thrust it toward herself and called up eternal darkness, then aimed it straight at her. She cast the exact same spell and blurted it out loud. No matter how hard she works, she's still a foolish child. Then their magical currents slammed together and the MC blurted out, shocked, do we really have the same chance? Demorty said, almost stunned, I got stronger, way stronger than before. Lydia, eyes locked forward and face set in seriousness, blurted a loud, solid agreement and pressed her for the number of years she believed had passed since she died. Patra stood there silent and locked in, watching everything unfold for a few intense seconds. Seconds later, he calmly strides toward. He surged toward her, she closed the distance and and smashed a brutal punch into her face with. With her staff, she stumbled hard, hit the ground and snapped his hand to her face and blurted, "That's not fair," then demanded, "So tell me, how was she? How was she supposed to take them all on by herself?" When terror hit her the moment she saw her coming, she crept in, a chilling smile twisting across her face. He stared at the damage and snapped that she nearly died because of him, because this was the very first time he'd ever seen her this furious. Lydia shot up, opened her mouth to speak, and then froze as she pulled out the multiple shadow illusions the spell struck, and she cackled as if the whole world was hers, laughing loud and demanded to know how she really felt about all of this, because now it was the million-dollar question: which one of them was the real deal? Patra suddenly lunged forward and slammed her in the face again with her. Her staff crackled, and she panicked so hard she shouted that her illusion magic had zero effect on him. She stank so horribly that the others immediately threw their hands over their faces, thinking, "Yeah, she really does smell that bad." It was shockingly simple to spot her in the sea of spears. Then she closed the distance and moved in. He closed in on her, wore a grim face, and told her straight up that her death would have wrecked her daddy. She refused to let anything wreck his mood. Lydia stared at her with. His face twisted with worry, and he blurted the question out loud right then and there. What? What she was saying, Rock shouted her name, but Demort. He lunged up to her and thrust out his hand to stop her right there. She blurted out an apology for cutting in and asked if she could leave it to her. She was ready to step up, grab the responsibility, and handle the mess head-on. She stood there with her student, grinned, and gave a little nod. Then a green glow took over the moment. She nodded, accepted it, then thanked her with a bright smile before declaring, "All right, it's time." Now it was time to end it, because they'd lived every second of it. She dragged life out for far too long. Then she slammed energy into her hand, shaping a deadly cloud of power. Her hand just like that. Lydia froze in total shock, couldn't wrap her head around it, and blurted out a question. Loudly, "Wait, is this holy magic? Because if it hits, it'll kill her too." With holy magic in play, there's not going to be a single one, no exceptions. With the undead wiped out, what is she really planning to pull off now? Demort stared her down and declared, "This is the only way to wipe it out. Wipe out every undead, no mercy, because they've gotta go down together." Lala snatched her up and screamed her name at the top of her lungs, and told her she straight up couldn't do this. She begs him not to go, and her joy bubbles over so hard that. Then she finally ran into her and yelled at the top of her lungs, like she couldn't believe her eyes. Again, the protagonist tore through the fight by unleashing holy magic and striking hard. Lydia got hit out of nowhere, and the shock hit her like a punch to the chest. She crumpled to the floor and blurted in full panic how he even creates holy magic without chance. Then he begged her for forgiveness, like his whole world depended on it, and said that she should. She refused to just vanish because of someone like her, and with pure fury in her eyes, she stared them down and shouted. And she never saw a high-ranking mage stepping in to battle her like that, just a little more than she could have imagined. Then she almost pulled it off, managed to wipe her out. Her body started to crumble and she screamed loud. She blared that next time she'd come back with even more power, and they'd finally see it for themselves. Then Demore snapped his gaze onto her and said, "So that body was a fake after all," and once I realized it, he nodded and agreed. And told her straight up there was no way she should give up her life for something that didn't deserve it. She clutched her head and blurted that this was impossible. Then everything inside her just started to unravel into shock. Lala got way too emotional, misread everything, and then she shot back toward her, joy erupted. She called out, smiling bright, and said she was thrilled she hadn't vanished. She popped up, said her name to her face, and begged for forgiveness, apologizing for messing up her work. Worry gnaws at them, but the truth hits hard. They're going to have to say goodbye soon. They're out of magic stones, and the stolens are off limits, so they can't use them at all. And stones, this is their goodbye, and she's breaking with worry as the words slip. Then he blared out that if he shared with them then she tried to finish her sentence, but Demorta cut her off hard, saying they couldn't do it. They finally cut him loose, no more games, no more pushing, and she had to object right now. MC rolled up to them and asked, "So what about?" To become his familiar, they locked eyes, and he told her, "If you become my familiar, I'll set you free." She could grab as many magic stones as she wanted, no limits at all. So yeah, she still had to deal with Lydia, didn't she? She yelled his name and demanded, "Are you really sure about this?" So he really wanted a representative of the dark race as his familiar. Yep, he agreed, and he said that. But he wielded holy magic, something that could have turned dangerous for her fast. Worst case, she'd just vanish without a trace. Would Lala survive that? She was about to get seriously wrecked, like instantly. Demort leaned in and said, "Don't sweat it, just as long as, and I swear my nerves wouldn't let up. As long as there was even a sliver of a chance to live, she'd take whatever fate threw at her." That creepy voice declared the undead, and the Queen of Darkness wanted to be his friend. So what do you think? Did he want to team up with her? Since she was a representative of the dark race, Her dark magic would lose power fast, he said. It looked like it seemed. It looked like her magic was about to crack and fade, but that was all, no extra trouble beyond that. More, she finally steadied her breathing after hearing that, and she said. He said everything was fine right then, and she was counting on him to make it true. A surge of energy slammed into her body, and that eerie voice whispered, "The undead." The Queen of Darkness had been forced through a hellish transformation, turning into a holy beast and he finally had a friend in his corner. Now he could upgrade one of the monster garden companions. He tapped the sea and he scribbled that down and admitted he'd been mulling over a little salt mining, so that's exactly what he'd choose. He said the monster garden had grown bigger, and then he stared at me like, "So what's gonna happen to Lala now?" The voice declared that the pixie was the Queen of Darkness's familiar. Then, once she bound herself to him, the Pixie didn't just hang around, she became his familiar, and her presence snapped his focus on the. They shouted his name and thanked him like he'd just saved the world. With a crowd of happy faces, Demortis told him clear as day that she wanted him to take care of her again. Rock smiled again and said he was just as grinning about to spill the rest, but he cut himself off mid-sentence. "I'm glad I met them." Later, we tore back to the city, where everyone in the neighborhood was frantically repairing the wreckage left by the incident. He stood before the familiars and ordered them to rush out and help rebuild the city. He'd rush to the guild to report the request and they'd agree. So he showed up at the guild and Rika spotted him, saying he was going to. He slid in just before it all went down, then inside he spotted Titus and Marcus. We sat across from each other at the table and I saw nerves hit him hard, then he blurted and asked, "What the heck is going on here? Were they really just?" He couldn't even finish the thought. Either he stayed there in dead quiet or something else happened. "Hold up, what in the world is happening right now?" She flashed him a thumbs up and beamed like she just nailed the perfect win. Then he bolted out, shut the door tight behind him. Right behind her, he shouted for her to wait and Titus snapped his voice to him, admitting he was sorry for what he'd called out. She kept calling him even while he was slammed with work. He spun toward him and said, "Don't worry, everything's fine." Marcus shot up from the table, bowed low, and said that he threw himself into his deepest apologies because his incompetence was to blame. Confidence surged and then he nearly took his life. After that, he blurted a real heart-deep apology like he meant it with his whole soul. The protagonist couldn't hide his surprise at what just happened. He said everything was finally okay, so he asked him to lift his head then. So every single member of the Knightly Order got brainwashed, right? Then what the hell happened next? He admitted it fully and then, man, you could tell he was wrecked with guilt, but he still had nothing to offer. He couldn't remember a thing about what happened. Maybe it all began 6 months ago when he met a girl named Lydia, and that's where everything started. Showed up in front of him all by itself during his training, like fate, even though they'd never met before. He can still feel it, like the moment someone he'd known forever came rushing back into his life. Stood right in front of him, and that sweet scent he remembered hit him like a warning, could have been medicine or a spell laid directly on him. She gathered the rest of the Knightly Order and made them hunt down the corpses of deadly monsters so she could forge a stronger country. She said adventurers were nothing but a nuisance, and that Titus was somehow the reason why. They called her the source of all evil, and when she spoke, everyone believed her, so they brutally grabbed the corpses of powerful monsters were about to drive the adventurers right out of this country, and he wants to make sure it doesn't happen. He tossed his deepest apologies at him, and to the whole crew just to carry the weight of what happened. Skilled, and then it hit, he looked truly devastated. Both of them froze, totally shocked by what he just said, and Titus couldn't even wrap his head around it. This proud man bowed his head to him. He studied the look on their face, then nodded and said, "All right, I accept your apology." Marcus thanked him, then he stepped closer, right into his space. He shot his hand forward and promised he'd do anything it took. The power to slow the chaos and breathe through every adventure. Right now, he's telling us. They teamed up to rebuild the city from the ground up, and when he stepped in, he squeezed his hand and promised his full support. MC watched him and couldn't wait for their next joint plans. This was how the nightly routine was supposed to go, and that's when MC's thoughts started to trail off like the order was going to change. Swore to team up with adventurers every step of the way, and the guild pushed hard too, trying to make it happen. Marcus tried to track down Lydia's location, but every lead slipped away, because once he uncovered the Knightly Order's truth, he wasn't getting answers easily. Marcus is going to get blamed for this whole mess, but right now the king. They decided to rebuild the city first, and they'd deal with everything else later. Then another person jumped in. Rika burst into the guild, shouting that she had terrible news. Kid had escaped. He slipped away mid-battle with the undead, and Titus demanded to know what she'd just said. Was his escape a fluke or part of her plan? Whether it was an accident or not is still a mystery. Then, a month later, Rock and his familiars burst out to the sea. And just like that, everyone burst into pure happiness. Shannon stood there staring. She spun her gaze around with a huge, joyful grin lighting up her face. He leaned in and went, "The sea is out of this world." He nodded, then caught her beaming with pure joy, right as her smile took over the scene. He wrestled with his thoughts and felt a little. She couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, and she clocked that he was gay. He walked up and asked the gaze if something was wrong. Then he stopped, jaw tight, because he didn't know what to say. She shot it down fast and said that ever since the day they first met, she'd only been getting more and more. She lit up with a smile and told him it was all because of him. Because he saved her, she was so thankful, and it changed everything for him as well. He became. He cringed even harder, burst out laughing, and told him there was no need to thank him, lucky with a. With a sly smirk, he apologized for cutting in, then leaned in and asked, straight to the point, why they'd come to the sea today. He told me that while everyone else was watching, they'd been non-stop rebuilding the city, and he said it'd be perfect to swap the scenery for something new. They've earned a break, so fire up the grill and let everyone kick back with a proper barbecue. Patra didn't have a clue what a barbecue was, but he still blurted out. He said it was an outdoor cooking trick where meat and veggies cooked together under the open sky. Then he leaned in and told them to eat as a group. She beamed and asked, "So we'll be together forever, right?" And yeah, if her smile is anything to go by, that's the whole dream. She loves Barbie. Barbecue, he sounded totally thrown off, then admitted, "Wait, if you mean it like that. Then that's just how it goes. Sure, they can hash out the details later, but right now." Now it was time to feast. Everyone else started up right after that. He dove into the food the gargoyle had prepared, and then the protagonist stepped in and started cooking for it. A bird he knew, one of his familiar, dropped onto his head and he stared at it. And he admitted he hadn't picked a name for it yet, so he blurted, "What am I supposed to call it?" He pitched yakitori, but the bird totally rejected it. It all started smacking him on the head and he snapped. He swore it was all just a joke, then admitted barbecue actually messes him up. So it blurted out by accident, now he'll scramble for something else, and right then he starts. They tossed out different names, but the bird hated every single one. But her whole face lit up the second he asked, like maybe CL. She soared above his head with pure joy, and he said it felt like she. She hated names tied to food, and right from that moment on, she CL started it. Demort snapped out his name and admitted straight up, she couldn't resist telling him how tender and delicious the meat was. When he spotted her, confusion hit him like a wave and he blurted, "Who are you?" She did revealed her real form, and then she said that it. She knew it was her, and since they were already here, she figured her human form would look way better. With this body, she could even step into the city. He swore it was illusion magic, like a whole stash of magic stones couldn't be anything else, but if her illusion form looks like that, how does she even eat, because she's made of? She said there's no need to dig into all that, right? He should be able to sense the. Lala flipped his world upside down by showing him something and asking what kind of sauce it was. Turns out it tasted ridiculously good, and he claimed it was a secret sauce he whipped up with onions and ginger, and that sweet, subtle aroma that hit their noses was coming straight from the apples. She blurted wide-eyed that she'd never tasted anything like that sauce before, and she couldn't stop smiling because meeting him had been totally worth it. He nodded, and she couldn't wait to sink her teeth into even more mouth-watering dishes he'd bring out, and said he'd probably grab some too. Then he pulled the whole thing moving from there. After that, they kept the volleyball game going, laughing non-stop and snacking the whole time like it was the best day ever. Food, later the MC ditched everything and went fishing. Lucky shows up out of nowhere and grabs his attention, then asks him straight up what he's doing. He explained that he caught fish by hooking up bait and casting it in. Then he'd cast it in and the fish would shoot right up toward it. He lured the moment and swallowed the bait, then plunged his tail into the water. He grabbed the water and told her it looked awesome, then admitted he wanted to try it too. He called him out of the blue and told him straight up that there was no bait left on his tail. He burst out laughing and said, "With a tail so irresistible it steals the spotlight." Like that, there was no need for bait. He cast no hook and they laid next to it, side by side for a while, and then he leaned in and said, "Man, the weather today is just perfect. Sometimes it felt so good to just kick back like this, Lucky nodded and told him, never, ever lose track of how important it is to remember. How precious every moment was. Then it hit him and he was completely shocked because someone yanked his tail. He snapped, shouted at the top of his lungs and declared that he'd caught. He yanked something out of the mess, then yelled at the top of his lungs for it to pull its tail out. Right then he jerked his grip and yanked his. He whipped his tail out of the water, and they both spotted a mermaid clinging to his tail like her life depended on it, who grinned and happily called it Fluffy. Rock stared at her and blurted, "Wait, are you a mermaid?" Maid, he yanked his tail back and glared at it with a nasty look. With a slightly confused look on his face, he asked, "So what do we do now?" Yeah, after thinking it over, he finally said it. Something about her didn't feel harmless at all. He promised he'd toss her right back into the sea, exactly the one he'd pulled her from. He started wagging his tail, trying to shake her loose, but she clung on with iron grip. And he just blurted out that it felt wild and super fluffy. Then he shouted his name with a totally confused stare and said that he. So just keep pushing, don't quit. He whipped a magic circle behind his back like a secret weapon. He whipped it toward his tail and blasted out a brutal stream of air. Because of this, he yanked her back into the sea, and then he stood there staring ahead. He stood right beside him and demanded, "What is that?" The others sprinted straight over to them. Shannon reached out and demanded to know if something had gone wrong. He spun toward her and swore that nothing even happened. At that exact moment, the mermaid burst out of the water again, eyes burning with determination. La. She yelled Fluffy, then landed on the spot and snatched his tail right away, staring straight at the. He stared at it, totally confused, and blurted out, "Wait, is this a mermaid?" The protagonist nodded and said, "Yeah, it sure looks like one." Lucky snapped with rage and blurted out that this time he wasn't going to let it happen. No way. She forced herself to hold back, panic creeping in, then she snapped, "Wait for me," loudly. Wait, and said that she was no suspicious mermaid at all, she was simply swarmed by an unstoppable urge to grab that fluffy little cutie and just cuddle it. Cutie, he yanked out his magic again and hurled her into the sea with a brutal burst of force. He stared at the sea, eyes wide with fear, and muttered that it felt creepy, with worry creeping in on his face as he went on. She muttered that she was way too suspicious, then she burst back out of the sea again, loud as. Lee swore she was headed straight for him, then snatched his tail, and it freaked him out even worse. And he blared, begging for help, only to be left totally baffled by how things had turned out. They stared blankly, clueless about what to do next. Then Demort showed up and said he could leave it all in her hands. Then she lifted her gaze and raised her hand like she was ready to take over. She shot her hand up, conjured a massive fireball, and demanded what she was going to say. And if she wanted, she could stick around, then watch her get turned into fried fish. Or would she slip back into the sea without a sound? When she saw it, her eyes widened and she muttered, as expected, "The land dwellers, are they really about to tear her away from Fluffy?" She shot her hand up over her head and shouted that if they did it, she'd hit them back the exact same way. Leviathan's about to break free, then right then a colossal monster erupts from. They burst up out of the water, and everyone froze when they spotted that massive monster looming over them. And then he claimed the deep sea's most powerful inhabitant was right there, unstoppable and alive. The mermaid nodded and declared, "It's Leviathan, the sea knight." Night crept in, he had to prove his power to them. He nodded, then said it was great to finally meet him, then revealed, "I'm Leviathan." Glad to meet him, MC nodded, agreed, and then cut off mid-sentence as everything hit at once. And said it was nice to meet him too, yet the mermaid snapped, offended to the core. He pointed at it and yelled, "What is this supposed to mean? If he won't fight, then she can't be with Fluffy." He called her May and told her straight up that she knew he'd never pull something like that. She was convinced they'd get it if she just talked to them, so she blurted out, "What are you even talking about?" and declared that land people only communicate with fists. The only way to become friends with them is through fighting, and then they'd see she's the real deal and think she's awesome and all that. Before he even realizes it, he's going to end up with Fluffy. He just has to show them. He finally cracked and agreed after showing them a taste of his power. He started using magic, but he smirked and promised her he'd show her just a little more. He brewed a delicate twist of the water dragon storm spell and unleashed a whole storm of tornadoes. Rock froze, then blurted out loud that the way this assistant's magic got compared to his spell was just unbelievable. "It's just like Fenrir's magic, so what did you do to make that happen? I mean, come on, that's way too wild to ignore." Rage surged through him as he shouted that then she'd show him her too. Her real power finally surfaced. She ditched illusion magic for good and was right on the edge of summoning the spirits of antiquity, and just when everyone thought it was over, it all took a shocking turn. Leviathan panicked, screamed at the top of her lungs, and hissed that she was a monster. He ducked underwater and she snapped, confused, asking where he'd vanished to. Then he shivered in terror and blurted that monsters were the reason he ran. She fired off illusion magic again, masking herself in an instant. And he demanded loudly like, "Tell me you heard this." So she knew he was scared of ghosts, then she snapped back, calling him a sly fox and Rock. And Rock was convinced they knew nothing about it at all. Then she took a breath, shrugged it off, and admitted the only thing that mattered was that she'd lost. So why not become friends? He thanked her for the invite and still turned it down. She snapped, shocked, and demanded to know why he was refusing, especially since they'd already traded punches, so now they could. Comrades, right? He shut her down, no way. And she just couldn't believe it, like, at this rate, who's even left to ask for help for my village? With a baffled look on his face, he demanded to know which village she meant. She told me he already had a gargoyle, a pair of wyverns, and orange ants running around. Could he help them too? She asked for her village's sake. Then he said that because he couldn't grasp a single thing, so what was he even supposed to help her with? She just said that. And yep, some seriously huge fish had crashed the scene, and honestly, overall, Something huge went wrong and she rushed to get help, only for him to be a little. He felt totally thrown off, like he had no clue what she was talking about. She looked totally lost and demanded, how do I even explain this to him? Leviathan burst his head above the water, shouted for her, and demanded that she let him explain, right now. And tell them everything. He shook off his fear, then blasted through the water and fought his way to the shore. And then he swore that down at the bottom of the sea, a whole mermaid village was waiting. Just 3 days ago, they got ambushed by a bunch of fishmen, half human, half fish, squid, or shark creatures. But in these mermaids, the fishy traits hit harder than the human ones, like the human features just can't compete over those fish-like ones, so yeah, they're two different species entirely. And up until now, mermaids have never once had hostile ties with fishmen. But they're not close either. Peace has ruled this village for a whole 100 years, so there's barely been any. So because the fishermen got hit with a surprise attack and had no real combat experience, they still managed to sweep in, overtake the village, and haul tons of mermaids away as captives. Turns out it was him who was meant to be the guardian deity of the mermaid village, but that's where things get messy fast. Honestly, it's kind of painful to say, but he's not exactly a battle whiz. May wasn't even in the village then, so she was okay. That's why she went looking for help from the landlubbers, and he ends up swallowing his pride and asking, would you please help us? What? Even after everything in their story, the protagonist couldn't help but ask, if we can't breathe underwater, then how are we supposed to fight? Leviathan told everyone not to sweat, he brought it. He dragged along some airgrass, eat it, and you could breathe underwater with the water pressure totally. Oh wait, it was about to be a disaster. He didn't know what to do, so he snatched the plant in his hand and said that he didn't even know that plant existed, until he swore it could only be collected in the mermaid village. If he helps them break the village free, he can grab as much air grass as he wants. He spoke up with heavy thought, but he wouldn't risk putting the others in danger. Patra snapped his attention and told him, I want to help you guys. Shannon told the gargoyle she wanted to help in whatever way she could, and the gargoyle immediately nodded in agreement. And he straight up said, if they're saying it's true, then I'm on board. May lit up the moment she heard it, then yelled her question at full volume. Will those words actually save them? He thanked them anyway, like he couldn't afford to doubt. And she grinned and leaped right onto Lucky's tail. He spun a tail and swore that then she could. And she can savor that gentle charm as long as she wants, because the moment the thought hits, he fires off magic right away. And then he flung her straight into the sea. Right after that, they went and munched on the airgrass. Everyone hurled themselves underwater and the MC blurted out, so that's how it all clicks. He can't even process it, like his brain just short-circuited. And then he breathes underwater like it's nothing, while Shannon lunges to swing her sword. He grabbed the board and admitted, straight up, that it's brutal to move fast underwater. Underwater, he nodded without hesitation and said, I'll fight you down there. They might have been way out of their league, so they threw their heads back and stared up. He looked up and spotted wyverns streaking through the water, swimming fast right alongside the ant. Ants squirming on their backs, and they swore that wyverns were nothing more than magnificent. Even out here, they still whip out their wings. The gargoyle tore through the air in a blur, propelled by wind magic. He told her she had to try it too, and then he caught himself hearing something else. I heard a splash, spun around, and saw Lucky struggling in the water. He'd clearly got himself stuck and couldn't swim through it. He stared at him and realized this whole thing felt like it was piling up just for him. He told them, everyone but the gargoyle, get to the moth. The monster garden was calling and they were finally heading out. Yeah, they both agreed. After that, they kept swimming side by side, pushing deeper into the water together. And Leviathan told him this cave would lead straight to the mermaid village. The village leader pushed forward and told him that if he could, they had to chase her, swimming hard through that cave like their lives depended on it. And just like that, they finally crashed into the underwater village. She asked, isn't it mesmerizing to watch? Ever since that village got wrapped in special magic, nobody can see it at all. No one has stepped foot in this village for centuries, like it vanished from the sea, and now he's supposed to feel that dread. Felt honored, and then Leviathan spotted something. It lunged, snatched the three of them, and grabbed the three of them with a tentacle, hooked them, and yanked them back into the cave. She spun around, shocked, and blurted out, what are you doing? He tells them to shut up, then a fishman steps in. A spear-armed man burst through the water and swam right past them, and Rock whipped his gaze toward him. He stared at it and blurted, wait, is that a fish? Fishman nodded and said, yeah, they're probably patrols. While he patrolled, he figured the other mermaids had tucked themselves away inside the queen's castle in the heart of the village, until he finally spotted them there after they escaped. He snapped his head toward him and demanded, so what do? Do we hit them straight up? Then he shot that idea down, and shouted that they'd use the ally who led the way to the castle. Then he called her and demanded she lead the way, then realized May wasn't anywhere nearby. And right then she burst up from the water, paddled out, and yelled at the top of her lungs too. She marched up to the dumb fish man and declared, "I'm here." Now he had to break free everyone in. Immediately she opened her mouth to keep talking, but then she spotted this monster and everything froze. He kicked through the water toward her, panic rising hard, and blurted out that she was still talking. At the very last second, Leviathan yanked her back and blared the question out loud. He demanded to know what she was doing, and she shot back with a look full of pure irritation. Russian blurted out, loud and furious, that she wasn't stepping into that filthy attack. Like pathetic cowards, he snapped that they didn't have time for this. And there it was, he clocked the fishmen charging in fast, closing in on them like a storm about to hit. Before they could strike, the protagonist threw himself in the way and shielded them, shutting down the attack with a solid block. He lunged in with daggers, then snapped that it looked like they'd been spotted because everything changed fast. If it turned out like this, they'd have to smash right through, so he couldn't believe what he was seeing. He froze in shock when he saw just how insanely fast his opponent was swimming, and realized he couldn't possibly pick up enough speed to slip into position and maneuver. The gargoyle surged through the water toward him, hollered his name, and demanded he grab on tight. He lunged in, snatched the creature's wings, and blasted it with a savage gust of wind magic. They kicked into gear and surged forward, then caught right up in a flash. He caught up to the fishman and slammed a brutal punch into him. Hard in the head than their opponents, it slammed into the ground with a violent crash, and they demanded answers. With that electric grin on their face, they just had to ask, did it actually work? Then after that crushing attack, the monster hauled itself upright, and the shocked gargoyle blurted out loud and clear that it didn't have any. He brushed it off, denied everything, and snapped that he'd never say there was no effect. Nothing happened at all. Then the opponent exploded into a sprint across the water, swimming at full speed, darting right next to them again like he never left. And he kept his eyes glued to him, then barked, "You've gotta dodge F." 50 centimeters to the right, he did it, and the fishman. A man blasted past them in the water, and the shock on his face was almost unbelievable. He was surprised by the. Then he blurted out, "How did," and cut himself off mid-question. MC leaned in and said, "Did this really happen?" Then he declared the next turn was coming. Was 70 centimeters to the left when they finally managed to. He tried to dodge again, then shot a stunned look and demanded, "What the hell is going on?" He's still locked in, eyes glued to the enemy's every move. And he said, like he already knew, that Fishman was repeating himself. The same moves again and again like a machine, while those eyes looked totally brainwashed, just like the ones from the. He couldn't even figure out who to blame, and somehow it felt like he was helpless. Of precise attacks, so they could finally stand their ground against him, and that left him with only one option. He had to. He slid 3 meters diagonally left. The moment the fishman surfaced nearby, he lunged forward and latched on. She lunged at him and clamped onto his arms, and when he spun around, he blasted out a loud call. I shouted at Leviathan, telling it to lock us both in place. With his tentacles, he snatched both of them right after. Then they tied the fishman to a rock tight, with a tentacle they could pull off anytime. He swore they'd definitely caught him, but somehow he was already slipping out of the cut. He doubted he'd manage a word, sure, talking to them normally was possible, but still. Just then, Rock stared him down like he was piecing a puzzle together, and demanded to know who was behind them. "Hurry up, get to the rescue and save the rest. Later, we'll deal with what comes next." Later on, they stormed in and hogtied every guard standing in the village. He rattled off the facts, and somehow their numbers were way smaller than anyone expected. May shot Tim a sour look and hollered Tim loud. He shouted, demanding, "Why did you tie her up too, Leviathan?" Then he spun to her and told her straight up, if he let her move freely there would be. "Is it really that bad?" she demanded, blasting the question back at him as loud as her fear. Said then other mermaids tore through the water and swam right up to them, noticed turn. Her Madeline scooped her up in a tight hug and blurted out how proud she was, almost cutting off mid-sentence, so. Relief hit her so hard she broke down, tears poured out as she realized she was safe. Crying and grinning at the same time, she blurted out that she was happier than ever. He stared at it, stunned, as her tears hardened into crystals right before his eyes. "He told me these are pearl tears, mermaids packed with mind-blowing magic. They churn out these special pearls whenever their feelings hit like a thunderclap." And then the mermaid shot through the water toward him and yelled. One of them snapped his name, stepped up, and introduced herself, then declared she was the one who'd been honored. Honored to serve the queen, he earns a heartfelt thank you. She thanks him from the very bottom of her heart for stepping in and helping them. The protagonist waved it off like, "Don't thank me, though these aren't all mermaids, right?" With a heavy, sad look on her face, she nodded and told him that the Fishman village had kidnapped mermaids too, including the queen. This village was their cage, trapped here, locked away like they'd vanished behind these walls. Prison camp, then he snapped, "Do it right now, we're leaving immediately." "Go help the others," she demanded, then she grabbed him and asked him to. He told him to hang on for a second, shoved a crystallized tear into his hands and demanded he take it. He snatched it up, stared at the glittering thing, and declared, "Yep, this is the pearl." She said they were handing it to him as a token of gratitude from all of them. Of them, yeah, but can he really pull them through one last time? He nodded with a calm face, agreeing in the moment later. They stormed into Fishman Village side by side all together. Crowds of fish gathered around it, swirling like they'd been pulled by a secret magnet. The fishermen burst into the water, then peeked out from behind a rock like they were hunting for something. And he snapped, "There are way too many of them here." They stared up and one of them snapped, "This is a total piece of trash belonging to that pea." It vanished into the crowd. "What's it doing here?" I caught a glimpse of a fish. A fishman hauled in a commoner and shot him a question, asking if that fishman could. Maybe he was their leader and he could finally speak. Madeline suddenly spotted him, then realized he pointed it straight at her. She jabbed her finger and told him, "Look right there." He froze in shock the moment he spotted a murder right in front of him. A mermaid trapped in a cage screamed at the top of her lungs that, "No way, they're really selling mermaids, right?" They were absolutely stunned by what just happened. She leaned in and called him under her breath, then told him the ship was already sailing away. Leviathan blared that they had to help them. MC told him to wait because he'll reach them if there were any other captive mermaids who'd already been taken off the ship, then they should let the ship go. Racing back to its hidden lair, figure out where it is, and rescue every last mermaid in one unstoppable sweep. She rang CL and told him, "I'm counting on you, go out there now. Chase that ship with the mermaids and track down their hidden lair." She launched into the sky after it. And he peeked over the cover, telling them they still had to figured out how to bust into the fisherman's trap and free the mermaids before it's too late. In the village, Madeline blurted out that she wanted permission to handle the guard herself. Guards, caught completely off guard in their last surprise attack, still found their footing fast because they were trained to fight. And on top of that, this was a problem the mermaids couldn't ignore. They had to take care of themselves because she was straight up asking for permission to do the dangerous work weighed on him, and after a beat he admitted, even then, they couldn't possibly take on a big haul of fish by themselves. It was way too dangerous, so he yelled for Lucky and Demore and she told them to hand it over to her team. Then he flashed a happy grin and said that they cooked up something fun in the monster garden. Rock stared at them and snapped, "What do you mean by that?" He couldn't stop himself. He said he was dying to try it, then asked with a calm, thoughtful look like it didn't bother him one bit. "But isn't this too big of a challenge?" she asked, calm as ever, then smiled and promised everything will be fine. He decided he could trust them. He nodded in agreement, and Madeline's. He shot up to them, fired off the question, and demanded, "Can we pull this off together?" "No doubt about it." Leviathan called to her and promised everything would be okay out there. Honestly, they were probably stronger than him anyway, so when she saw that, she couldn't believe it. He stared at the chaos and demanded, "How is this even possible?" Then the big question hit, who were they really? And right there they ended it. Once they wrapped up the plan, the two of them dove into the water and swam to They charged straight into the village's center, then screeched to a stop. A whole swarm of fishmen tore through the water, charging straight at them. And with a fearless glare, she demanded they pay attention, no excuses. They were moments away from witnessing the raw power of their combined magic. They cracked open magic and unleashed raw earth-shaking power. Demort flung his energy upward, carved 2 magic circles into the air, each staring a different way, and then slammed the expansion spell to make everything surge. Everyone else stands on the sidelines, cheering him on with all their hearts. They froze in disbelief, stunned by what they were seeing thanks to their. After their magic hit, the sea tore open and the fishmen. Richmond Village burst into the sky, pure luck shining through, and joy hit the air like a wave. A joyful look said that their movement had become limited. This was their golden shot, everything was about to change. They've got to snag every single one, no exceptions, because the protagonist With wide eyes they nodded, then blurted out, "We've got to try this." The mermaids gasped in shock, crumpled to the ground, and he realized too late, he'd forgotten they were stuck the whole time and couldn't move either. "Move," he surged forward and demanded that anyone who can move should seize the moment and capture. They snatched their opponents out of the fight and pinned the fishermen down fast. With the tide finally gone, they were stuck on dry land. Then a talking fisherman came sprinting in. He bolted out of the cave and shouted what happened, but he was still SH. He stared in total shock, then blurted out that it was. "This is insane, it feels flat out impossible, so tell me what's even going on here." He caught sight of him and figured he could make contact, so he blared out loud that it looked like he could hear him. They acted like they owned the place, because the only thing left to do was bust those captive mermaids out. The fishermen snapped into action, shouting that he didn't quite, something was off and they weren't letting it go. He didn't have a clue what was happening, but he refused to let them take them. With a wide grin, he pulled out a mysterious artifact, and then his face turned serious as he spoke. That the fishermen were forced to break open their power, and then tore through their enemies, so every fisherman nearby started to matter in a whole new way. At least stronger than he clocked it, and panic hit him hard. Freed finally caught his breath, and Lucky calmly snatched one of them and he hurled it straight toward Leviathan. He snatched it with his tentacle and yanked it tight, tying everything down in one brutal motion. He stared at them with total calm, then said maybe they'd finally grown stronger. But they were creeping so slow it barely counted, and honestly they posed zero threat. The village leaders dusted off that artifact and started using it again, and so he blared at them to hand over every last bit of their magic. Magic and raw power, this is what fuels him and lets him. His body ballooned with power, his strength shot through the roof, and then he demanded. He blurted it out now that his speed is off the charts. What on earth are they going to say next? As long as he's got this magic sphere in his hands, he's unstoppable, basically invincible. Invincible, he refuses to let them underestimate him. Then they whip their heads toward him in shock, and the MC blurts, "Wait, what kind of sphere is this?" The fishman shot out his hand with a huge grin and barked, loud and clear, that he's about to start. Feel the raw power of his sphere explode through you. Riding a wyvern beside him, she snatched the artifact straight from his hands. Confusion hit him hard, and then she swooped in, flew right toward him, and shouted his name as she called for. Then she told him about it, and he praised her right there, like that fish was proof of everything. Fishman blared at them to wait, then come back and take care of it. Demort stared down the sphere and snapped. That magic, just like Lydia's, starts pouring out of it like it's breathing power. Apparently. Recently she grabbed fresh data from her research, then he asked. Asked if she could take it on, she nodded, ready to face whatever the beast was about to unleash. The beastman roared at them, demanding they hand it over, because without it he straight up wouldn't be able to live. She smiled at him and told him to calm down. She opened her mouth to speak, then out of nowhere. Suddenly the sphere slipped from her grip and dropped like it was alive. She hit the stone with a sharp impact, and it cracked loud enough to make her flinch, then she looked up. He stared at her hand, totally thrown off, and then he started. His eyes flooded with tears over his magic sphere, and she flashed a smile like she knew exactly what it meant. She flashed a smile and told him it was fine, cert he'd land something even better in no time. Soon, he barked out loud in a furious, dissatisfied tone that she better not talk like he could pull off something like that. Then they hauled him in and tied him up, and Rock blurts, "Yo, what's your name, Pedro?" Why did he wrestle control from the other fishmen and unleash a brutal attack on the mermaids? He dipped his head and swore he'd prove his worth because he was coming next. He's from the shark tribe, but they threw him out, and now you're wondering, do they even notice the fins on their backs for them? Shark tribe descendants, and the bigger their fins, the more magical power they unleash. Then his fin was so tiny that it was impossible not to crack up. Everyone burst into laughter. Days ago, with nowhere left to go, he just collapsed where he was and stared up at the moon like it held the answers. Then this weird woman and a merchant stepped up to him and told him, "Let us help you prove you've got what it takes." And they handed him a magic. He doesn't get logic at all, but if he can just keep the... He holds the sphere in his hand while the fisherman snores away, and that's when he's about to gain power over him. That's the lever he used to start controlling them, and Madeline's anger only escalated. He demanded, booming out, "Why'd you attack them?" And when they pushed him, he snapped that he'd done it for pay, straight up, in exchange for the sphere. He was commanded to strike the mermaid village, and he swore he'd bring every captured mermaid to the merchant. Even while they mocked him, she snapped out, furious, how could he act so selfish? He blurted out a loud apology and swore that he wanted. The protagonist was determined to prove his worth, no matter what it cost. Asked, so where in the world did they drag the mermaids? He handed away Pedro. Pedro shot his head up and said, they probably went to Brandon maybe, but he wasn't sure, so he called Demore and asked if they could still dig into the magic sphere secrets, and she answered with a firm yes. She said it would take a little while, but it could be done, and then she paused like she was about to change everything. She stepped right up to him and poured out her sympathy for every ounce of pain he'd been carrying. But that kind of incoming power would shred him to pieces, so from now on he needs to prove he's got what it takes, no shortcuts, just his own grind, he agreed. And she grinned and promised that if he did this, everyone would completely forget he ever broke the sphere. Rage surged in him as he snapped that she was the one who dropped it, but she just kept shaking her head, denying it. Then it happened, and right after that, they sprinted off to Brandon. They marched down the street, and MC kept insisting mermaids were out there, somewhere in city. Earlier, Leviathan swore that he and the mermaids, those who can't transform, would stay trapped in the sea. Don't cause a scene in the city, he said that, but then he added they're still able to transform into. Several girls chimed in and said, yeah, we can do it, but they made it clear not everyone's capable of becoming one. Sometimes they morph just to hit the city streets, and they've got quick-dry clothes on hand because brutal storms and even pirate raids never wait. Down at the bottom of the sea, tons of ships lie wrecked, while priceless treasures wait in the dark, just begging to be found. CL shot over to him right then, swooped down and sat on. He shot it onto his palm and demanded to know if she'd finally tracked down their secret lair. They tailed her and he insisted, then we can finally move on. Moments later, they halted on the dock in front of a warehouse and he blurted, is it here? Here, for some reason, there isn't a single guard in sight, so he goes in to scout the whole place. Keep everything here right now and make sure those mermaids stay put. Agreed, then he bolted straight to the warehouse entrance and figured the door was left wide open. It looks like this guard is totally careless. He slipped inside and started to look around and spot a whole swarm of monsters sitting. Trapped in cages, he stared at what he saw, and the shock hit him like a punch. And he swore that no monster, no matter what kind, could ever stop them. Something about their look felt wrong, off, unnatural, and he couldn't stop staring. He spotted a magic circle and straight up guessed it was made for. For synthesis, somehow he ended up trapped in a place where gross experiments on monsters were carried out. He broke away, eyes snapping to a glowing aquarium where mermaids swam inside. He rapped on the glass and demanded, straight up, how they were feeling. He burst in to save them, and they stared back with total confusion. He spotted a ladder climbing up and figured the glass was way too thick. It was too thick for anyone to hear him, then he climbed right onto the aquarium. He jammed the dagger into the lock and tried to force it open, but the lock wouldn't budge. Work, he said, without the key it won't work, period. It's possible to crack a magic-reinforced lock, while one of the monsters lounging in that cave watches you like it already knows you're doomed. Cage called him up and straight up asked if he wanted to know the location. Rock locked eyes on him and demanded, who are you? Right as the one key he needed finally came into view. He told them, my name is Drackle. Then he flexed his legend. He was from the proud race of dragon gods, and he was the grandson of the leader of the dragon gods, Drad. He was out there alone, drifting through the night until something struck him in his sleep. Then he jolted awake and realized he'd been left trapped in here. If he said yes and let him out, he'd spill where the key he needed was hidden, so what was he going to do? He agreed because this wasn't the moment to hesitate, and he said that first, but only he would set the mermaids free. Then he tracked down the key, busted into the aquarium, and demanded to know if they were. Everything was fine. Then Leviathan swept in and sent him to help, praising him with loud thanks like, we're grateful, Hyeth. He demanded, are all the kidnapped people here? She snapped back, denying it, and swore the queen had been stolen for an auction. He couldn't believe what he was hearing, and he figured the haul of an outfit like this had to be something beyond belief. Had tight security locked down tight, which would end up proving way harder than he ever expected. He said that from now on, anyone who can turn into a person has to get out of here, right now, because they said that they were sincerely sorry, but none of them can wriggle out, because nobody there can turn. Then he barged into the crowd, grabbed Shannon on the line and told the gargle, and said he needed their help. Then he hurled a fistful of keys at Dracula's cage and grinned like, I kept my promise. He slipped out of the cage, then rolled his hands in front of him to warm them up, and he leaned in and asked for his name. Then he introduced himself right back, and the other guy said that he was trapped in his debt, and sooner or later he'd make sure he paid it back for real. The fishman blared for help, and that's when his eyes snapped to them. He pushed closer, ready to answer, and asked, why are you here too? Are they controlling you? They snapped back, swearing they weren't and blasting the truth. They had strong magic. So Pedro couldn't rein them in. They got handed straight to the merchants, and now they're begging anyone for help. He nodded and snapped that they shouldn't even dare to think about attacking them. Once those mermaids were finally free, they thanked him with shining gratitude, and later he believed this was the key to freeing the rest of the monsters, and he was all in just like that. They finally got through and made contact, and then right after that they all regrouped in a single place. He demanded that the queen stay, then declared it lucky and asked if he could track her scent. He sniffed the air and said he was sure it was her scent, so yeah, he could handle it. Then he started to head out. She was right there with him, but then she suddenly snapped, loudly demanded they wait, and blurted that she didn't just want to go, she needed to help her too, so the queen rushed to get her moving. Just before she stopped to finish the thought, her mother, he totally froze at what he heard and blurted out, did you just call her mom? Madeline laughed it off, saying, you can't really tell by the way she looks, but she's a princess. And the confusion hit her like. She leaned on her words and shouted, demanding to know what she meant. Then kept pressing, insisting on help with this, and he finally nodded, agreeing and firing back the question. But she would have to obey him. Would she be able to? She nodded right away. Then he called out for Madeline and begged her to pack up some of her treasures for them because things were about to go horribly wrong. In the worst case, they'd have to pay for her in straight-up gold. She nodded and agreed, and later, the three of them finally pushed into another building. MC blurts, wait, so the queen is here? Yeah, he agreed on the spot and said her scent is what led him straight here. He scanned the area and told her in a hurry that she still hadn't made it into the auction room. First, he checked every single thing with his own hands, and the two of them had to stay outside, no matter what, right there outside. She let out a heavy sigh, then blurted right away and loud that she'd go with him. Right then she caught herself, realized the noise would get her in trouble, and blurted out an apology. And he promised her he would come back, and not a day later. She nodded and said, "I trust you, please take care of my mother." Her mother, he yanked the door open, slipped inside, and froze when he saw. Spotting a guy posted behind the counter, he locked eyes with him. He stayed ice calm and said, "Welcome," like he could smell it the second it hit the air. A gut punch stench hit him first, then it greeted his nose and it said. He claimed he'd heard they were selling special monsters. The man was picking his nose, then he blurted out saying. He bragged that he knew everything, then slammed a stack of bills onto the counter. He leaned in, flashed a grin, snatched the money, and told everyone it looked like he truly knew his stuff. He should tail him right now. They marched down a long corridor and pressed him for what kind of monster he was hunting. They've got everything from humanoid monsters to fused monstrosities, and then, just wait, he's about to drop some seriously great news to him. Yesterday they wheeled in an insanely rare creature, and I swear he's gonna be obsessed the moment he sees it. There he couldn't stop thinking about that rare creature. Was he really talking about a mermaid? Right in the middle of their journey, a girl in a hood stepped out, pointed at them, and ordered, "Stop." She grabbed the bird and started yanking out its feathers, one by one. He grabbed the bird's head and demanded to know why it smelled so disgustingly foul in here. He sniffed himself like something was off, nodded like he understood, and then demanded, "What's wrong with?" With that, she snapped that she wasn't talking about him at all. She sprinted up to the rock and blurted out, breathed out in a spine-chilling voice, that something strange was there, lurking in the shadows. He caught the smell and worry hit him hard, so she leaned in and asked, "Is it?" If he finally knew a girl named Lydia. He shrugged like he knew nothing and asked, "So who are you talking about?" She stared him down right in the eyes and demanded to know if he truly did. He didn't know, then he shot down the claim, so she pressed him and asked. Again, if that was true, she started walking. She tried to walk off, then spun back and said she felt something like her magic spilling out of him, or maybe it was just her own magic playing tricks. Imagination. Anyway, she shot them a quick apology for barging in, then slipped away and shut the door tight behind her. He stared her down and asked who that was, and the man shot back that it was the sorceress Riza, who, just like him, worked here. He'd heard she could craft magical instruments, but even he couldn't wrap his head around all the fine details. The details, and with a worried look burning on his face, he followed right after him. Look, Soto believed you had to be extra careful around any woman who knew Lydia. The man cracked open the magically shielded door and blurted. With a giant grin, he leaned in and said, "Welcome, tell me you didn't think I'd let you in," like he knew you'd be stunned. They rushed inside, and he blurted out that for the very first time in the history of the auction, there she was, the queen of the mermaids. He stared straight at her and then he swore that woman was May's mom, so he watched the man break into laughter and told her she had a downright charming figure. Sure, all mermaids were considered beautiful, but this one towered over the rest, so he leaned in and asked just how much they'd sell her for. He threw out a number about 300 million, give or take. He gawked at the price, completely blown away, and then he said, "Mermaid. Mermaids can fight for real, so catching one isn't some easy win, especially when they're talking about the queen, and he's got to be ready to cough up that kind of money, but even if he can, this time it might still not be enough. Gris couldn't tear his eyes off her, so he had no idea who it was. But he swore it was the merchant's rich son who runs this city, blowing huge sums of money to win women over or whatever he desires. Bottom line, he's basically a foolish son, and soon that foolishness is going to catch up to him. He's gonna get sick of this mermaid, then toss her aside like all the other women he bought it. This guy's got a truly vile vibe. The protagonist clocked the name, and with that he said, "So that's it. So for now, he should drop this idea, because if he really wants that mermaid, they'll be sold off at the auction. He could wait and hit his move at 3. By then, her price would have crashed hard enough that he'd snatch her up cheap. So would he actually show up at the slave auction this time? What would he even say?" He swallowed his nerves, then agreed, and the man leaned in and asked. He just asked, was he serious right now? No way he'd claim he had nothing to bring. He pressed some bills into his hands, thanked him, and then said it would all be settled in 6. At 6 o'clock sharp, 6 straight days, he was absolutely sure. Under his watch, Dob would finally let him out, so he bolted. He burst out of the building, and when she noticed him, he blared, "How's your mom doing? Is she safe?" He confirmed it himself, then flat out said she'd be sold everywhere. In just 6 days at the auction, she blared it out loud. So it all boiled down to this: someone had to step in and keep helping her until then. He turned to her and asked her to. He told her to hold up right there and warned her that this place was guarded by protective magic, so powerful it felt untouchable. They couldn't free her with anything normal, so if he had a choice, he'd rather burn that bridge than let her stay trapped. He set out to rescue her and the other monsters without a fight, because the way they pulled them out mattered more than anything. For now, they had to go straight for it, no more beating around the bush. For now. They've got to corner the guards and demand answers about the illegal slave trade and the monster fusions they're trying to hide. They marched down the city streets, and that's when Dracula caught their eye only to realize he'd been captured by the guards closed in and he demanded, "Why am I being caught again?" He spun toward them and their shouting got loud. He blurted, "Why do the guards in this city ignore the warehouses stacked with?" He kept slaves, half-humans trapped right in the city, and even filled their heads with the truth about the monsters. Gone through fusion, and now they think he's lying just because he's half-human, the guards. Guards clamped spears in front of him and barked for him to shut up, and yeah, he'd already said the same thing. It's not because he's half-human, no, that's not the reason. This warehouse belongs to Chad. Who would even dare believe that kind of heresy? Sure, he bought and sold slaves, but somehow they still call him a wonderful person. He set up a distribution center right here, built a rehab center too, and poured so much heart into this city that it practically changed the place forever. MC listened to them and it hit him, so Chad is out there selling slaves. Drackle rasped that even more bitterly, like nothing would ever satisfy him. He blared out, demanding to know why they never ran a real investigation. Did they really sell their loyalty to his money, maybe take a bribe from him? Watch out. They went pale at what they heard and snapped loud and clear that he needed to stop, because he couldn't just mouth off and insult whoever he wanted. They had to drag him off, because once he got his way, he'd make him taste every single bit of punishment. For insulting them, he just stood on the sidelines and watched it all. Then his thoughts started to churn. It was painfully obvious the local guards were teaming up with Chad because right around the corner, he was going to come charging in and save him. Then he told them, "For now, we'll hash this out with everyone else." Not long after, they linked up with the rest of their comrades and spilled every scrap of info they'd just gotten. And then he said it looked like this merchant named Chad had the whole town locked down tight. In his grip, they couldn't pin him down, no matter how hard they tried, unless they had real proof in hand, and even then it all hinged on it. With the Queen and Grizzly in the mix, beating them at the bidding was going to be brutal, so he knew there had to be another way, so he pushed them to start by digging into Grizzly first. Chad, they rolled up on the villagers, talked them up, and then huddled together. He was about to say the rest. He told them to sum up everything they'd learned, so they posted in chat. It was the exact same man they'd spotted on the ship. He looked like an absolute beast of an opponent, and nobody could afford to underestimate him because no matter who they grilled for answers, every single person in that town swore that he was. He was genuinely good, kind in every way until the moment they asked. When they asked about Grizzly, he didn't spill answers. He just got insulted and Shannon snapped that some people fumed that he stole their wives and daughters, while others claimed he was building his own private army. Rock stared baffled as the guy hunted down brutal monsters, trying to steamroll the entire town. And if those rumors are true, he's going to get hit with the fallout too. His stomach rumbled loud enough to catch his attention, so he spun around and Lucky admitted he was starving. Her stomach growled too when she promised, "I'll try hard just a little." She cringed hard and insisted, "It's not like I'm hungry or anything like that." Like that, he snapped, saying it was his fault because he totally forgot they hadn't eaten yet. He swings the idea of lunch, mind racing over what to cook today, then a guy standing nearby snapped at him, calling him a commoner, then said it right as he noticed. Spotted with him was a rare gray wolf, and it looked straight out of a fairy tale, so of course he had to get it and wanted to buy. He snatched it up and was already preparing to pay a fortune for it, and that anger was burning hot in his chest. He declared it with steel in his voice. This wasn't for sale, and that was the end of it. He refused to sell it to anyone, period. He tossed a fortune from his carriage and declared that he could. He could handle it, so he grabbed it, and he'd pay 20 times the margin without blinking. The market value of a gray wolf's. Rage kept rising inside him, and this time it hit even harder. He slapped his hand in the air and shouted, "I already told you I'm not selling it at any price." That shocked him so hard he snapped, "What's your problem?" And this was all happening in no way. He never expected to spot an idiot in this city who didn't even know his name. He grinned wide and told them, "My name's Grizz, and get this. He was the richest merchant's only son." In the city, Count Vandal caught sight of that stunned look on your face, and then and once he clocked what was happening, he told himself to grab it and pick it up right away. The protagonist basically said, "No offense, but thank your lucky stars it wasn't worse." No way, he'd never, ever sell it. With a massive grin, he insisted again that he was still selling it. In this city, there wasn't a single thing he couldn't buy. So he snapped his head toward the servant and ordered him to go tell them, and the servant agreed without hesitation. And told them, no joke, that in this city, every person, every place, nothing is ordinary. The whole city belonged to his master, so whatever he wanted, he could have it. His servants and guards erupted into chants, screaming his name while clapping like the whole world was cheering. Grizz even said that based on what he'd heard, he pushed to sell to him, but the moment he tried, he refused. And he admitted he'd been overthinking for way too long. He opened his mouth to fire off the next words, but luck kicked in at the perfect moment. Rage shot through him and he barked, "Shut up." So listen close, this is the last time he's going to say it. He stayed his only master even after 1,000 years. After 1,000 years, an insect like him still crawls into the story. Nope, he'd never have the right to boss him around. He unleashed a brutal surge of pressure, and his guards immediately. Guards and servants alike dropped to the ground. Out of nowhere, Grizzly snapped W8, and the words caught in his throat right in the middle of it. With that bright, happy smile that proved his loyalty was absolutely admirable. He demands they follow him, and promises he'll give him anything he wants to eat. He can think of a number and multiply it by 100. Whatever it is, it's going to be his, and MC couldn't believe it, his mind racing as he wondered. So did he dig in and refuse to break? Did he actually survive the force he was up against? He leaned in, gently stroked Lucky's face, and told him he could share the exact place where he found it. Then the real question hit him, what would he say about it? And right then. At that point, he doesn't need a dime, he's offering a straight-up trade. He was gearing up to talk about the auction, then he blurted out instead. Claimed he wanted to hand him the Mermaid Queen. He froze in shock and blurted, "I didn't know." He had no clue where he'd heard it, but he couldn't stop replaying it in his head. He leaned in and said, "No way, I can't do that," because mermaids were worth way more. And yeah, they had a part to play in his scheme, so he fired the question, "What plan are you talking about?" Grizzly muttered that for a guy like him, a porch just wouldn't cut it. For Tramp, that whole conversation was a line that should never be crossed, and it made his interest flare in the worst possible way. There were only a few bold souls who had the nerve to stand against him. He posed for them, then begged, "Stay with me a while, won't you?" Then time dragged on for a bit, and when it finally ended, everyone fell in behind him as they pushed through a ton of trouble. A huge, luxurious mansion sat there like a prize, with a massive courtyard spread out in front. Corridor shock hit him like a punch the second he registered what happened. And she gushed that it was this massive mansion. Lucky could slide right in and still have space to spare. He spun toward them and said it was only natural. Someone like him, a commoner, wouldn't ever get the time to earn a place like that. Inside the house, a bronze statue sat there, $1 billion poured into metal, so perfect it felt unreal. Rock squinted at the scene, and it mirrored his own look, before he spotted a pack of white wolves marching down. He barreled down the corridor, and if his memory was right, that's where they started getting labeled as rare monsters. Because hunters were tearing through the wilderness, slaughtering them for their gorgeous fur, according to. They say he hunts down rare monsters like trophies. They burst into the hall, and a massive long table stretched out before them. Gris slid out a mouth-watering spread of different dishes, and it looked absolutely insane. He stared them down and said, "It's lunchtime, and I bet you two usually don't miss it." Usually he chewed on scraps, but he made sure to savor every last bite. Yet his words left him annoyed, and he couldn't shake the thought of what kind of delusional stuff was he telling himself about them? Like, even if he suddenly decided to treat them right, it still didn't change the fact that it could be. "It's a trap." He snapped his gaze to the side and caught sight of that his comrades had already started digging in, smiling like they'd won something. He was ready to stop them, but Lucky shook him off and said he had nothing to worry about. No sickly smell of poison in the air at all. Grizzly snapped that was right and then cut him off. He wasn't the kind of guy who'd bend over backwards to get what he needed, without ever sinking to that kind of dirty move. Methods, wasn't he right? The servants erupted into applause. A roar of applause burst out, everyone nodded with him, and they started yelling his name like it mattered. The protagonist frowned in total confusion, and somehow it felt like the whole thing was draining him dry. Then they rushed into the office and he blurted, "Now that our stomachs hungry enough," he grinned and shoved the small talk aside, then leaned in. "All right, now we're getting to the main topic, and by the way, in this room there was zero chance of eavesdroppers. He'd locked down everything he needed, no questions asked. Precautions if he really wanted to know what he'd cooked up for the mermaids, then he should hit them with the truth first, and he agreed, telling them straight up that Lucky was the boss of the 10th floor in the Flame of Destruction dungeon. It sat beyond the royal capital, and he had no clue whether another boss like it was lurking out there. Grizzly leaned in and asked, "Wait, are you talking about that dungeon that no one has beaten?" If he remembered right, it's recommended for S rank, and that caught him off guard because he looked genuinely surprised and said he was actually pretty. With a smug grin, he bragged that he wasn't just smart, he was the merchant's son, and everyone knew it. He kept getting hit with one new piece of information after another. MC leaned in and demanded to know why he needed mermaids. He said he'd use them for training. Yeah, that's the claim. Rumor has it that the fishmen were about to slam into the city, and everyone knew it, Chad the merchant had already called it with his disaster prediction device. Long ago, he nailed those white wolf attacks happening in other cities. So when you think about it, mermaids must be built for combat too. Especially if they've got a queen calling the shots. It hit him that these warriors would be terrifying in underwater combat, and he wants his own personal army to go through special training, because he's convinced that this is the only way to stop the city from taking more damage. The city's leaders came out and said, if this prediction nails it again, we'll finally shrink the city down, because we'll be able to. Would fork over a fortune to snag a divination device from him, but then he uncovered this. Suspicious, with a hard stare, he realized the secret plan was finally about to. It was crystal clear. He demanded to know if he'd realized that Chad was secretly engaged in that messed-up scheme. The deadly illegal trafficking of immigrants, and the chilling experiments where scientists fused them into chimera monsters. Gris, wearing that calm look, said he'd heard something just like it, but there wasn't a shred of proof. He still knew how to run things quietly, and the moment he stepped into this city, he set up free meals and medical stations, then through real action, earned the city's people's trust in. Before anyone could blink, Rock said a bunch of those guards had already been bought off, and without solid proof, they had no shot at acting, so he fumed at what he'd heard, cursing under his breath like, these damned Those wandering slave traders strutted through his city like they owned the place, acting arrogant to the core. He said it with a grim face, like they were out of time and needed proof right now. However, they built rumors that painted him as nothing, but he knew better. People were calling him the stupid son of a rich man, and it was just the start of the damage. But surprise, he was sharp as a tack, and when they tried to push him, he snapped back, claiming he was the stupid son of a rich man. And get this, he even demands to be treated like one, saying, I'm that, right after he with. With that smile on his face, it was always easier to talk their way through the deal. Suddenly, he couldn't believe what he heard, but before he could even react, his face snapped serious and he said straight up that if he can nail some solid proof against Chad, can he really trust that it'll work? Will you really bet on him to help you unmask the truth? He paused, stared off with a deep, thoughtful look, and said that would work. Said the protagonist snapped his voice up, staring straight ahead as he spoke with pure serious weight. That he had one last request. If he won the Mermaid Queen at the auction, then he demanded that she be handed to him. Gris went totally still, stunned by the audacity of his request. And he said he was hunting for a trainer for underwater training. He could hand him not just one, no, several. And honestly, he could make it happen right now, so what would he even say about this? The moment that thought hit, he started spiraling into it, fully locked in, and then he began to seriously think and asked, his name's Rock, right? He grinned and leaned forward like he had more to say. He shot his hand out, grinned, and told him straight up that he'd caught his attention, and that it proved him right. He had to prove he deserved that deal, and he couldn't wait to get to work with him. He gripped the handshake back, matched their energy, and just like that, their collaboration kicked off. Rock leaned in and demanded to know what Demord had figured out about the sphere. Fear gripped her and she admitted it had been brutal. She'd sacrificed her sleep and nearly died just to finish it. Against all odds, she pulled it off, and after all that hard work, that perfect drink became sacred. MC shot back, is that so? Then tell me what's the outcome. Demorty dropped into his seat and said, dead serious. She uncovered something deeply dangerous. This sphere doesn't just control minds, it bends people like puppets. But it also works as a monorok collector. So he pressed her again, asking, isn't it a device? Vice nodded and said, with zero hesitation, that the whole point of hoarding mana in that sphere is to resurrect a demon that once nearly wiped out the world. The MC blurted out, shocked out of his mind, a demon. Damort admitted she didn't know the full details, but when she dug through old documents, everything pointed to that conclusion. And one more thing hit her like a wall. The scale of magical power is just too much for humans to control. Carl blurted in pure excitement, wait, this could be the Majun. Jamorta blinked, utterly lost. Mujin, wait, is that what they call it now? The MC swallowed hard and whispered, yeah, yes. And laid out the truth, Shannon really had been cursed by that demon. And once she finished telling her tale, Demort nodded like she finally got it. Rock squinted like he could feel the answer in the air, and muttered that this had to be the demon's mana too. A demon. A demon's resurrection? Who could have guessed something like that? Demort only smiled, calm as ever, and said her words were just suggestions. If her theory was right, and this was the demon from the legend, then this resurrection would tear open the next page of terror and bring enormous troubles would crash down on the world, so they had to race to find the sphere's creator, fast, before everything fell apart. And then he slammed the brakes on the demon's resurrection. MC folded his arms and declared, the creator of the sphere. Career, then he figured Risa, the one people swear crafts magical tools at Chad's shop, might be the key here. Drop was the biggest red flag of the bunch, and Rock couldn't shake the feeling. So he turned to Demord and told her to keep digging into the demon, and she nodded right away. He used every second before the auction to dig into Chad's life, tracking his every move and connection with ruthless precision. His fate was tied to a demon, and the day before the auction he leaned in and said, This is Mr. Chad's soup kitchen. Right after this they all have to line up." Then they dished out food for everyone, and she sent her thanks straight from the heart. Chad thanked them, and the woman told him they were truly grateful for everything he did. Meanwhile, MC Shannon and Lucky stood there facing it, just him, like the next move was about to explode. And watched it all unfold. Rock shot his gaze away and the man told them this is a free healing station, and then he made them wait right up until he called their names. The villagers broke into pure joy when the healer fixed them for free. Rylan told Nayuta to hold on a bit longer, because their turn was coming fast. Okay, Yuta snapped back that she was totally fine, end of story, so he better stop. Stop crying, Rylan tried to protest, but the man waved him off and called the next person in line. Nayuta stood up and said she was leaving, and Rylan snapped, "Be careful." Lucky bragged that he'd pulled the wool over everyone's eyes, and MC fired back with a grin. "Yeah, if only I'd been the one handling that shady business." Feelings clicked into place, everything finally felt perfect right as Brock spotted a huge crowd packed around the bulletin board and asked, "What is the—" "Wait, what's happening?" A loud commotion erupted near the guild's bulletin board. The MC strode up to the notice board and froze. Chad Khan had slapped a warning there for every adventurer, saying the town could get hit by fishmen any day in the next few days. He hounded them to get ready for the urgent job, and Rock shot back that Grizz was right on the money. The man snapped, "I'm furious, damn fishmen, they better not dare to show up again." Then he pressed, "So they really are coming?" And he shot back, "Yeah, they're coming, Chad said so." Prediction, did it finally click? The girl nodded along, and the MC let out a smug chuckle as he said. Chad's prediction hit right at that moment. He snapped his gaze up and stared. He snapped his gaze to the side, and there was a boy trudging toward him, tears streaming, crying like his world was falling apart. Rylan. Island stumbled toward them, sobbing hard and yelling through the tears. Rock hissed, "That's the kid, right?" And MC dropped into a crouch right in front of Riley. Rylan got spooked and blurted, "Is that a big dog?" Heck, that made him cry even louder. "Lucky, for your information, he's not a dog." "Dog," he screamed for help as loud as he could, and Rock shot back, surprised. "Yeah, there you go." He shot Lucky an apology and admitted he had to duck into the garden for now. Then Lucky didn't say a word, just grinned back as MC leaned in and told the kid that he should look around, but there was no longer a big dog here. Rylan continued to cry. Rock scratched his head and said that it had only gotten worse. Worse than that, right then, Shannon strutted up to MC and demanded that he let her handle it. She dropped into a crouch in front of Rylan and demanded, "What happened?" Rylan didn't have to fear, those words were supposed to settle him, so he tried to breathe through it and she chirped out happily. "Nice work," he wiped his tears away and finally stopped crying. Rylan kept sniffing and Shannon leaned in to ask if he was hungry. "Let's eat these cookies together right now." She flashed him a warm smile and pressed those cookies into his hands. Rylan flashed a grin and shot her a warm thanks. He said he was hungry, yeah, but that wasn't even the real reason. Shannon's little sister vanished without a trace. So Shannon demanded answers, asking Rylan how she even disappeared. Ireland swallowed their nerves and asked, "Do you get it?" Mayuta stumbled, tore up her leg, and sprinted to the healer, while he dashed off to grab He went to grab food, then when he returned, she was just gone. The guy in the tent told him she's gone and there's not a single trace of her anywhere. Shannon's face dropped and she choked out. She smiled and leaned in, asking him if he knew that huge dog who was here. Earlier, she had an insanely sharp sense of smell, she was absolutely sure. Rylan could help track Nuda and he grinned, "Tell me it's true." Shannon leaned in and asked what he'd say. Would he want to team up with her to find his sister, Ryland? Ryland flashed a grin and blurted out, "Yes." Then right on cue, Lucky stormed back and shouted that he was home, while Shannon hurried over, apologized to Rock and Lucky and started, she said. She told them she'd made a promise without asking either of them, and MC just shrugged it off, saying everything was fine, like honestly he felt even better than great. She looked so grateful, and Lucky nodded right away, saying they could call him a dog for anything. For now, Rock spun to Lucky and said it was all on him. Lucky snapped back, "Yes." Yeah, with that grin still on his face, then they all scrambled onto something cursed and he sprang up right after. Rylan. Milan couldn't believe it, he blurted out, "That's incredible." And he practically moved like the wind, drowning the moment in Lucky laughter. At those words, the kid grinned and said, "Like the wind, I love it," MC told Shannon. And when they asked if she's good with kids, she lit up and said she's got a younger brother. Her brother was a few years younger, so she threw him a quick thank you. Shannon asked Rylan, "Wait, so your name is Rylan, right? Are there parents hanging around nearby?" Rylan snapped that they weren't and said they had nothing. Then out of nowhere, a pack of white wolves tore into the town where they lived and then his father and the others rushed in to defend the town. Shannon broke down and apologized, admitting she'd dragged up painful memories. Rylan said, "Since we've got relatives in the capital, we're already on." They were rushing over to go see them. Tripped hard and tore himself up, then Rock snapped his gaze to Rylan, and he suddenly spotted a mark burned into his neck. After a moment, Lucky dropped down right beside the house, and said they were there, and when the guys looked right at the sign, the MC whipped around and blurted in shock. Chad Khan's residence, Shannon demanded, so what does that even mean? Rylan snapped back, yeah, sure. Who knows, he might have caught Nayuta's scent and the stink of all those other kids packed inside that rock. Rock froze in shock and blurted that it couldn't be true, because he was using those free healing points to kidnap orphans, who showed up for treatment. Then, right in that moment, a loud voice cut through the room and demanded their attention. Who are they? The MC demanded, and then he snapped that they had to rush to Grizz right now. After that, they had to figure out a way to come up with a. As night dropped, Grizz stepped out with a plan, ready to rock, and he greeted him like a spark catching flame. He asked MC how it was going. MC just shrugged and said, I'm fine. So could he watch the kid for a while? Grizz nodded right away. He jumped in and said, no problem, but he pushed, maybe I should explain everything to you. Rock gulped out an apology, promised he'd break down everything later, and then leaned in like, hold up, can I ask you something? He spun toward him, staring him down as he waited for the question to drop. Right then, Shannon dropped into the seat beside Rylan, and she begged for forgiveness, swearing they hadn't brought back his sister, but they refused to quit because they were determined to bring Nayuta back no matter what. He had to stick around and wait for them right here. Rylan, just kidding, surprise. He swore they wouldn't quit, then threw his head back and laughed, because Nayuta always said the same thing. He turned to them and demanded they look after Nayuta. Soon enough, the MC arrived at Risa's place, only for her to snap, Dob isn't here right now. Rock nodded like he finally got it, just like everyone had warned him, and MC cut in asking. He asked her and she basically laughed it off. Then she brought up Lydia like it was the whole reason. Right, Risa pressed him, then Rock cracked back, so what? He said he'd just stumbled into rumors while roaming around town. It felt like that woman was lurking somewhere along the west coast, staying just out of reach. Risa's stomach dropped at those words. MC claimed that someone said it right after the undead horde crashed into the capital and left it wrecked beyond repair. Risa snapped her hands together, swearing she understood, because that was her mana and it didn't lie. After all that, Rock was ready to go. He flat out said he couldn't swear his words were true, but he understood she was trying. He hunted for her, then finally decided, I've got to tell her, tore open the door and blurted that he was heading out. So she should walk up and say hi to Dob. Then once MC left, Risa cracked into this wild grin, giggling like crazy as she hinted she's hurt. Rock thought they'd already finished setting the bait, now they were ready to trade. With Pedro and the mermaids, then they'd rush in to save Nayuta and everyone else. The others surge forward, and then they start smashing into Chad's residence. Shannon raced up to Chad's house and, apologizing, he asked the guard if this was Mr. Chad's house. The guard barked, who the hell are you? And Shannon slammed on a smile so fast it was almost a blur. As soon as the guard laid eyes on her sweet face, he fell head over heels. He demanded to know what they could do to her, and then another guard stepped in and asked her if she was a fan of Chad, then she'd better say it with her chest. They promised her a quick peek inside, right now, if she agreed to join them right after. The guards lunged in to kiss her, and then right when it happened, MC. Bursting in, he shoved them hard in the back, then they crashed to the ground. After everything crashed to the ground, Rock snapped, asking if she was okay, then Shannon answered. She said yes instantly, then yanked him along. He begged for forgiveness and snatched the key right from the guard. They swung the gate open, and MC said, listen, we don't even know what kind of traps are waiting in there. If they were here, they'd move like predators, slow, sharp, and ready for anything. The moment he stepped inside, he gawked at how insanely huge the place. Rock caught something out of the corner of his eye and spun back toward it. He spotted a pack of coyotes, spun toward them and started. Orange Coyote's main guy claimed they were Class B monsters, but at that exact moment they were everywhere. Patra burst into view before them and blurted out. Promised them they had to trust her with this. Patra whipped her head toward the coyote and told it they had to go right now. To go through there, and they were fine with it. Right then the cut. Coyotes kept closing in, snarling louder by the second. Patra stayed calm and politely asked them, and a colossal ant's aura burst into existence behind her. The coyotes freaked out and scattered, parting ways in a hurry. To let them through, so reach out, touch them, and thank them. MC said it was exactly like the Class A Queen Orange, and Patra grabbed the phone, called out to Rock, and told it that according to hey, the kids are in that building over there. The girl said, so the MC thanked her, then gently patted her on the head. After that, Rock stomped up to the door, grin blazing, and said. Then the basement swallowed them up, and right after they tore down the stairs. Someone said, turns out Chad is smart after all, and the moment they heard it, Chad snapped his head toward them. The man said that the free healing center's existence was so irresistible that just the second he spoke about it, the orphans would come running right away. They got caught and sold, and it made way more money than healing people ever could, so yeah, he really wished he had Chad's kind of brain. Everyone at the table burst into laughter when the man blurted out that synthesizer. And those huge magical beasts weren't just dangerous. They were worth a fortune too, so next time they need to drag him to the warehouse with them once that happens. Illness hit him hard and he crashed onto the table. His friend tore him apart and called him pathetic, and right after that he collapsed and passed out. And right after that every single person at the table dropped, knocked out cold. Like they'd all passed out at once, then Seal, clutching a flower in her hand, froze the room. With its beak clenched tight, it shot upward toward the MC. Next, the MC swung the cage open and freed the kids who were huddled inside. He leaned in fast and blurted, "Are you guys okay?" But the kids just went silent. Rock told them not to worry, and Rylan pushed for them to lend a hand. "Help, now you've got to ask him again." "Rylan, brother," the MC said, "it's Pa Ryland brother. Probably Nayuta," and she was totally unhurt. Nayuta thanked him and she said she was okay, and the kids huddled beside her erupted with relief. Nayuta was right, because the help had finally arrived. Then Yuta told them, "Don't quit, there's always a way out," and the kids lit up with hope. Positively, Shannon said it was exactly like Rylan said. She was stubborn in the best way. Yuta grinned and told her, "My big brother's a total whiner," then added, "But I was raised to stay strong." Rock shoved something into her hands and snapped that they had zero time to waste. And there were the keys. Nayuta stayed calm and said he should. She shouldn't have, and right after that, she grabbed a tiny stick and snapped the handcuff loose. MC stared in shock like, "Wait, now you're telling me you picked that?" As a lady's job, Rock picked locks, but he hesitated and asked, Is that really true?" Now Yuta said she'd been hunting for a way out for ages, and then she started falling apart mid-sentence, like the truth hit her like a wave. She wrestled with her thoughts on how to get all those people out, so when help finally arrived, she couldn't stop feeling relieved. MC was a little. Still reeling with shock, you marched up to the other kids and told them they had to break everyone else out. Patra watched her closely and demanded, "Can you do it?" And Nayuta lit up with a confident yes, saying she just needed one shot to try. Patra nodded and said, "Yeah, I'll do what she does," trying to copy her moves. So that's the trick she uses. She takes a deep breath and goes for it, trying to pop the handcuff open. She snapped the cuffs on, then yelled that she'd made it work, so now you two are praising her. Well done. Now she was one step away from finally becoming a proper lady, and Patra couldn't stop beaming with joy. "So you're telling me everyone got freed, and now they've got to figure out how to survive the red coyotes?" Patra told her, "Don't worry, everything's gonna be okay because I'm right here." And even then her presence could intimidate anyone. She can intimidate them, that's her power, plain and simple. Now it's your turn, can you do it? Intimidate. Wait, she really thinks she can do that too. Patra shot back with a confident yes, she can do it, she just needs to. Now Yuta gave a quick yes, then tried to pull off a totally menacing face, while she asked like this. Patra said it was perfect, so now you'd better thank her, Rock, while you're at it. Seeing them together made it feel like they'd finally clicked into real friends, yet that intimidation still lingered in the air, and Shannon nodded along, agreeing with him. He told them, "We've got to hunt down the divination device, then we head straight back to Grizz." Everyone else nodded along with the MC, then once they busted everyone free, they marched straight. Rock spoke to Grizz, "Listen up, we've got to take care of these kids and Sister Rylan is right there with them." Grizz hesitated for a second, then nodded yes, like sure, no problem at all. But he couldn't even finish before Nayuta cut in, grabbed the moment, and demanded to know where her older brother was. Grizz said he'd reached out to his relatives in the royal capital and sent him right there, and Nayuta thanked him before trailing off. After everything he'd pulled off, Grizz shot back that none of it caused a single problem. Then he wheeled around to face MC and said, "And yeah, about that whole thing, turns out it's exactly like he called it. They're gonna have a blast tomorrow." Right after those words, he flashed this terrifying expression, and Rock couldn't stop grinning because it had to mean one thing: they were about to pull a trump card. Now the only thing left is the next day at 6 p.m. The MC and Grizz storm into the auction hall, and the whole room feels dangerously silent. Massive, and the place was packed with people everywhere. Rock pointed at the spot and yelled, "This is the location." Then he added that there were tons of them here. As the slave auction roared on, Grizz actually nodded along with him and said that. "But rich people have so much free time it's ridiculous." MC pressed him for confirmation just to make sure. "So after that mermaid auction, they can finally meet Chad, right?" Grizz shot back that he always shows up when the deal tops 100 million. So he shouldn't worry. The host came on stage and thanked everyone for waiting. The slave auction is seconds away from igniting, right at the start of the first round. The very first slave is a guy from the dragon god race. A 100 bid was placed, and then Dracula burst onto the stage trapped in a cage. After the starting bid hit the air, everyone in the hall went rigid, like they'd just been called to battle. They shot their hands up and hiked the price. $200, then $250, then straight to $300. Rock was convinced it was Dracula, so he told Grizz, "Win this auction, don't let them slip into the hands of anyone else." "Hands of the guards," Grizz said, "all right then," and right after that he shot his hand up and slammed the bid all the way to 500. The host was surprised by this and said that they have 500. Everyone in the hall started whispering that it was. It was Grizz. He leaned in and goaded, "Come on, do you got any more? Bidders, here we go. Once that 500 bid hits, it's sealed." He fired a quick question at the MC, "Will that do?" And Rock nodded hard, thanking him on the spot. Then he blurted out, 500, is that what slaves cost? Grizz snapped back with a sharp. And he bragged that it cost way less than market price, because dealing with the dragon god race is pure chaos, you know, so. Even if they're not exactly crowd favorites, 500 is still a solid price, especially since he was the one who threw that bid in first. They know they can't take it on, because rumor has it he's some spoiled rich kid, and everything in his life gets handed to him without question. Then the host leaned in and announced the next reveal of the day, a sea pearl. But good luck grabbing them, those fighting types keep dodging every chance you get. This is one of the brightest gems in the sea, watch closely, it's the Mermaid Queen. The bidding kicks off at 50 million and the MC's mind snaps into gear, this is it. The host blurted, "All right, let's get this show on the road." Then the Mermaid Queen kicked off at a jaw-dropping 50 million, and the moment the bidding started, participants shot their hands up one after another. 51 million, 52 million, 54, 56.5 million. Then Grizz shot his hand up and smashed the bet to 100 million. Then right at that instant, the participants finally kicked off their run. Whispering filled the air, it was sick, twisted, grim, and then he grinned. They grinned like maniacs and the participants kept going. They kept cranking the stakes, $110 million, then $120 million, again $120 million, and finally $130 million. Grizz shot his hand up again and upped the bet to a jaw-dropping 300 million. At that exact moment, everyone froze in shock. There was just way too much of it. The host shot back, "Come on, who else is still brave enough to step up?" The room went dead silent, and after a brief pause, the host slammed the gavel on the table and declared that if that's how it is, then the 300 million bet is officially a win. He finally wins, and then Grizz leans in and asks Rock if he's really happy. Rock's MC shoots back with a grin, thanking him like it was exactly what he'd expect from himself. Grizz shrugged and said he was just a rich kid, so there was no way any of them could even bother trying to outdo him right then. Chat barreled up to them and told them straight-faced, "Yeah, time to go and pay the bills." So what did he say? Yes. He lit up and sincerely thanked him for buying the mermaid at that auction. Then he jabbed a finger at the table where the contract sat, and Grizz snapped back. He nodded, went straight to the table, and signed without hesitation. As he was signing, he leaned in and asked, "Can I ask you something?" Chad nodded hard and Grizz pressed, "So you two just made up that story, huh? A wild story where the fishmen don't just mess around, they storm the city themselves." Chad just shrugged and said, "Come on, Mr. Grizz is totally messing with us." Grizz leaned in, claiming that someone had just said more than half of the slaves. Selling slaves was illegal, and still wherever they showed up, they snatched orphans and chained them as slaves. Rumor said that in one. They even sixed white wolves on a dupe to get rid of him, and when I asked, he just grinned like it was nothing. What the hell was he talking about? Grizz snapped, "Yeah, that checked out." Then he whipped out his magical divination device and studied it closely. The thing turned out to have. He wielded magical powers that could actually clash with demons. And even then he still planned to play dumb. Chad just shrugged and said. He admitted that when he studied the magical device, nothing about it felt trustworthy. Even that kind of rudeness coming from him, no way could he please just stop. "Can you give me rock-solid proof, not vague hints?" Grizz shot a look at the door and gave it a quick, decisive nod. Then the butler swung the door open, and they ushered you inside. At that moment, Chad looked like he'd seen a ghost. Grizz said this girl wasn't just a witness, she was proof. He finally uncovered proof of what he did after she was snatched from a free healing station and dragged into his basement, where she was locked up with the other orphans. Chad tugged his mustache and grinned, saying yeah, of course he was. He couldn't stop wondering what he'd say next, and the people of this town already trusted him with everything. He knew nobody would ever swallow the nonsense a lone orphan tried to sell. Grizz stared him down, saying it looked like he'd missed something important. Her name was Nayuta Lewis, and she was born into a proud ducal family. One of the highest nobility classes, Chad was. He was absolutely stunned by what he heard, then he blurted out, "Wait, did you really say? So you're saying the ducal family? Because you just said that, like you're the rightful heir of the Louise family. She'll swear that he snatched her and chained her in his basement, and then she'll reveal the real monster behind it all." He kicked off the White Wolf attack on their city, which killed her father and the others, and Chad blurted in horror as Lewis's. His family he never even dared hope. There was no way a survivor would be out there, so when he pointed some. Off to the side, they snapped that this circus had to end, then demanded, "Where's the proof she's the Duke's daughter?" And right. At that moment, Nayuda swept her hair back, flashed her mark, and said, "Hear this crest. Proof that she truly belongs to the Louis bloodline." Chat snapped with rage crest, and Grizz shot back. Grizz said, he probably didn't even know what a slave trader was, but tons of ducal families still had the sick tradition of branding their crests onto people's bodies. Each family guards its own secret dyes like a sacred weapon, so yeah, this right here is the proof. And this girl's older brother is already rushing off to his relatives in the royal capital. And the capital is about to go wild, because in no time their real identities will spill out, a duke's daughter or a run-of-the-mill slave trader couldn't even guess who would believe his story. Chad sure didn't know what to do. To say, but rage still boiled inside him, Grizz told. He told him surrender or else. Then he broke into a chuckle and leaned in, asking, "So what now after all these W?" He slapped his hands together with a sharp clap. He slammed his hands together, and every guard came sprinting toward him. He said they'd probably already. He already had it figured out. Every single guard in the city answered to him. They took control, and still, they had the nerve to march in here with all those men. Men, what a joke, he couldn't believe it. Right when he thought he'd finally figured everything out, he realized he was the stupid fool all along. Then he threw him one last wish for luck in the afterlife. Grizz immediately asks Rock. "Now what?" MC snapped, saying he already knew exactly where Chad was going next. "Chances are he'll head straight for the harbor." He stared at the harbor, then bolted, escaping on his ship, and spun back toward Shannon as he did, and asked if he could toss everything into her hands. She nodded once, silent and certain, like it was already decided. Rock grabbed Grizz's attention and told him, "You're coming with me." Grizz stared at him, shocked, and blurted, "Don't you dare tell him he's leaving her here alone, no matter how." Depending on how you see it, that moment is just straight up too much. Shannon snapped one foot forward toward the. She turned on the guards and started swinging hard, fighting them all by herself. Several people, and then she slammed into one of the guards. Two more lunged in and yelled, "Idiot," at her like they could stop her now. He slides past every strike like a blur, then snaps back with a devastating counter. She came back right after she wrapped up everything. Then the guards snapped into curses, dam after dam spilling out, with Grizz getting caught in the chaos. Riz stared in disbelief, then blurted out, "That's incredible." MC told everyone she'd been training with Fenrir, and she isn't just some cute girl. Shannon heard those words, blushed hard, and her mind started racing, because Rock just said that. She was cute, and then she burst into laughter so loud the guard snapped, "Why the heck is this idiot laughing so much?" The MC just said that. Grizz nodded and told him to go for it. After what felt like forever, they finally rolled in to grab the slaves. Bob flashed a grin, greeted them, and straight up asked if he really worked with Grizz. Rock shot back that it was a long tale, then pressed him, "Wait, are you the one who's handing out slaves?" Dober shot back something along those lines, and then revealed he'd already set everything up for both of them. Everyone stared at the Mermaid Queen and Dracula, and MC snapped his gaze to Dracula, grinning as he said he was glad. That he was fine. Dracula rang Rock and said it looked like he'd owe him again. MC grinned and told him, "Don't even dare think about it. He'd like to thank you for your help." Then, Dracula added, "He'd like to ask you something." Dracula tried to hand him something, so Rock demanded answers, and Dracula snapped, "Why is a mermaid worth 300 million? And he was down to just 500, and that's when he snapped. The dragon god's race wasn't worth that kind of money. He refuses to swallow it. They have to replay everything, and then he went, hello. He shot him a furious glare, because apparently his worth was too little, so MC just snickered under his breath, then straightened up, apologized, and said, "We've got to hurry. Hurry, time's running out fast. Can he really haul that mermaid back to the sea before it's too late?" The sea calmed nothing as Dracula shot back, "I don't mind, but it's downright cruel to leave me like this." Rock whipped around and saw the Mermaid Queen leap out of. Bursting out of the water cage, it dropped straight into MC's arms. Miro leaned in and asked Rock, "Can you carry me like this?" And right then she called him Master. The MC froze in shock. He shook his head and snapped that whoever forked over the money was the one who'd get grabbed by it. Miro snapped at her, "Don't call him Master when he's just Gris." And he told her not to sweat the little stuff because they should go. When she heard that, she snapped back and called him Master again. Rock couldn't help but think she. Turns out she really was May's mother. And in the end, the MC ended up hauling the queen all the way to the sea. Rock said like clockwork that he'd busted out and escaped on a ship. Right at that exact moment, Grizz starts to. He snapped that running was useless because they already had a witness. Chad leaned over the ship's edge, laughing at them like, "Just surrender already." Laughing, he blurted that he was dying to see what she'd say, her testimony. Simone would stir up real trouble just as long as she stayed alive. At that moment, a vicious plan snapped into place in his mind, and he made a malicious and a cunning grin surging right behind it, a whole army of fishmen. rose out of the sea, then the MC's thoughts hit like a punch. Fishman, Chad let out a wicked grin like he'd already won. And he slammed the truth down, we've gotta get out now. But the moment to settle the score had finally arrived. Even after all that humiliation they still had to swallow. They've got to wipe out these pathetic humans. But they never struck rock. Then he scrambled aboard Chad's ship. He spun around and demanded, what the hell do you think you're doing? They had the enemy right there, waiting for them. He shouted at Pedro and demanded to know what was happening right there. Right then, Madeline and May burst in front of him and told him straight up. If he was hunting Pedro for his info, she had something to say. Chad's eyes went wide because the truth hit hard. He'd been hauled off to prison and he couldn't believe it. Why were the mermaids teaming up with the fishmen? May snapped at him that it was pointless, because they already knew every last detail of his plan. Madeline warned him that using the fishermen against them would cost him dearly. The mermaids, then out of nowhere, Chad spun around and roared that he wouldn't let it. It ended just like that. He tried to hurl himself into the sea and he was screaming it like a warning. He snapped at him to stop right before he could escape. A monster appeared from the sea. He was terrified. Shaking in fear, he screamed that they had to help him, then they asked. Begging them to spare his life, the MC and the rest clung to the shore, watching it all unfold. Rock said, yeah, this feels like the real end. He spun to the queen and demanded she rush to May and the other mermaids, right now. With a confident grin, the queen admitted she had no choice, because she knew they were already freaking out over what he'd do next. MC snapped, admitting she was a slave after all, so she'd fall in line and follow him. Her daughter had waited far too long to claim the throne, and with her enslaved status as the perfect excuse, he dragged her along with him. She called him master once more. See, Queen Marrow was begging to be his friend, but would he let her in? Here Rock stammered out that sure, even if she was the one saying it, especially since that slave contract was already dead, he figured she had to run it by May and the rest of the crew first. Merle nodded along and flat out said, then we should just get married, and MC nearly choked on the shock of it. She hit him with don't worry, and insisted she was still single, so Rock snapped back that it had nothing to do with that, she just kept saying it. So yeah, they had to hustle through all of it, right up until May and the others, because the MC told everyone she should wait. Wait, she pushed on, firing back that, hey, the wedding ceremony was happening right then. Rock cut her off and blasted, telling her she could join their team, then demanded she forget the wedding completely. Marrow snapped, furious and hurt. That's just how it goes and it's heartbreaking, so she'll just slip back into being Miro because she's really counting on it. Forward to teaming up, MC let out a shaky sigh and right then May's mother. Marrow jumped onto their team, while Lydia stood there, scanning the horizon like she was hunting something out there. Risa rushed up to her and blurted, I have no clue. Because the shocking truth was right there, she really was here, like seriously. Her research papers got ripped right out of her hands, so what's next? Lydia had to swallow that horrible truth because she didn't get a single reply. Risa smiled and shot back, did you go mute while we were apart? And honestly, that was too perfect. She's gonna try to clamp her mouth shut forever, and it just might be impossible. Then the eternal darkness has to swallow everything. She unleashed the magic of eternal darkness. Lydia tightened her grip and got ready to fight, while Risa stared her down and flashed that fearless smile. Lydia's rage boiled so hot it couldn't slow her. She dodged every single one of Mild's attacks. Risa gasped in shock. Did she actually manage to dodge that? She better get seriously hurt. Then Lydia unleashed her skill, endless flames of the underworld, and the air started to burn. The underworld erupted, blows slammed into Risa, and she went flying backward before crashing to the ground. Lydia slammed magic into the air, and a massive rolling ball of power thundered into existence. That snapped into a skull. To ask, wait, is that a skull after that? Lydia spun into a whole new look and beamed, saying she was thrilled to finally meet you. To meet her, she came Damort, Lydia's master. Even though she was a lick, Risa gasped in disbelief. Damort, this can't be. No way, this is impossible. And yet it's real, the kind of magic no one has ever seen. Damort leaned in just a bit and asked if maybe she wanted to fight again. Risa shot back with an awkward laugh stuck in the net. The negative and said that the thing was. Dumorty cut her off, leaning in fast, and asked. She was asked if she could come back and return the stolen wrist pieces, only for her to confirm they'd been hers all along. Long ago it was hers, but Risa didn't even blink, just went silent and shoved the bag into the other person's hands. With a burst of magic, Dumorty snapped back into her true form and thanked her. Risa pressed her, asking why the great sage was even here. Then Demorta shot back that she should thank her own student, and wow, what irony. Lydia's own student slips behind her back and steals scientific papers. Wait, can she really ask a question? Or is she about to bring a demon back to life for a reason she won't admit? Risa demanded an answer about that demon, so what on earth was she even talking about? Demort pressed her, asking straight up if she'd forged the demonic sphere. Riessa shook her head and snapped, no. Chad already had the whole thing figured out, she just didn't have a clue. He stared at her and felt it in his bones, she was telling the truth. After that, she flashed her a grateful smile, thanked her for the answer, and asked if she could do her one more. One last favor, and if she couldn't pull it off, she'd probably get hit with a brutal punishment for what she did, the way things were looking. From the way her magic sparked, she was sure she had real talent, she just couldn't stop there. So if prison was her reality, she needed to turn every second into something useful. She paused and questioned everything she'd done. Then when she was finally freed to vote, she threw herself into the research purely to help people. She was sure that if it was her, she'd pull it off. She clung to the great sage's words like they were law. Then her own answer hit her hard, and she burst into total shock and confusion. A few days later, Chad was thrown into the courtroom for trial. They chucked him in prison for smashing slavery laws, rebellion, and a pile of other crimes too. Risa got slammed with a brutal punishment too, sent straight to prison, but somehow she still looked unbelievably happy. Risa. Meanwhile, she clung to the words, if it was her, she'd make it work and she'd succeed, while Rylan and his sister reached out to their relatives. From this point on, they'd be living with them for good, but Pedro, he was still stuck in chains, trapped by the mermaids. The fishmen who'd been manipulated were slowly snapping back into real trust with the mermaid, rebuilding their bond piece by piece. Rock and Gris stood on the roof, staring out like they owned the whole night. MC said the city finally calmed down again, and Grizz nodded like he felt the same. He stood there and told him that the whole city's people finally knew Chad's real face. And it was all because of him. Rock tried to deny it. And he made it crystal clear this wasn't all his grind. With Grizz and the rest of the guys right there, they only had. They finally nailed it, all because they threw everything they had together. He grinned, thanked him for the support, and then Grizz totally caught him off guard. He told the guy he was straight up incredible in every single way, and the MC just stared back, confused and asking questions. Just when everything felt bleak, Gris threw his thanks up to the heavens in some place no one could name. In that cave-like darkness, Margaret snapped that it was way too much to handle. It was too much even for him, and she quickly apologized to everyone who was still alive. Alive because the boys had crashed a wild picnic right by the seashore, and Marrow dropped a bombshell. Sheep Marrow was Rock's slave. He'd stepped out of slavery and officially joined his team, and the girls immediately turned to him. So, shock hit him. What? He blurted, then the queen snapped back that she'd made it. It was obvious she'd joined and then May cut in. He leaned in close and blurted it out loud, but that's not even the real story. What were they even talking about, and how in the world did all of this happen so fast? Miro gave an embarrassed little shrug and admitted the MC had come at her with pure passion and unstoppable force. Then Rock totally froze, shocked by what she just said. Shannon blushed and asked, wide-eyed and flustered. Then MC burst with excitement and insisted it was nothing like that. He didn't even flinch when she asked to join their team. Miro just kept her cool and said she'd heard his side. He'd gambled his life to save her, and there was no way she could turn down something like that. And so she clenched her destiny and poured her entire life into Rock. Then she wheeled back to MC and taking her hand, he told him to ask her for something, only for Rock to stumble back and shake his head, saying that they only asked him to lend a hand, and May and the rest made it clear. Marrow told him not to feel embarrassed, and he insisted, it's not like that. With their hands locked together, Shannon rushed up and told them, MC, you saved me too. And she'd repay his kindness with loyalty for the rest of her life. Until the queen summoned her, spoke to her kindly, and admitted she still hadn't been able to repay him. He told her, let's team up, then we'll back Rock together. Shannon blinked in shock at first, then nodded and agreed, MC. Just think about it, what kind of mess is this? The queen snapped, then raged that from now on everything was going to crush down on her shoulders as she demanded, indignant and furious, an answer. Wait, was she serious? She better quit with the weird act because she can't just drop the crown like that, and honestly, if anyone's stepping onto that team, it should be. It's her. She listened to Rock and went all in on it, like she'd done it all her life, no doubts, no breaks. MC snapped again in disbelief, then decided she needed to stop being so vague and finally say what she meant. Ambiguously, May swore she had, but she didn't even get to finish before the queen cut her off. The queen pulled her in and in the very next second crushed her in a tight hug, then thanked her with tears in her voice. Tern said that she and Sun were the real heroes. They shouted for help and everyone rushed in to save her, and she never stopped thanking them. May called her, then the queen sank down for a brief moment and told her that she finally understood just how priceless true friendship really is. Some tasks are impossible solo, but as soon as your friends show up, suddenly everything clicks into place. Nearby, sometimes you need to rely on others to expand your horizons. You've got to listen to your friends, really listen, and you've got to speak up, share what's on your mind, and put in the work together. Work together. She's convinced that standing by Rock's side has taught her more than she can even say, and she's hoping that everything that's about to happen will turn into stepping stones forging you into a great queen. But as long as she's still around, she'll never get the chance to fully grow up. She spoils her. She pushed herself too far and that's why she grew up restless, so yeah, she's cutting ties with her so she can chase her real calling and become someone truly great. Then she spun toward Madeline and told her the very same thing, plain and simple. Madeline fired back with a positive response. Miro only told her one thing that May can't sway her at all, because her heart is strong and fair, stronger than anyone else's. So she pushes her to keep backing May. Madeline choked up and called out to her. Miro promised that the two of them would nail every last detail, and that she would. She'd make one hell of a queen, quietly unseen, watching over them from a distance. The girls snapped, "You can't pull that on us," and Merle just stared back. Madeline questioned her with a hard stare, then snapped, yelling at her to stop pretending innocent, because May was her child. So she had no choice. She had to raise her on her own because she couldn't afford to gamble her courage on putting her aside anymore. May steadied her and said, "I'm back to my old ways just like before." She knew it, she didn't want anything complicated, just pure fun again. And the queen snapped, shocked that they better watch closely, because their minds were racing even faster now. Now she snapped and threatened, saying that if she wouldn't come back on her own, they'd yank her in by force. And Madeline backed her up, while MC watched everything unfold. Seeing all of it, I swear it felt like a fight was about to explode. Then Grizz stormed up to them and said the Mermaid Queen, the Orange. Ant Queen, Fenrir, and even the Gargoyle, fine, he had to admit it. That was one terrifying team, but then the real question hit, who was he actually? Rock shot back, awkward as hell, and insisted it had nothing to do with him. Shannon, right there on the ground, looked at him and said, "You're a kind person." She'd clearly had too much alcohol, slurring that the MC is the kindest person around. Rock strode up to her and demanded, "Are you drunk?" She shot back, "No, and nobody seems to get me. It's all on the line, each of them has to pour everything they've got into that juice. And then so they can take on anything easy, but why does he believe that? Because he's giving it his absolute all. Rest as much as you can, so you leave the other creatures as unhurt as possible. And not to cause trouble for everyone around him. That's his whole game plan, live by instincts. MC calls Shannon and she said he's the real deal, pure kindness, an open heart and warmth that hits you straight in the chest. She wanted to blurt out, "I love you," but she stopped, caught in her throat. But she didn't even get to finish her sentence, because the girls sprinted in and cut her off. The girls who were about to kick off the showdown suddenly got way too loud, so the queen burst into laughter and said that they're still fresh out of the ground, green as can be, and they've got a ton of growing left to do. The real lessons are waiting out there on the open sea, so she sent her daughter. And Madeline got shoved back into the sea and Grizz demanded, "You guys all right?" Miro shot back, "Yeah, we're fine, it's just water." He didn't even have fire. Then the MC strode up to Shannon and demanded answers, asking her how she had right there passed out, and when he leaned in closer, he realized she'd fallen asleep mid-moment. Good said she'd already passed out, then everything went quiet after that. After that, he threw him an apology and admitted it was him who brought the drinks. She downed some drinks and oops, ended up drunk by accident, but Rock just shrugged and said it was fine, so the night stayed peaceful. He carried her to bed, tucked her in, and pulled the covers up tight. Grizz, already sitting with a drink in hand, muttered that maybe she wasn't lying after all, and the MC stared at him, totally thrown. Grizz pushed on, saying he was only talking about his kindness, because with strength that wild, he could have done so much more. He could crush anyone with zero effort, so why won't he? Rock shot back that he's not kind at all. He only wants his family and friends to live in peace, smiling together. He's just got nothing to prove it. But he's dead certain of one thing, you can't force happiness, no matter what you do. Grizz blinked at his own words, scratched the back of his head and said, "I don't have no proof, then he law no proof." Laughed, winked at him and said, "That's exactly why. That's why everyone calls him a truly kind person. Mara, watch them like your life depends on it." And as she recalled what someone told her, she realized she had a gift for the MC. They trudged toward the shoreline, and she flat out told him it was his very own ship. This ship was specially raised from the bottom as a token of. This was the gratitude token he earned for saving the mermaids, carefully raised back up and repaired to full strength. Then it drifted back out on the water, and Rock stared at the ship like it was a monster too huge to believe, so he asked if he could peek inside. The queen said yes, then they marched straight through though. Miro said the ship was soaked through, everything inside was ruined. But somehow the ship was still whole, not a single piece wrecked. MC stared her down and blurted out a heartfelt thank you. The queen flashed a grin and told him, "With this, you'll finally get what you're after." He'd finally get way more freedom to move. Rock was barreling past as the moment opened up. He pushed into the room and clocked a painting on the wall, then he closed the distance, eyes locked on it. And he couldn't shake the feeling something was off, because somehow only this painting didn't look damn right. It didn't get ruined by the water at all. A picture so mysterious it felt like it was hiding a secret. He couldn't tear his eyes away, Miro called him. He called him up and straight up asked, "What's wrong?" The MC jerked back in shock and snapped out a clear no. He insisted everything was fine as night crashed down. Everyone crammed onto the shore, circling the crackling campfire. Then the mermaid. The mermaid queen broke into a warm smile and thanked everyone for showing up. Then she made sure Rock and his crew heard it straight from her. The crew that rescued the mermaids was unstoppable, and their help proved absolutely priceless. Miro insisted on singing a song for all the mermaids, every last one of them, starting with a song of. Full of gratitude, he prayed for friendship between humans and sea creatures. Then just like that, she opened her mouth and started to sing. And every single person in the room was hooked by her voice. Right from that moment, everything changed. That mermaid rescue was a straight-up win, and this whole incident screams how crucial their bond really is. The bond between humans and sea creatures. Gris, with May and the others, would forge a living bridge that would soon. In time, he'll forge a stronger bond between land and sea, but one thing gnaws at him, where Dobbs has gone. But the truth is still a total mystery. Nobody knows a thing about him, not even Chad, who can't even remember why he hired the guy in the first place. MC insisted he didn't feel like a villain, but if not him, then who the heck was he supposed to be? Then they jumped into a joint training session, mermaids and humans side by side. 3 months vanished in the blink of an eye, and at that exact moment Grizz. They call it rock, and it basically tells one man to another, "You need my advice." While MC and the others were charging down the road, Lucky sprinted beside them, loving every second of the snow crunching under his paws. He told Rock that snow was an absolute blast. It's pure bliss, fluffy, icy, and downright delicious. After that, MC bolted out to hit the snow again, ready to run like he had unfinished business. He said he was having the time of his life, and then they hit the snowy mountain. He climbed those mountains for a reason. He told Rock he needed his advice, like right now. MC fired the question, "What's wrong?" And Grizz snapped into apology, then leaned in and asked. He asked to tag along first, and Rock shot him a sharp look, then pressed him with a hard question. Still suspicious, they pushed into the room, and the first thing they saw was a grizzled old man. Grizz said he figured they could finally talk in peace here. No chaos, just an honest conversation. Grizz didn't even get a chance to finish. MC cut in and asked him if he had. He'd been crushing hard on someone, and when Grizz shot back a yes, he couldn't help blurting, "Whoa, that's unexpected for your age, huh?" Rock caught that awkward vibe and smiled, saying it was. That's solid, no shame in it at all, so why is he saying it to him like that? Grizz told everyone the girl he liked was craving Snowstone jewelry. But it was totally out of reach. MC tried to ask Snowstone, and Grizz shut it down fast, saying Snowstone was a rare mineral everyone chased but no one easily found. That was the kind of thing you could only find in Koron Village, tucked deep in the mountains. But this year the snow buried everything and the supply lines went dead, and Rock couldn't stop wondering what if he could help. Snow mountains, they'd never been there. Grid snapped that he was pleading with him for a big favor. Sure, help would get him rewarded, but he kept the real reason to himself, because the second he spilled it, trouble would have come crashing down on him. Trouble hit hard, but he still refused. Then the MC looked at him with kindness and almost said yes. Right then the whole room filled as everyone else rushed in, and the Mermaid Queen shot him a knowing look. Demorta grabbed Rock and told him they needed to talk, that he had nothing to fear, and that they'd keep it from everyone else. All of them nodded in agreement. The MC spun around in shock, blurted out, "What, Gris?" And when Gris was just as stunned, he demanded, "How did we end up at this door?" Merle slammed the locked door shut, then barked, "Spill it. How did you two meet Shannon?" Shannon declared she'd always stand by her, and she told him, "Go on, spill what kind of person she really is." Patra leaned in, eyes blazing. "Come on, tell me, what in the world is he waiting for?" She let out a little chuckle and said he was somehow a truly innocent creature. Grizz went into full shock, trembling so hard he couldn't even finish his. And as he tried to shout for Rock, MC clutched his hands together like he was begging for forgiveness. The girls kept on roaring with laughter, and she leaned in, asking, "Okay, so what happened next?" Next, yeah, it was wild. They just kept laughing, and Gris stared like, "What's with that look on her face?" Then he snapped and screamed in pure frustration because they'd somehow blown right past every single expectation he had. Meanwhile, the Queen snapped that everyone needed to push harder. Everyone nodded right along. Rock lowered his head and apologized to Giarzeg, but Giarzeg just grumbled that there had been a whole lot of talking. So what's the verdict? Will he actually accept his request? The MC fired back with a confident yes. They got to the spot and the road was slammed shut, blocking their way completely. Demorta unleashed her magic to smash through the mess, and she declared the path was finally clear. Then he hurried to thank her. Grizz just nodded and said, like Rock's crew always does, thanks to Fenrir, the monsters weren't coming anywhere near them, and they'd been on the move for 6 days. So yeah, they're coming like any minute now. Far off, a giant wall loomed in their sight. Koron Village's gate stood ahead, and Grizz leaned in like a salesman, said he'd bring drinks for merchants. Gris hauled in humanitarian aid, then pushed straight toward the village, desperate to talk to them. Chief, the guard snapped back with a clear yes, then promised they'd double-check just in case MC. MC shot Gris a question, humanitarian aid. And Gris nodded hard, saying that sometimes reaching people was just impossible. So he sent his way to Koron the usual route, except he swapped out the guy who was supposed to bring the supplies, and in pure shock, Rock blurted, "I see." The guard announced that the inspection was finished after. Right after that, she flashed a grateful smile, told them they were clear to go, and that was the whole Koron billet moment. Village, the MC blurted out shocked, "I honestly didn't expect this." Shannon couldn't believe it because there was absolutely no snow anywhere. Everyone's first reaction was the same. They claimed the land of Koron is blessed with fire and that the snow here never sticks around. Rock stared at the building and muttered, "I get it, that can happen too." Then, Wiz told MC he was heading straight to the headman, then turned to him and asked if he'd go hunting for the snowstone. Rock nodded back with a solid yes. Gris told him the big thing was that it looked great, and the girl liked it too, so all the pressure snapped onto him and he barely managed to start. He see. "Yeah, you can handle it right." MC muttered way too awkwardly, and Shannon shut him down fast, telling him to stop stressing and just let them see. So much they would be there with him. Gris breathed a sigh of relief and said he felt much better. Better? The girls lit up, telling him they were rooting for him, and then Rock and the others turned to go, deciding to start the next step. He strolled through town, walked up to the counter, and with an apologetic gulp, asked if they had any snowstone. The saleswoman leaned in and asked if they were locals. Then she crushed their hopes, saying those snowstones only go on sale in spring or summer. Come winter, every store scrambles to stock up, and by spring they're already processing every last one, because customers have bought them all before you can even blink. Rock blurted out, "So that's the whole thing," and Shannon followed up saying, "Yeah, it's bad, Grizz, they can't find them anywhere." The MC's face fell and he muttered, "I'm sorry, I should have told you what's going on." Right then, wham, someone shouted so loud it cut through the air. He basically told him, "Nah, we don't have it," then snapped, "Listen up, pay attention, because if you don't, you'd better sell every magic stone you've got. Or else the whole village is cooked." And the saleswoman keeps insisting, even if he begs her to stop, that they've only got a limited stash of stones. What's not there stays gone. Then Rock shoved up beside him and demanded what was happening, and right as he overheard them arguing about magic stones, Wrist blurted, "Tell me what's going on." Who the hell is he, because they don't have time to stop and stare. Right then Jordan smacked him on the back of the head and barked, "Stop." Stop. He swallowed his pride and apologized to the guys, and when they looked back at him they were shocked to the bone. Jordan leaned in and asked if this was the first time they'd ever laid eyes on the Snow People, an entire tribe of half-humans, living so deep in the cold that the story barely even wanted to finish. Deep in the mountains, they never left their land, so when it happened, the shock was totally understandable, and Rista called out to him. And they snapped, "You're wasting your time on this. Now we've got to sprint and find those stones fast." The MC leaned in and asked, "Are you hunting magic stones?" And depending on what they said, he might just offer to help. He closed in on the Rock and told him, "We've got a misunderstanding to clear up from earlier." Then he added, "If you really have magic stones, hand them over right now." Give them to him. MC said he wasn't against it, but such a sudden change in behavior. He had to tell them why. Because they needed it, and magic stones weren't just some easy giveaway, they were the heart of every battle, so he couldn't simply hand them out. Rista blurted out that they couldn't tell him, and the moment he heard that, it hit him hard. Rock spun around and snapped that if things were really like that, then they should trash everything he said. Then Rista bolted after MC without wasting a second. He said he had to stop, like, right now, and that the village chief could confirm it all. So he was basically urging him to hit the road with them, come to their village and rock out. When they asked him to come to the village, he didn't hesitate, he nodded and said yes. And in return for the magic stones, they'd let you ask for anything your heart dared to want. Anything, the MC snapped, and the wild part is he pitched the idea himself. Right after that, Rock leaned in and grilled them, asking if their village had snowstones. They swallowed their fear, risked a real answer, and blurted out that they were the ones who brought the snowstones here. MC leaned in and said, "So if we swing by, we'll be able to get the..." At the snowstones, Rista gulped and admitted she wanted to trade, if only they could get magic stones. He tossed the stones aside, no problem at all, and asked like it was nothing. Jorand asked if they could strike a deal like that, and Jorand snapped back that snowstones were worth more than ever right now. But the magic stones mattered most. He was going to crush the snowstone problem and set everything right. Rock whipped around to Shannon and ordered her to tell Grizz, "We're heading for Anissa village, get ready." For the snowstones, she nodded and Jorand spun around. They came back, grabbed the MC's attention and thanked them, then made it clear they had to start getting ready to leave. Departure was coming fast. If they wanted to catch up, it had to be at the main gate. Rock nodded and told them no worries at all. Then the merchant yanked MC aside and demanded, "So you're really headed to Anessa village, huh?" Rock shot back with a confident yes and leaned in, asking so why the merch. The merchant leaned in and warned him, so many travelers who dared that road vanished without a trace. The snow people keep to themselves, hidden and unreachable like they don't want the world anywhere near them. They're the only people they can reach at all, and now there's a wild rumor flying around. Over the mountains, the snow folk are finally making contact with a magical land sweet. Suiju MC pushed him again like Suiju. The seller leaned in and told Suiju that this country's true power comes from magic. In recent years, they've been cranking up their power like there's no tomorrow, and the rumor is they're just waiting for the perfect moment to crush the world and force other countries to kneel. It's only a rumor, though, but back when the snow folk begged for magic stones, things were already shaky, and now this twist hits like a storm, so he has to stay on guard. These are dangerous, turbulent times. And then Rock leans in, demanding to know why he's spilling all of this. The seller snapped back that he'd overheard every word of their talk, so if he vanishes out of nowhere, you can bet his conscience won't let him rest. MC shot him a grateful look and promised she'd be careful, then. Rock believed Suiju was a country where everything revolved around it, like the whole world was built for it. It all spins around magic, so yeah, they'd better keep their eyes wide open. After a while, they finally stumbled onto a cluster of snowmen. Warren told them follow them now, and the boys shot off right after. He tried to sneak off, but then he realized someone was watching MC. Up the mountain, one brutal step at a time. Rock launched himself onto Lucky's back. He told her they'd reach the village any minute now, but then his words cut off mid-sentence. He just couldn't finish. Medinissa village sat a half-day trek from Koron. In the snowbound village, the MC stared ahead and spotted a kid in the whiteout. Was the child truly alone out here? No storm ever came, and deep in the forest, not even the wind. As he clocked the fact that Rock had already seen him, he spun around, then vanished into thin air. Suddenly they appeared. Rista blurted that they were there, and the MC pointed to Anissa village. Said that even this village was blessed by the same blessing of. Fire roared outside, but Lucky was safe inside. Jorand even threw back a positive response. And said he got it all instantly. Anissa village was the main reason fire could bless the world. Because they were alive and standing strong only thanks to that blessing of. Fire danced in the air, and he wasn't even kidding. Rock flat out said he didn't feel even remotely welcome here. Jordan swallowed his pride, apologized, and said the snow people had fled here long ago, migrating to these lands to survive. He bolted to escape persecution, and it didn't take long before people started hating humans for it. He swore to himself that no one would ever be able to hurt him. So he told him to ignore the stairs, and they hurried straight toward the elder's house. Jordan called the elder, announced they were back, and the elder greeted them with open arms. He grabbed them and demanded to know what happened to the magic stones. Spotting the MC, he leaned in and barked, "Who's with you?" He poured tea into a mug, then leaned in like he had it all figured out, So yeah, everything was for the stones. He shot an apology first, then admitted he never even bothered to introduce himself. He was Krogo, the elder of Anas. And even after everything he'd been through, he still bowed his head and apologized for every single hardship along the way. He slid the cup into his hands and leaned in, telling him he really hoped he'd love it. Rock thanked him and told him it was this frosty. Taking one sip, MC couldn't help but light up. "This is exactly what I needed, it's amazing." He lingered on that soft, delicate aroma drifting through his breath and the rich, special sweetness filling his mouth. Because if he could toss it into one word, it'd be perfect. Rock said it was delicious, like unbelievably mind-blowing delicious. He'd never tasted a thing like it before. Krogos grinned, proud as hell to hear that, and then he went, "This drink's called Big Foo. That's the foot, an ultra-rare kind found only right here, and once people spot it, they can't stop getting drawn in. Tempted by its one-of-a-kind sweetness and mouth-watering aroma, if you want. Like he could hand him a bit as a souvenir, only this tea is." MC said he'd be insanely grateful, so he told them to sit down and talk about it, since it's even being sold in the Quran. About magic stones. Then right in that moment the cup on the table rattled, and the whole world around it started to twist. The rock stared at the shaking ground like it was about to break under the impact. Is this an avalanche? Maybe. He activated his search skill. And couldn't stop wondering, was that monster aura really what I was feeling? A crazy presence hangs in the air, and this creature is just as unsettling. It's absolutely gigantic, and this is the location. Then in the very next moment, his eyes snapped wide open. He snapped up in surprise, wondering if he was standing on the right side of this choice, or if he'd made a huge mistake. Beneath the village, it kept going until it finally died down in Croc. Krogo said it looked like the earthquake had finally settled down calm for a breath, and earthquakes hit this place all the time. Yeah, they happen so often it's basically routine, nothing to freak out over. MC leaned in and asked, "Are those tremors coming from a giant monster buried underground?" The village chief froze in shock, then blurted, "I get it, I understand everything. And he was so sharp nobody could pull the wool over his eyes. Here's the truth, there's a dragon dozing under Anisa's village, right under everyone's feet. He just kept hearing the words roll right after him, dragon. And then he snapped, wait, are you talking about one of those colossal magic dragons? Korgo nodded hard and said, they say a fire dragon sleeps right beneath our village, like, right here under your feet. That blessing of fire, that keeps both villages alive isn't holy at all. It's just the sleeping dragon's magic coursing through the earth like a hidden heartbeat. MC used to swear dragons were nothing like wyverns, just a whole other breed. And for years, with zero proof they even existed, people treated them like a myth. But turns out they weren't myths at all, everything was real. Krogo swore dragons can live for thousands of years, and the legend says once they finally fall asleep. It slumbers for centuries and now bam, it's finally waking up. Long ago, under a reign of brutal oppression, the demi-humans were ripped from their homes and cast out into these lands. But Lux grinned at them and right here they found the blessing of fire, so they lived, and it made him feel something deep. They felt awful for the dragon, but they had no choice, seals had to lock it down tight or it would wake up. Rock went pale with surprise, right? So you're telling me there's human magic strong enough to trap a dragon with seals? The chieftains swore a brutally powerful mage from the Ice and Snow tribe had been holding that seal shut for centuries. MC pressed him one more time, Ice and Snow tribe, huh? Krogo nodded, saying they used to be part of the Snow people. Then a marriage to an ice fairy flooded their family with special magic, but now only the seal keeper and her grandson are left, and that power never got passed down to him. Now the keeper's magic is fading year after year, and they're running out of options, so they desperately need magic stones. Stones, so he drops to his knees and begs Rock to let him share the magic stones with them. MC told them, I get it, and then he nodded hard, ready to team up and share. Sure, on one condition, they show him the dragon. Krogo froze, totally shocked, and fear slammed into his chest at the thought of it. Rosal, Rock stared him down and said dead serious that if their story checked out, because that dragon really did awaken. And once it starts rampaging, it's going to spell disaster for the entire kingdom. If the threat got proven, he had no choice. He, as an adventurer, was forced to report it right away. The village chief lunged to object, but MC cut him off and blurted, you want the dragon to stay asleep, right? Krogo nodded hard, saying yes. Rock pulled Demore aside and told her to step out and show herself to everyone, right now, since she claimed she was already on her way. Krogo was completely thrown by her sudden appearance. MC declared that the legendary sage Damort stood right before them, and he was sure she could keep the dragon asleep longer. Once it was crystal clear nobody was in danger, he'd pass the magic stones over, so please, could they let them see that dragon? Then the village chief froze in place, still hesitating, because he couldn't ignore what he was seeing. Demorda wrapped her charm around herself and marched right up to Krogo. She begged him to let them in, calling him a venerable grandfather. Dad checked it and just like that it worked, and they were already standing at the cave entrance. The village chief barked, don't you dare hesitate. Then he leaned in and demanded, so tell me, do you want to see that dragon or not? Krogo snapped his head toward Demort and warned her to watch every step. She grinned and thanked him. The village chief blushed bright red, then beamed as she reached her company, laughing as he said that kind of behavior just comes naturally for a true gentleman. Rock thought he was smarter than everyone else, until Krogo's blurted that he forgot one crucial detail. Yeah, they could still go check out the dragon, but he pleaded with them to stay out of it and leave the seal's keeper alone, no matter what. She was impossible to talk to, and her magic was downright terrifying. They never had a clue what she'd do when she was in a bad mood, so if they wanted to keep breathing, they'd better not get in her way. With her, MC said he'd taken it all in, and after a while, the village chief stood up and declared that they had finally arrived. This dragon was trapped in a block of ice. Ice exploded into existence right before their eyes. He asked if that was the dragon, and there it was, lurking in the distance like it was waiting to strike. Krogo shot an apology their way and ordered them to wait right here for him. Here he'd deliver the magic stones to her, and then they'd just have to hold on and wait. Rock leaned in and grilled Demore, asking how things were going. Demorda tried to push in with the seal, but said it was too far away for her to get a proper look. Break it down in detail, but even the sudden, unexpected run-in couldn't hide it. This was a top-tier spell. A tribe roaming some of the most untouchable wilds, wielding that kind of magic stirred this weird, almost romantic kind of wonder. Right then the guardian swooped in behind them and growled that the sinister lick had arrived. She finally arrived, and now her fate hung on one terrifying question: should she be sent straight to the afterlife right now? MC snapped into a defensive stance and demanded, who's there? There the guardian unleashed her gravity magic, and the air itself seemed to bend to her will. Those brutal hits slammed him down hard, and rocks crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar. The ground froze him solid, claimed this useless old fool had dragged strangers in here without a single permission. Demorty gasped as she crushed the air with gravity magic. No spell, no warning, and then the Guardian. With a wild, crazed look on his face, the Guardian snapped that the blame should fall on. If that old fool kept pushing her, she'd have him erased. After that, the Guardian laughed and said she was just joking. Was he joking, or was her performance so perfect they couldn't even breathe? Were they seriously scared? Demorty froze with fear, shook her head, and blurted, "No," then immediately. He instantly clocked that she was faking it. The Guardian snapped, stunned, like he couldn't believe what he'd just heard. Demore didn't prove it, she just sensed it. I felt zero killing intent from her, and that's when the Guardian snapped into. Storming out, they snapped that they had a set already, and called the audience boring to their faces. MC leaned in and demanded, "Who are you?" And the Guardian finally answered. She said she was Margaret, the last living shield of the ice and snow. No tribe at all then, right then, Krogo barreled up to them and boomed, "There she is." He'd been hunting for her already, He already warned her not to butt in with the guests without permission, and when Margaret pushed back she insisted, "I brought them here myself." And now he's grumbling, he better hand over the magic stones right now. So the Ice and Snow tribe, Kroggett crushed everything, turned to Rock and asked if he was okay, then he snapped back that it was time to leave. Margaret told them to wait, and since they'd already rushed here to see her, why on earth would they turn back now? So wanna take a closer look at that dragon, starting with what the village chief yelled at her and demanded she stop playing so tough on her own at the. Just then Margaret pulled a terrifying face and declared they'd sealed a pact. Didn't he remember he'd forgotten? Because the dragon was here, she ran this place like a queen and the village chief. The chief's face twisted with rage as she snapped that she could do whatever she wanted. Then Margaret cut in and told them they should chase after her because they're closing in on the dragon right now. The MC straight up set up close. It was absolutely massive, and it hummed with raw magical power, like a crystal begging to be touched. Margaret stared at the glowing barrier and demanded, was it made of crystals? The Lick had no idea the crystal barrier existed, so listen up, because she needs to pay close attention. Carefully she promised she'd spill it all, no secrets hiding anywhere, and then let them believe it all came from Margaret's grace. Margaret told her to come here, and Demore turned to Rock and demanded to know if she'd be allowed to step out. MC quickly reassured her. "No worries," she said, then finally got to breathe because there was no need to rush. She told Tim, "Do you know how much this means?" Because who in the world would have guessed she'd stumble onto training techniques she'd never seen before? Rock stared at them and blurted that he'd never felt happier in his entire life. Like that, our MC stayed right beside the dragon, not backing up an inch. Then he decided to press his fingers to the crystal, and when he did, he swore it was the real deal. Crystal? Could anyone really call that kind of gem home? But man, right at that moment, it felt absolutely unreal. Rock suddenly heard a voice, and it screamed at him to stop, like whatever was calling him didn't want him to keep going. He didn't want to wake him up, then his body suddenly went bad and he felt sick. The MC heard that voice like it was echoing straight inside his skull. The voice was basically begging him, "Just let me take a moment, let you get some sleep." Rock couldn't believe it. He wondered if the dragon's voice was really coming from the dragon. Right then Earth jolted again. MC snapped. Is this another earthquake? The crystal holding They got it to open, but that seal on the top slammed the door on everything before it could go further. Margaret burst into laughter and shot back, "That's insane, right? This magical circuit is all her doing." Demort even said it was absolutely magnificent. Magnificent, Margaret blurted, "Isn't it wild?" And the moment she said it, Rock realized this granny is seriously something else. At that exact moment, MC spotted that same boy again, like fate had just replayed the scene in front of him. Mark spotted him in the forest and blurted, "Who are you?" Margaret called him over and told him, "I'm home, now go greet the guests." I even leaned in and greeted them softly, like I didn't want to wake the whole world. Margaret snapped at him, yelling that he better not mumble under his breath. With that breath, Ivan went silent, then twisted into a heartbreaking, sad face. Margaret sighed, "Oh wow, these kids. It's Ivan, yeah, the Ivan, and he's her grandson. No joke, that's exactly who he is, She's just like her, the same soft, shy heart." Rock blinked, gentle. He leaned in close and greeted the boy. Couldn't it be the same kid from those snowy mountains back then? "So tell me," Margaret pressed, "are you really heading to the mountains alone again?" Was Ivan diving back into magic again? Because for all this time, he'd said nothing at all. Margaret yanked him by the shoulders and snapped that he didn't have the Ice and Snow tribe's gift. He has to stop fighting and just accept his fate, then live his life like a normal guy. Those words stabbed him and he bolted before he could take any more. Margaret only told him to stop. "Stop right there," she let out a sad sigh like it hurt to breathe. Roughly, Rock asked her if she'd gone too far and Margaret snapped back so rudely that the air practically turned cold. She told him that. So he should keep his nose out of it and walk away from anything that isn't his to touch. That was their tribe's mess. Outsiders should have kept quiet and stopped spreading it for nothing. She absolutely will, she just didn't have time to. They couldn't quit the job because Krogo pulled them aside and demanded to know if they were. When it was all over, he swung back to the MC and said, he told them they had to turn back right now, because if they left this instant, they'd still reach Koron before sunset. Margaret shook her head and told the guys to stay here a bit longer. Fuming, the village chief demanded what she meant, Margaret. Margaret told them she was going for the village, if she could use the power of these children. The dragon seal would grow stronger, but why did it still feel off? The village headman searched and searched, yet he couldn't find a single answer. Rista showed up right then, sprinting and breathless, and calling out to the village headman. Then they point and go, here he is. And the merchants from the neighboring region rush to bid him farewell before they leave. Leaving, Krogo blinked, thrown off for a second, and snapped, oh really, because he already was. Mid-stride, Margaret snapped at him to halt and grab the rock before it was too late. Krogo snapped that her magic would only trip her up and warned her, once again, that she was being presumptuous. Rista called the village headman and demanded he hurry, while Krogo sprinted up to him and insisted he was already on the way. Rage boiled in his veins as he glared at Margaret. Then, when MC tried to follow them, Margaret told him to watch them closely, and the MC stared back at her, confused and asking in his eyes. Carl bolted straight to the village headman and got his attention. The headman bowed deep and thanked him for the hospitality. Krogo shot back, it's nothing, like it didn't even matter. Rage boiled in his chest because he had to ditch them so soon. Rock watched them and muttered that they looked like nothing more than a plain merchant. His gear looked way too intense for comfort, and yeah, his escort moving with that sharp posture that screams, don't mess with us. It hit him hard like a disciplined military unit drilling in perfect formation. Carl felt started to. He slid into an apology and demanded to know who MC was and MC's face. It didn't look like a Loa at all. Rock told him it was great to meet him, and then casually dropped that he was the MC. Spot an adventurer, he'd trekked into these parts hunting for snowstones. Carl shot back, got it, then added, snowstones are rare at this hour. His name was Carl Felt, an adventurous merchant from Sweden, out hustling and chasing fortune far from home. Suiju. Rock pressed him again, even with the weather this brutal. Crossing the city with gear like that must have been brutal. Carl shot back, yeah, I was right, and left it there. No more words, just pure certainty. Carl Felt's assistant stepped in and said, time to go, and Carl Felt didn't hesitate, he nodded and agreed. He nodded along and told them flat out, I'm leaving you, and begged that the blessing of the goddess of joy would fall upon them. The moment it happened, the village chief ordered him to let him tag along to the gate. MC yanked CL and A in clothes and demanded they show up, and ordered it to track exactly where they were headed. Rock's mind raced. A traitor from Suiju who? MC couldn't stop himself, curiosity was eating at him, and he remembered the merchants were. Whispers flew around the camp, people were saying that beyond those mountains, the snow people had started to crack the connection with Suiju, the magical land. He'd better stay razor alert because the times were about. Rock couldn't shake the feeling this dragon wasn't the only secret in play. Something bigger was definitely hiding behind the chaos. He stepped inside and the place blew his mind. Turns out the inn had a hot spring tucked away like a secret treasure in a cozy nest. Jaren swore there was a huge, steamy hot spring tucked behind the house, his private escape, so even if it's technically a guest house, they usually turn it into a drinking party spot, and he told us he could finally kick back and relax. Rock thanked him and Joran explained that the food got delayed a bit because everything happened so fast. If he didn't mind, Joran could whip up something simple, but before he could even finish, MC cut him off, saying the only thing that mattered was that it was edible and everything else didn't matter. He swallowed his pride, apologized for the trouble, and then Joran told him the village chief had sent him to deliver a message. He warned him to stay out of the night walks, because he'd already told him some people really can't stand crowds. It was just a precaution, and Rock nodded along, then casually asked if he knew the folks of Suiju because they'd been talking about hospitality. Jaren snapped back that it was Krogo himself granting them special favor. And if not, they'd still just snatch up those snowstones for a ridiculously high price. Most of the village kept their distance from them, eyes sharp and suspicious, though tomorrow they'd finally meet up and he'd swing by in the morning. After that, he wished him a peaceful rest, and the MC flashed back a grateful thank you. Left alone, Rock raised his watch and muttered, well then. Then he ripped through space and vanished into a whole new location. The moment the kids spotted him, they erupted into cheers, yelling that he'd finally arrived. They brought him back with open arms, and MC dropped into his seat for a quick breather, then said, all right, here he is, still thinking, even after they handed him a place to live. This place was the best home in the world. Every corner felt like it belonged to fate, and the table was set like something huge was about to begin. She piled on a mountain of mouth-watering food, then lit up with a grin and said, it all looks so delicious. Everyone slid into their seats, buzzing with hunger, and by the time Rock told them his cooking was getting better every single time With a grin, he cheered that their new friends had sparked an explosion of vegetables, and everyone threw in as much effort as they possibly could. And thanks to Miro, those fish problems vanished for good. MC blurted, "This is awesome," then he snapped his gaze to Lucky and Lucky looked up and blurted, "What's wrong?" But he just sat there shaking from head to toe. Lucky snapped back that everything was wrong and he even tried to. He tried to plow the field but one slip, and he accidentally smashed everything to pieces. Then he turned to Rock and apologized. MC just smiled and said, That's exactly how it goes." Then he slapped a hand onto him and said, "Don't worry, nothing's going to happen." Yeah, each of them had their own strengths and flaws, so it'd be awesome if they could all do everything, no limits. He tried to pull it all together, but it never works like that. So he clenched his teeth and pushed forward little by little, step by step. So what could he possibly do to get exactly what he wanted? Those words hit Lucky like a punch, and he burst into tears. He wrapped his arms around MC. He saw it and promised, "I'll do my absolute best," and after a while he meant it. Demort leaned in and demanded, "So you're here, Rock." Right there, the MC snapped to attention when he heard her voice booming from somewhere above, and he instantly realized she was at the hot springs where they'd dropped him. He popped up in front of Demorta and Seal as a projection, flashing a smug message, "Good work." And yeah, even Demorta showed up too, but only as a projection somewhere else linked together with a second one. Rock and Demort hit their opposite forms again almost instantly. Then Demort smiled and said, "I'm home," greeted everyone, and MC blurted, "Wait, so does that mean she joined CL?" Demort shook his head and said they'd bumped into each other at the entrance. Then Rock demanded Seal tell him where they went. Seal shot back some bird language, and MC just nodded and thanked her. He shot Demort a question, asking how she was doing. She shot back that Margaret was absolutely up to no good. It was only a hunch, but she didn't sound like she was planning to keep that dragon sealed at all. So when she said it, Rock couldn't help but look genuinely stunned. She fired off the question, "What did it mean?" Demort snapped back that her magic hadn't faded one bit, and she even got the strong feeling she didn't need those magic stones at all, like she was clearly hiding something. The MC nodded like it all made perfect sense, and Demort leaned in, "So, was it the dragon's voice? Tell me what voice you mean." Rock swore that the second his fingers brushed the crystal holding the dragon, a voice crawled into his head and told him, "Don't wake him." Demort paused, frowning, and admitted she hadn't heard a thing. It looked like a harmless skill, but the moment it kicked in, you could tell they weren't leaving anytime soon. So they had no choice but to sit there and wait, eyes locked on the moment, until the MC finally agreed. Then he asked her why they didn't just hit the Anessa hot spring instead, or went out to bask in the snow right after dinner. Rock was already posted up in the spring. He said right on cue, the hot springs were unbelievably perfect. Unlike the springs in the garden, the snow here felt downright amazing. She even blurted out an apology for. Patra said the swimsuit options were so wild and massive that she couldn't even pick just one. MC lit up and told everyone they looked amazing, and she thanked him. Then Rock said, told her to make sure she scrubbed every inch of herself clean before he stepped into the water. Patra's answer came back with a bright, ready yes. After that, everybody kicked back and soaked up every second. Smoking in the hot springs, then suddenly Lucky called out to MC, telling him, "I'm freezing." Rock watched him shiver all over in the water, nodding like, "That's right, even if it's spacious. It's as deep as a normal hot spring. Right then, it's like it's calling out to you." Snapped into action with magic and totally blanketed Lucky with. He splashed through the water and burst out laughing, saying he finally felt warm inside and out. Then he looked her in the eye and thanked her straight from the heart. Miro shot the MC a call and demanded, right then and. Rock leaned in and asked what it was like. "Hey, do you want a drink?" She laughed and said it was banana-flavored sake. Demort personally crafted it right there in the mini garden. MC looked at it and said, "That actually sounds wild, I'm in." He took a sip, then grinned and said it was ridiculously tasty. Demorty's at her peak again, just like always. Then it hit him. He snapped his head to Marrow and asked if she'd be okay in the hot spring. Because yeah, she was a mermaid. She lit up and said she absolutely loved hot springs, especially the ones near underwater volcanoes. So when she told Rock that, his surprise hit him like a wave. He craned his neck, stared at the snow, and breathed like it was pure magic. Swirling delicious sake in his cup while he was right there in the middle of it, still caught in the moment. Hanging out in good company at the hot springs felt like the universe handing me a lucky break. Luxury. Then a split second later, the MC caught someone else's voice coming in. He blurts out, "Hold up, is that sake?" And Rock snaps to his feet, shouting Shannon's name. Shannon. He stared at her, panic rising, thinking he'd missed his chance. Then he blurted, "How are you?" She told me she was totally fine, and that Demorta had poured her some weak sake. The MC exhaled hard, finally felt the tension drop, and said it was all good. Then Shannon Hinton held the cup with one hand and asked, "Want to taste it?" Rock hesitated for a split second, then nodded hard. Yes, he said and rushed out his thanks to her. She leaned in and asked, like it was a secret worth testing if he knew it tasted downright amazing. He stared at her, convinced it had to be the sake he'd downed, because his. But his heart was slamming like a drum in his chest, while Merle stared at them, eyes locked on every move, and then she burst into song, letting her voice fly. My voice thundered through the whole house. Hot springs because all the way through the whole village, then the very next day, everything changes for you. Euron burst into the room, greeted them with a sharp good morning, then leaned in and grilled them. Did they sleep well? Yeah, he noticed everyone slumped in their seats like they were sick. Rock and Shannon sat there clutching their heads, trembling a little, and yawning like crazy, so he hurried over to ask, you guys okay? He shot back that his head was pounding like crazy, because the night before, they'd gotten way too wild and clearly overdid it.